Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day number 5 here at the 2025 Iquique Bodyboard Pro, presented by Ilustre Municipalidad of Iquique and Corporación Municipal de Iquique. Today, a day to remember. Good morning, Lucas.
Good morning, Bago. Good morning, everyone watching at home. Stay with us. It's going to be an amazing day of competition, guys. The conditions changed a lot from yesterday. We had a very slow day with small waves yesterday, so I think it was a very good call to call it a lay day. And today's situation is pretty different over here. It picked up, it's glassy out there, and it's pumping very constant as well, Bago.
That's right. So with this report of conditions, we want to show you the highlights of the previous day of competition, day number 4. So let's check it out, and then we'll come back.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the 2025 Iquique Bodyboarding Pro.
Losing control, I gotta know who's in control of me. Losing control, I'm gonna explode. Can you bring it back to me? Bring it back to me. Bring it back to me. Bring it back to me. It's making me feel so weak. Feeling like a puppet controlled by some strings. It's killing me 'cause I just can't say what I mean. And everywhere I go is the wrong place to be. I think I should go home, but I don't know where it is. Bring it back to me. Bring it back to me. Bring it back to me. It's making me feel so weak.
Welcome back, guys. So yeah, as you guys could see, high standard bodyboarding here in this high level of wave as well. That is Punta Dos, a very technical wave that provides, the perfect opportunities for you to, just compete at a very detailed and just go on the last level of detail on technicality. So yeah, love the action. The heats today are stacked, guys. We're starting with man-on-man heat on round number 6. So what's to come, Bago?
That's right. Well, I want to say some words in Spanish just to translate what you said and introduce everyone that speaks Spanish. All right, so maybe microphone is off. This is live action, so you get this. All right, so some words in Spanish for all of you. Hoy, bienvenidos al quinto día de competencia del Iquique Bodyboard Pro 2025, presentado por la Ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique y organizado por la Corporación Municipal de Deportes de Iquique. Un día que va a ser bastante importante, bueno, como todos los días, pero hoy se ven los octavos de final de la categoría masculina. Vamos a empezar con ellos y vamos a hacer los cuartos de finales de las chicas y ver si hacemos las semifinales de las mujeres también el día de hoy. Depende de cómo se vaya desarrollando el día. Tenemos condiciones muy buenas. Tenemos más sola, que estábamos comentando con Lucas en inglés, que fue una súper acertada decisión haber esperado al día de hoy, no haber tenido campeonato el día de ayer, porque realmente las condiciones que estábamos buscando están ahí. La punta 2 está en su mejor momento, no hay viento, hay más tamaño, está rompiendo para derecha, para izquierda. Va a ser realmente un día para recordar. Así que queremos mostrarles el agua para que vayan ustedes también viendo cómo está la cosa allá afuera. Let's hit the water so we can see how's everything doing out there. And look at that perfect triangle and heat presentation. Who do we have?
We have the Moroccan Brahim Iddouch, the best representative, the biggest representative of Morocco, now also having Badreddin by his side. He will be facing Moises Silva, this guy coming from Arica, one of the most prominent riders coming from Chile. Moises coming from a win in 2023 in the Itacoatiara Pro, and last year making it into the top 16 as well. So yeah, Moises coming from a very good moment of his career despite being very young, and Brahim with a lot of experience on his side. So two very explosive riders, both of them are very used to those aerial maneuvers. And guys, you can see the conditions over here. When we actually got to the contest side, we saw some wind, but it just came down. It is still glassy out there. We have a high tide just a few minutes ago, so it's pumping. It's definitely very good. We're seeing rights and lefts. I believe we're going to see maybe more rights with a high tide, but not really sure. Let's see what these two guys are going to come up with. A lot of action. I believe they're just making a free surf session before the contest starts. That's it.
All right, so it hasn't started as of yet. Remember, this is it's starting at 7:30 sharp. No ha comenzado todavía el campeonato. Recordando que empieza a las 7:30 en punto. Queremos aprovechar lo que hay de marea. La marea alta fue hace poco, entonces vamos a tratar de aprovechar también para que los chicos puedan estar un poco más seguros. Así que de todas formas, con el tamaño que hay hoy, todavía se puede correr tranquilamente con menos agua. No es como esos días gigantes de la punta 2 que realmente con poca agua no es una opción.
Yeah, so since we still have a few minutes to begin, before we begin, let's just go over some of the heats that we have for this round number 6. So as I mentioned, we will be seeing man-on-man format. First one's going to be Brahim Iddouch and Moises Silva. Right after that, we will see Tristan Roberts facing Miguel Rodriguez from Peru. Armides Soliveres against PLC. That's going to be a cracker of a heat battle. Christopher Bayona will be facing Rodrigo Silva, and who else?
Heat number 5 of this round of 16 will be Uri Valad facing Eder Luciano. That will be amazing. That's unfortunate sometimes, but we cannot choose the people that goes to the heats, of course. That depends on what happens throughout the event. But yeah, Uri facing Eder in heat number 5. Heat number 6, Patricio Galai facing Agustin Figueiroa. So two locals, we might say. Heat number 7 is Marcelo Faundes, the wildcard of this event, facing Badreddin Chajri. And the last heat will be Gabriel Braga against Joaquin Soto. So very stacked, very crazy, and we can hear the horn, and this heat has started right now. So, hombre a hombre en el agua, tenemos a Brahim Iddouch con Moisés Silva en este primer heat, que ya son los octavos de final. Estamos en esta etapa de los hombres, en las mujeres estamos en cuartos. Recordando que el día de hoy se va a tratar de llegar hasta semifinales de mujer, dependiendo de cómo estén las condiciones. Pero, bueno, por ahora vamos seguro a hacer las rondas 6 de hombre y los cuartos de final de mujer.
That's it, guys. It is on. 25 minutes, no limits of wave. Look like these two guys already taking a look at this first one that came by. So yeah, just the two best waves from each rider will be accounted for, and the best average will take them to the next round. So one guy advances to the next round and the other one is out of the competition. Many good face-offs we're going to be seeing here in this round number 6, just man on man, and the fittest guys from all the previous rounds just showing off here in La Punta Dos in epic conditions today.
Yeah, that's a very important thing to say. If you reach this point, it's because you're connected with this place and you have, been finding well yourself in this wave. It's a wave of consequences, a wave that for some people it's not that easy to read, but at the same time, if you're a good bodyboarder, as most of these riders are, this is a place, this is a dream of wave to compete. And you know what's going to be interesting? Both Brahim and Moisés, they love their lefts. So check this out, first blood. Moisés Silva, la primera ola del día, va con un backflip tranquilo, como si fuera en cámara lenta, como si se hubiese detenido el tiempo y lo combina con un rolo. Me gusta mucho esa ejecución.
And Brahim out the back, goes for a left as well, finds that section, nice backflip. Just one maneuver for the Moroccan, trying to get to the lineup back in the first position to get the priority one. Remember, guys, on the man-on-man heats, the priority plays such an important role because it's just the two of them out there, and it's basically a system that makes a line, let's put it this way. Whoever has the priority number 1 has the unconditional right of choosing any wave. Even if the other athlete is already on the wave, if the guy with the priority number 1 decides to go into that one, the other rider has to leave, otherwise it will be an interference call. So yeah, 2 first waves off the heat. Let's check those replays. This is Moisés Silva, first backflip, very strong maneuver, a lot of projection upwards, and then managing to complete it with one more roll. I believe, pretty sure we're going to see a higher score than Brahim's wave, since it was a stronger maneuver, and he actually managed to combine one more roll. So 8.5 for the Chilean.
Yeah, this is the first for Brahim Iddouch. If you compare, it was one single maneuver and probably not as smooth, I will say, or maybe, the section where he landed was completely different. Gotta think that Moisés coming up in this one, Moisés actually landed very radically. So check this out. Brahim Iddouch start with a little barrel there, very little, and maybe he's not finding anything there. That's a smart. You don't want to hurt yourself early in the heat, So that area, check this out, paddle battle right there. This is very important key tool for man-on-man heats is to try to get the priority. It's one of the most important things in man-on-mans, and it's to get that priority. We'll see who gets it first. We'll see Moisés is sitting deeper, and I think, it's for Moisés Silva, huh? Yeah, that was pretty cool to watch. And you know how tiring is to do that? I mean, just to get back, you coming back from executing a maneuver, right? I mean, that was actually, the case of Brahim. He was trying to find a maneuver, so he left all his air there, but Moisés got it. So, this happened while we were watching the replays. So yeah, this is the second wave of Moisés Silva, and with this wave, he placed himself in the first position. Solidifies, I might say, because right now, check that out, Brahim needs a 975, but this is only starting.
Yeah, very good job by the young Chilean there, just getting that second wave and securing a 6.25. Let's see, this is the last one for Brahim. Nice late takeoff, scooping quickly into that barrel, crumbling a little bit later, and then he just cruised throughout that section, not really finding anything else on this second wave. That was a 3.25. And just explaining for whoever's new to this, that pedal battle that Bagel was commentating, it means that when two athletes get a wave at the same time, so there's no one left in the outside, whoever reaches the lineup or the outside first is going to be assigned that priority number one. So that's why the guys try to pedal as fast as they can to get back there first than the other rider, so they can get the first spot on the line like Moises did. And you guys can see just below their names, the P and priority number one is now on the Chilean side.
Yeah, thank you, Director, for showing that. Those are the priority rules of the IBC World Tour. And here comes Brahim Iddouch and a huge backflip. That's a good backflip and a good probably score coming off his way and combined with the roll. So if you see, it's more or less the same combo that Moises performed in his first wave. We'll see, because the judges, they have the details, right? Remember, people, always keep in mind that we're watching an amplified version of reality here. The judges, they have the wide angle and they see and they can compare and they know better. That's why they're trained for. So coming back to priority rules, as you were mentioning, and it's important to keep this in mind, you know, priority in this stage of competition right here, man-on-man, one-on-one, it's super important to use, and in order to accomplish all priority rules. So Moises Silva here, let's see, one more wave, scoop into the barrel, and just a wave that I think is not going to do much in his total, but still, you know, trying to get the best out of it.
That's it. And on the last wave, Brahim Iddouch managed to get 7 points, his best wave of the heat, so for sure. With this 5-point score, backup score under his belt, he is looking for 776. So let's see this replay. Nice backflip by Brahim. Now you can see a solid maneuver for the first time in this heat, joined by the Moroccan, managing to combine one more roll and then kick out of this one. So yeah, his first solid score in this heat, now getting closer to Moises and sitting in the lineup with a priority number one.
That's right, and you know, he got a 7 for this last wave and now he needs a 776, and
this is the last one for Moises. Nice scoop into that barrel, one section, and then coming out through that second section with a roll. Not anything too expressive in this wave. Just, I believe it wasn't it didn't go according to his plans, but anyway, managed to find a nice barrel that granted him 4.5. So as he has already 2 good scores, a 8.5 and a 6.25, this wave didn't really make a difference for Moises, the current leader of this heat, sitting right now with an excellent score already in the first minutes of the day. And looking to improve from that 6.25. Still a lot of time, 16 minutes and 30 seconds into this heat.
Okay, mucho tiempo todavía nos resta, son hits de 25 minutos con 2 riders en el agua, un formato que es el más cómodo, el más justo si se quiere de la US World Tour. Estamos en la ronda número 6, que equivale a los octavos de finales para la categoría de Men Prime Series, de hombres profesionales, recordando que este año la US World Tour cambió el formato, presentó una división del Tour. Tenemos los Prime Series, que son los eventos más prestigiosos del Tour Mundial, y es solo para las categorías femenina y masculina profesionales. Puede competir cualquier persona de cualquier edad, siempre que tenga la autorización de su familiar, de su representante. Y luego tenemos los Rising Series, que están para todo. Aquí está, gracias, ahí en ese gráfico que pueden ver ahí. Lo traduzco. Los Prime Series de hombre y mujer representan los eventos más prestigiosos del Tour. Son los que cumplen con todos los estándares de competición, de competencia de nuestro deporte. Se aumentó la bolsa de premios, eso es algo súper importante. Este año $35,000 mínimo para los hombres y $25,000 mínimo para las mujeres. los eventos Prime Series van a tener extra puntos por eventos que sean ejecutados en olas de clase mundial, tipo esta, tipo el frontón. Y bueno, una cosa muy importante de estos eventos es que traen consigo el periodo de espera obligatorio, ¿vale? Que es algo que no era obligatorio antes y algunas veces teníamos eventos que se lanzaban con un plazo, una ventana muy cercana y no nos daba la oportunidad de buscar las mejores condiciones. Pero con el periodo de espera tenemos opción de esperar, de llamar a más lay days, y eso de hecho lo vivimos aquí. Ya tenemos 3 lay days para esperar condiciones como las del día de hoy. Si no hubiésemos tenido eso, hubiésemos tenido que hacer un par de días o gigante y movido o chiquitito con viento. Entonces realmente todo está pensado para mejorar las condiciones para los atletas.
Increíble el formato y creo que ayuda mucho a que vengan nuevos eventos también al Tour Mundial. So yeah, as Becca was saying in Spanish, she was talking about the fundamental change that IBC is proposing this year. So basically the events are divided into Prime Series event and Rising Series event. The Prime Series representing the most prestigious events held in world-class waves with a bigger prize money also for the athletes, at least $35,000 for men division and $25,000 for the women division, since we have more athletes competing on men division. So yes, also the waiting period of at least 12 days 10 days for men and 7 days for women, and also the judging panel that it's much more complete than the Rising Series event. And on the other hand, the Rising Series event, the idea is to propose a more accessible and cheaper event canceled by the IBC for local promoters. So if you're promoting an event at your country, a national or regional, state level event, definitely it's worth reaching out to the IBC and try to familiarize yourself with the conditions, because IBC is making it much more accessible for you to make an event canceled by the World Tour, the IBC World Tour. So yes, we have been seeing some new events starting to pop up, thankfully. In Australia, we also have one in Canary Islands to be confirmed, and another one in Morocco as well. So yeah, gonna be nice to see more events coming up.
Yeah, and talking about what you were saying, check this out. That's the calendar of this year. The calendar has, you have to read that some events said Rising Series. We're going to get back to that idea, but check this out. Brahim Iddouch, his stop, he's just going for backflips in the first section. That's very smart. And combined with the roll, this is what you need to do here. The judges know this wave to the left has the potential of showing 2 maneuvers, sometimes even 3, depending on where you take off. If you take off deep, almost if you were taking off from the right, you can barrel and you can come out with a very strong and powerful maneuver in the pocket, and probably you can perform one more maneuver in an area that it's a bit dangerous, which is right where Brahim is right now. But still, I mean, there's water there. You just have to be careful with your knees, because it has happened to me. You hurt your knees because it's super shallow. Still, there's some water, but not too much.
Yeah, so taking another look at this one for Brahim. Nice wave, really like this one. Good backflip in the first section, then he bottom turns and finds himself a little barrel there and comes out for one more roll, so milking this wave completely all the way to the end. He's looking for 7.76, so I'm not sure, but let's see if that can be enough for Brahim to take that first position from Moises, because that wave was really well ridden, and he used every single section of that wave. But it came out at 6.80 for him, so short of less than a point of what he was looking for to take the first position. So yeah, now looking to improve a little bit more, and another opportunity after Moises takes his wave.
All right, if you're just getting here, round number 6, hit number 1 of the Men Prime Series. It's what's going down right now. These are 8 hits, all right? 8 hits we have. All of them are, from now on, all the heats are going to be one-on-one. So it's super cool for all the athletes. They love this format, and I think we all do. We all love it. So yeah, we're starting right now with local. I mean, not local. He's from Arica, but as if he were local. It's Chilean and a great bodyboarder, Moises Silva. Last year, he's got his first victory of his career, winning in Itacoachara, gaining important points. And this year, you know, he's coming in strong. Competed in. He didn't go to Morocco, but he competed in Itacoachara. Unfortunately, it didn't go his way. He lost in his first heat, but sometimes these things happen. This year, a lot of different results. You know, we have seen, you know, maybe, you know, actually the defending world champions are not too up in the rankings. You know, they're Maida lost early here. We were surprised by watching her losing in the previous round. And Armida is still there. Armida is looking very strong in this competition. But yeah, he didn't do probably as he was expected in Itacoachara or Morocco. But, you know, there's still some time. There's still some events.
Yeah, I think these first events of the day are really bringing good surprises for us. I mean, we had a final between Uri Valadão and PLC in Morocco, so you guys can see how the rankings are looking like right now. So after this event here in Iquique, definitely many changes will take place over here. We have Gabriel Braga, Badreddin, Brahim, Uri, and PLC still alive in the competition, as well as Tristan. Yon was already knocked out. Joaquin Soto, Armida, Soliveres are still here as well. Armida, including, will be facing PLC, repeating that final from Itacoachara last year, where Armida came out on top. So yeah, as you said, Bego, the
I was
the
thinking
tour.
about that when I saw the.
It's gonna be a good
I was
one.
like, oh man, that's gonna be hectic for them and for everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah, Armida and Pierre, man, that's a classic at the moment. I mean, it's becoming a classic.
Definitely. I mean, super technical guys. Both of them have been finding huge scores here in La Punta dos. Armida has been exceptional in this right-hander since his first heats, you know, since the round number 3, the non-elam. So yeah, that's going to be Tristan Roberts. In the next heat, he's going to be facing the Peruvian machine, Miguel Rodriguez, a very experienced rider. That will be against the 2 times world champion and 1-time junior world champion coming from South Africa. And also on the women division, we have so many surprises as well. Bianca Simões, Constanza Soto, you know, it's
crazy.
just
We
exceptional.
have that first quarterfinal.
Yeah.
It's a junior. Well, I mean, Bianca, she's not a junior anymore. Mm-hmm. But this is her first year in the professional division. You know, this is her first year in the women division, and she's in the quarterfinals. And you know, it's going in Constanza Soto, don't get me started. I mean, she's been definitely, no doubt, she's been the revelation of the whole event. You know, she's the youngest competitor right now, still in competition. It's crazy, man.
And nice that they'll be facing each other, you know.
That's
so,
crazy.
Yeah,
I
it's
love
gonna be
it.
a big jewel over here.
That's against all odds, you know, because it's not, nobody has but at least us, we don't favor any athlete or anything here. You know, we love them all and we appreciate them all.
We favor the action.
But yeah, but you know, I mean, thinking that, you know, to see those 2 names there, for me, it's sending a huge message that how things change, right? How things are changing in the world tour.
And it would be nice to see, you know, because they are very fueled, you know, and they're very motivated. That's what have been getting them through the heats, and it's going to be nice to see who's going to be coming out on top. Moises Silva taking off on this left, nice bottom turn, boom, big backflip as well. Another section for Moises, and he finds himself another good roll with a spin and kicking out of this one. Moises is very, very familiar with that left, and these backflips are showing as very good for him.
It's been a while since I don't see 3 maneuvers in a wave, so we'll see. It wasn't like a huge wave, but it was 3 maneuvers either way, so let's see how much he gets. Maybe he improves his total. Right now, maybe with this wave, replay de la última ola de Moisés, que la leyó muy bien, la recorrió muy bien y creo que la usó muy bien. supo perfectamente qué hacer, un excelente backflip en la zona más crítica de la ola, rápido, cayó y ejecutó ese rolo y combinó con un giro de 360. Vamos a ver si logra conseguir algo más que el 6.25, que es su score de respaldo, y poner mucha más distancia con Brahim, que Brahim necesita un 7.76 y ha estado buscando fuerte. Es probable que lo consiga, recordando que ahora Brahim tiene la prioridad tan importante que es la prioridad, de lo que estábamos hablando al comienzo del hit. Es una de las herramientas más importantes que tienen los atletas en estas rondas de hombre a hombre, porque obviamente te puede dar la posibilidad o de bloquear a tu oponente o lo más importante es seleccionar la mejor ola. Pero después ya, sobre todo para quien está ganando, es importante conservar la prioridad hasta el final. Bueno, es que todavía, por ejemplo, queda bastante tiempo, si se quiere, para 2 personas en el agua, 4 minutos con 14, realmente les da la oportunidad de hacer cosas. Y yo creo que Brahim está, una nota más alta para Moisés, 7.90, y ahora sí Brahim, 9.40 es lo que necesita. Wow.
Yeah, so 7.90 for Moises Silva. You know, what I think it's making a lot of difference and, you know, being an advantage to Moises landing in the flats, you know, because all of those waves, they are very similar, you know, those back flips, but Moises is managing to show some more impact on that landing, you know, and I think that completely changes the way you perceive the wave, the way you see the maneuvers, you know, it looks much more radical. And we could see a very good wave as well for Brahim, a 7-point, where he also managed to land in the flats, but I'm seeing more impact on those laps surfed by the guy coming from Arica. And definitely I think his scores are pretty fair. You know, he's definitely in the first position over there, Bego, with his performance.
The thing is that, you know, we have seen throughout the event that the higher scores have been to the right, right? Because that has been advised. I mean, this is the day number 5, 5th day of competition, and we have been saying that throughout the whole event. The rights are granting more points. That's the criteria for this event. That has been advised when we have the technical briefing and when we have the security briefing as well. They said the rights are more, they have more potential, so the judges will give more points there. The thing with these two riders is that they feel more comfortable to the left.
Yep.
So in the case of Brahim, I will say like he probably should try one of those rides. Now he's holding the priority, so he can wait till a good ride comes. Since, you know, we have water, it's not too shallow or anything, and that's probably his chance. Let's see, this one here. Let's see, Brahim Iddouch looking for a big score, 940, maybe attacking that section, not really.
Wow.
Ooh, now he lost the priority.
Yeah,
now it could be a bit more difficult.
Definitely, Bego. With only 2 minutes remaining in the clock, it was basically a all-in game for Brahim Iddouch, you know, just having to go for one attempt, because now he's a hostage for Moises priority number 1. So, yeah, a tough situation there, not just about surfing well or doing backflips. I mean, everybody knows Brahim for the amazing rider. He is so
Powerful.
capable, you know, very strong rider from Morocco. But in this case, man-on-man heats, I just said it at the beginning of this heat, the priority is so important. And it's also a bit up to luck, you know, because you don't really know how the waves are going to be. You see that Brahim read that wave and thought it was going to be good, but it didn't really offer any section.
I thought he was going to escape from Moises, but yeah, tricky situation right here. You know, lost the priority, needing a huge score. I'm sorry. He probably should try one of those rides, you know, since Moises is. Yeah, but now Moises is not going to allow him to take the wave. And check this out, probably even a better wave for me, Moises Silva. Now, he just used the priority, so this is the moment. This is where, you know, the only chance that Brahim Iddouch has is right now. He has a priority, 43 seconds. He knows he needs to look for something. Just trying to calm down, but I don't see many lions coming in. See Wolf there. Those are okay. They have never attacked anyone. You know why? Because it's full of octopus here, and they fish for octopus.
Okay.
That's why they eat. So, all right. So you know, it's check this out. Brahim holding the priority,
Yeah.
20 seconds, but yeah, it's a tough situation, you know.
Yeah, very small window of time for Brahim to respond. There he goes, 10 seconds remaining. His last opportunity for sure. A smaller wave, manages to get through that section. Nice little invert. He actually knows that this wave's not going to be enough for him to get that 9.40. So that's it, guys. Moises Silva advancing to the next round. Congratulations to Brahim Iddouch as well for an amazing campaign here. We're going to call a quick commercial break to come back with Miguel Rodriguez and Tristan Roberts on the next heat, so stay tuned. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and good morning if you're just tuning in. We are here having the fifth day of competition at the 2025 Iquique Bodyboard Pro. We are currently seeing round number 6 for the men division with amazing man-on-man heats, and this is just going to be the second one. Miguel Rodriguez and Tristan Roberts. Good morning, Eric.
Good morning. Not a bad start to the day, huh?
Definitely amazing conditions over here. So let's jump in the water right now to see another stacked heat between these two guys. Tristan in red coming from South Africa and Miguel Rodriguez in yellow coming from Peru. 25-minute heats, no limit of waves, and just the two best ones from each riders will be making a difference to get them through. So yes, as we saw, a very good first heat over here. Saw Moises Silva facing Brahim Iddouch, a young Chilean rider, facing a very experienced Moroccan rider. And you know what? In this one, we're pretty sure we're going to see some rides. And there comes Miguel in the first wave, just waiting for that, waiting for a ramp, and there it comes for him. Nice ARS, not really pulling it out pretty quickly, but managing to turn around and secure those points. So yeah, good way for Miguel.
Good start. First right of the day, it seems, right? Like everyone, last heat, everyone was focused on the left, so yeah, it should be good to see some rights in there while we still have a lot of tide, quite a bit of tide, and quite a bit of water on the reef.
Yeah, so last heat we basically just saw lefts being served. You know, both Brahim and Moises are very good to the left. You know, they prefer the lefts. And when we're talking about Tristan Roberts, you know, he's a big fan of rights as well. He has been finding very high scores throughout the competition, going right, you know, some barrels. So let's see this replay by the Peruvian.
Yeah, let's see this replay of Miguel taking off on the first ride of the day, coming down the line, aiming for that end section, a little bird in the foreground, nice little ARS, and yeah, pulls it off, gets in front of the white water. So yeah, first wave by Miguel, putting him in, looks like he's sitting in the first position, so it's just waiting on a wave for Tristan. And that's so clean today, right? Like when we first arrived, seeing the flags blowing, it was kind of onshore in the morning, we were kind of worried. But yeah, a couple minutes later, just still glassy. So yeah, really stoked to see how the conditions turned out for this morning.
When we got here, it was pretty dark still. We couldn't see the wave, just the flags bouncing. But yeah, it changed completely. Let's see, Tristan took a look at this one. Not really decided to come on this wave. It was actually too deep for this wave. So yeah, first one for Miguel was actually a 0.5, and we're seeing also a 5-point ride with that ARS. So jumping in the first position for now, but pretty sure Tristan's gonna make a few attempts as well in this heat. And yeah, you usually see, you know, Tristan very patient, especially in this type of heats. You can't be, you know, too much in a hurry. You have to stay patient.
Yes.
You have to work the priority very well, because it will make a lot of difference when there's just two guys in the water. So let's see if we're gonna see a you know, patient Tristan over here just looking for the goodies, or maybe more active like Miguel is looking like he's been.
Yeah, definitely can be a lot more patient, right? When there's man-on-man heats, right? There's no rush, as you mentioned.
And you really have to be, you know, in the end, because imagine the other guy gets a very good wave, and you use your priority to get like a 5 or a 3 or something like that. You're gonna have to wait for the next turn, you know.
Yes.
When you come back, the guy will be on the outside, and then you have to wait for him to use his priority. And if he does so well, he will wait for another good wave. So you'll be like 2 good waves behind,
Yes.
and then the time, you know, starts to take away, and then yeah, it's a tough situation. We really have to keep up with the other guy, back to back, wave to wave.
Yeah, definitely pays off to be patient, right? In these man-on-man heats. It's just like free surfing too. If you're surfing with crowds, you know, you're gonna take whatever you can get, right?
Yeah.
But it's just surfing with a friend, you know, you're gonna take your time and choose the best ones, right?
Yeah, and you know, these guys really have to go over the rule book, you know, especially in this man-on-man heats. Really have to know the rules of priority. It looks like it's simple, but there's actually a lot more to it. So definitely knowing the rules will avoid you getting yourself into many, you know, not nice situations, you know, interference calls and interference pedaling calls as well. So yeah, definitely want to take a look at all the rule book. The rule books is just one. Is available at the ibcworldtour.com website. Miguel. Nice invert for Miguel, goes right, does an invert, completes that one, and Tristan right out the back goes for a backflip in the first section, turns around pretty quickly, realigns, goes for a roll through the lip, completes this one as well, and just combining very technically those maneuvers. Now getting back to the outside. Let's see if he gets the 5.5 that he's looking for.
Yeah, looks like Tristan's got a bit of distance ahead of Miguel, so looks like he's going to be in the priority. Nice angle. There we have our water photographer shooting the action right in the spot, right in the zone, getting that close-up angle. Love that angle right there. And yeah, let's see what we have coming out the back. See some sets on the way.
Yeah, Tristan getting back to the outside first. Priority will be assigned for him. Just another exchange as we are seeing those scores starting to pop up. Still waiting on that. Remember, guys, this event is presented by the Ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique and organized by the CORMUDEP, Sports Corporation of Iquique. Miguel's best way.
Replay of Miguel. Nice tweaked invert off that closeout section. And leaving Miguel, still waiting for the scores on those last 2 waves. So yeah, it looks like Tristan got a 5.5 on his. So as of now, he's sitting in first, and we have a replay here of Tristan Roberts taking off on this right. A backflip off the takeoff, aiming for that end section, and let's see what we have. A roll out of the lip and pulls it off. Nice little combo for Tristan there.
Yeah, so he got just what he needed, you know, very sharp score for Tristan, 5.5. Jumping to the first position right now with only 1 wave, so definitely that patient waiting for his first opportunity. paid out. We're still waiting for the second one by Miguel Rodriguez. It's probably going to be, he's certainly going to be jumping back to the first position with that second wave. He's just looking for a 0.51. But yes, guys, I want to send a big thanks to our sponsors right after this wave by Tristan. Building that speed, goes down, big backflip, a lot of impact on this one, landing on the flats, combining one more roll. Let's see if there's anything else for the South African. Looks like there is one more little roll in the last section for Tristan Roberts, 2 times world champion, and one more. I mean, combining all the way, a backflip, and I lost count of so many rolls.
Yeah, that was a great combo. I think 4 maneuvers on one wave, right?
And the first backflip was really good. Like that first section pays out, guys. You know that. Let's see this replay.
Let's take a look again. Nice, smooth, big backflip. Lands kind of in the pocket. Roll right out of it. Going to see if you can find a little wall on the inside. And I think there it is again. Same backflip.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Lands in the pocket, definitely worth showing again. Such a great wave by Tristan. And inside wall, another roll right there. And I think he actually goes for another one on the inside. So he gets 4 maneuvers in one wave. Solid backflip into 3 rolls, right?
Definitely.
Great combo.
Combined all the way to that last section. But you know what definitely granted him the biggest amount of score, the biggest part of on that score, was that first backflip.
Yeah.
That first section pays out pretty well. And guys, we're just about to hear from Moises Silva, the winner of the last heat with Bago down at the beach in a nice interview. So Bago, please take it away.
Thank you, guys. Well, Moises, great heat, difficult. Brahim and you taking those lefts, but you actually got the best of it. So how was it? How are the conditions right now?
Sí, las condiciones están un poco lentas hoy día. Aparece una ola buena, pero tarda en llegar, así que me concentré mucho en esperar la buena y poder ir atacando desde la primera sección la rampa. Gracias a Dios pude conectar un par de olas buenas que me ayudaron a mantenerme primero y súper feliz por seguir avanzando en el evento.
Well, he said that he feels the conditions are a bit tough because it takes a little long to for the wave to get, but he knows it's good ones and he was happy to find them and, just happy to keep advancing in the event. I know you are in a lot of projects right now. You are working very hard in social projects in Arica, so you want to tell the world what you're doing, what's going on?
Sí, actualmente me continúo estudiando y también a la par mantengo dando clases en la Academia del Team Atipac del Colegio Miramar. También en conjunto estamos trabajando para unos talleres que tenemos de la escuelita Chinchorro, que son gratuitos para la comunidad los veranos, poder conseguir fondos y extenderlo a todo el año, así mantener a los niños entrenando más y ya no solo enseñarles el deporte, sino a ver como que lo conviertan igual que nosotros en un estilo de vida. Y ahí nos mantenemos junto a Pedro Zagardia, mi hermano Rodrigo, mi familia que siempre me apoya, mis amigos igual, todos los que formamos parte alguna vez de la escuelita cuando fuimos niños. Estamos ahí trabajando para hacer crecer eso nuevamente, darle más fuerza y ahí empezando de a poco y escalando por más con los proyectos y hacer crecer el deporte.
Well, that's pretty cool. He keeps studying. He studies social work, and he's got a lot of projects. He's working in a school he used to be part of, and also lots of workshops and studying and trying to give back to the sport and to the school. He was once part of it. He's working with his brother as well, Bartolo, called Rodrigo Silva. And yeah, very good that you're giving back to the sport. Muy bien que le estés regresando al deporte de esa manera. ¿Quieres saludar a alguien? ¿Le agradecer?
Sí, agradecer a mi familia que siempre me apoya, a mi novia que está acá acompañándome, mis auspiciadores, Pride, el núcleo, Internestores, el Colegio Miramar, el Team Atipac, que están ahí impulsando mi carrera deportiva. Y aprovechar de saludar a mis regalones, a Miquele y al Pililo que están de cumpleaños, así que muchas bendiciones mis niños, a toda mi gente en Arica que siempre me tira la bendición. Estamos juntos, cara.
Felicitaciones, Moisés, lo mejor para el resto del campeonato. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Bago. Great to hear from such a strong young rider coming from Arica, one of the toughest places on earth to surf, for sure, especially when that's big out there. So let's see Tristan Roberts taking off on a good-sized wave. Oh, goes for the backflip, landing in the flats. This is a tough one to turn around from. So yeah, not really able to pull it off. That was going to be definitely a good score for Tristan to replace that 5.5. But anyway, he was just trying to go for something under the priority, you know, since his last wave serve during the interview was not very good. So yeah, 11 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. The South African still in the first position with Miguel looking for 7:26.
Yeah, that last wave, the one prior to that, or prior to the interview, that 8.5, that was such a beautiful wave, such a great combo, right, with such an explosive backflip off the takeoff into 3 rolos. So yeah, it looks like he's sitting in a pretty good position, but yeah, that's amazing backflip on his last wave, but unfortunately couldn't get out of it, but really good effort. So yeah, as of now, yeah, just 10 minutes and 45 seconds left in our heat, and yeah, with Tristan with a 14 total, and Miguel Rodriguez with 11.75 and needing a 7.26. And yeah, just want to thank our supporters as well. We want to give a big thanks to, of course, we want to thank our sponsors, Zofree, Iquique's Free Zone, Erizo Surf Brand, Hotel Cavancha, Kine Vita, our official kinesiologist of the event. We want to thank Club Heaven, Red Salute, Chiringuito Cavancha, and here we have a replay.
Let's see, I believe that was the last one for Tristan.
Tristan coming down the line and big backflip and lands in a pretty hectic zone, really hard to get out of it. Almost looks like you're seeing him pop out of that white water for a bit, but couldn't quite get out in front of it, but good effort. Yeah, just to continue, I want to thank Chiringuito Cavancha, La Juana Iquique, Agua Manantial, Maria del Mar Cafe, Erizo Store, and Salvavidas de Iquique. And here we have...
That's Miguel Rodriguez from Peru, second place on this heat. Starts with a 360 after the takeoff, but too deep on this wave. Not really finding any good section. And Tristan out the back, realigning. Let's see if there's any section coming for the South African. He's aiming for this one, goes down with the bottom turn, hits that backflip, landing in the flats as well. Very nice maneuver. We saw it from the water vision angle brought to you by Erizos, but definitely want to check that replay afterwards to see it from the front angle, as they definitely give us a very different perspective, right?
Yes, it's good to see that front angle too, right? It's, yeah, it's so nice to have that dynamic of water vision, front vision, a little bit of drone vision. So yeah, let's see that replay of Tristan's pure front angle, aiming for that midsection. Looks like he's got a lot of speed. Let's see that. And looks like he's hitting on the end actually. So bam, nice backflip, super clean, pulls it off. Good job by Tristan. So let's see what score he gets on that.
Yeah, so the last one for Miguel was a 2.5. Not a really good wave for the Peruvian. He's getting back to the outside right now to recover that priority number 1. And this next heat, guys, is going to be a stacked one. We're going to be seeing Armides Soliveres, the defending world champion. He'll be facing PLC, Pierre-Louis Costas, one of the most iconic riders in the history of bodyboarding.
Yes.
We can easily say that. I mean, such a monument, you know, when it comes to free surfing, to competition as well, you know, winning most of the events we have currently in the World Tour already. So yeah, definitely this is going to be a cracker.
All right, so we have Tristan taking off on this right. Yeah, not much there. Yeah, kind of closed out on the inside, but yeah, definitely looking forward to seeing that next heat. That's going to be an exciting one, right?
And it's also a repetition of the final we had last year in Itacoatiara, you know, Armide and Pierre. This was one of the 2 events Armide won last year. He won the Itacoatiara Pro and the event in Maldives as well. So yeah, that was an epic one. We had not big waves in the last day, but smaller waves, but very technical day of competition, you know. See Miguel Rodriguez starting with the 360, nice, putting his leg in the water just to recover that control. But yeah, just like his last wave, not really finding himself in that second section, not having enough speed to get through it. So Tristan recovering that priority number 1 right now. And check this out, Miguel, with only 6 minutes and 30 seconds, is looking for an 8.01, an excellent score over here with Tristan holding the priority. So that's when situation starts to aggravate for you.
Looks like we got PLC getting ready, doing some stretching, preparing for his heat. Yeah, looking forward to seeing this one.
Definitely going to be an amazing one. This is the 5th day of competition, guys. If you're just tuning in, we're going to be seeing round number 6 for men division with 8 stacked man-on-man heats taking place here at La Punta Dos. And then we will follow on with the women's division, where we will see the quarterfinals, and after that, the semifinals. So heats are stacked as well for the ladies. We have Bianca Simões and Constanza Soto facing each other in the first one of the quarters. These are definitely the two most prominent riders currently in the competition, you know, the standouts of the competition so far. Very young riders, Bianca at the age of 19, Constanza with only 15 years old. And yeah, it's going to be a battle of giants. We also will see 2 Japanese, Namika Yamashita and Yuka Nishimura on the second heat of the quarters. Third one will be Brazilian and the Austrian Canarian, let's put it this way, Alessandra Reinder, the youngest ever world champion in the history of this sport. She'll be facing Myla Venturin. And on the last quarterfinal, we'll see the 5 times world champion Neymara Carvalho facing a very strong and experienced rider coming from Rio de Janeiro as well, Nicole Calero. So stay tuned with us, guys. It's going to be an amazing day of competition here. We have been having very good days, full days with many heats, some days with 14, 16 heats, and this is going to be a very thrilling day to tune into.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be another solid day of competition with swell on the rise, and yeah, a lot going down today, so it's been an epic start. Second heat, a lot of action going down. Last heat, a lot of lefts. This heat, lots of rights, and yeah, some good scores with that solid score there with Tristan's 8.5, so it was a really good score. And yeah, just about 4 minutes left in the heat. Miguel needing an 8.01 to take that first position. But yeah, looks like we have some lines coming in, and
yeah, so it's looking like it's kind of slow out there. You know, we're seeing that there are some waves coming every time, but the really good ones, that like that 8.5 for that Tristan found himself, these waves are taking some time to come in. I mean, the big sets, you know, that really hit the reef really well. Check this one. This was a very good wave, but not big set. You know, the sets are coming bigger. Tristan's wave was a little bit bigger, but there comes Miguel just trying to find something. He's looking for an excellent score, 8.01. So that's when it gets tricky, because you don't have the priority. You're looking for a wave that really, when you really have to select a very good wave to get that score in our 8.01. It's not any intermediate wave that will provide that. And of course, that when a big set comes, a very good wave comes, Tristan will use that priority. So that's the situation where I used to say that you become a hostage to the other guy, you know, because you're just on his hands, and it's not just about surfing well or, you know, doing the best you can on a wave. It's also about the strategy, and every time you get into this situation, it's pretty tough. And I mean, it happens. It happened to Brahim Iddouch, you know, it's a very experienced rider.
Yes.
So it happens to anyone. It's just how competition is.
Yeah, that's how competition goes, right? So yeah, just a couple minutes left in our heat. Looks like the tide's going down pretty quick too, right? I think it's bottoming out around, looks like about 12:30 today. So yeah, actually 12:49 is actually going to be the low. So yeah, it's going down quick. So those rights are starting to kind of gurgle a little bit, right?
Yeah, the last days, we have been seeing the contest starting with the low tide and then filling up from there. So we were used to see the guys sticking to the lefts and then starting to see and to surf some rights as the tide was filling up. And today we have the opposite situation over here. So we're coming from a high tide. So probably we'll see this right-hander just getting shallower and shallower, and probably the riders, you know, turning to the left and looking for more short waves with a lot of impact, maybe those backflips as well. So yes, guys, 1 minute and 20 seconds situation is settling over here, but as I just say, always, it's just over when it's over. I mean, we have been seeing heats over here with buzzer beaters, you know, and some guys and girls just turning the situation into their favor in the last second. So yeah, let's see what this minute brings to us.
Yeah, kind of like that performance of Constanza the other day, right? I think it was like not even 30 seconds left in the heat, and yeah, she just changed everything last 30 seconds. So a lot can change, right?
And Bianca as well. Bianca did the same. I believe Bianca had like 5 seconds remaining when she took off on a wave, and
that big roll, right?
Knocking out Maíra Viana, you know, the defending world champion and the defending event champion here at Iquique. So yeah, it's going to be a cracker of a heat, the first quarterfinal between Bianca Simões and Constanza Soto. Make sure to tune in with us. It's going to be later today, since we have 8 heats total for this round number 6 of men division.
Yeah, so yeah, it's just down to the last 10 seconds. Let's see if any takers on this last set coming in. Looks like Tristan's not going to allow Miguel to get one last wave, just to, so looks like there it is, right?
Yeah, it is decided. It's settled, guys. Tristan Roberts will be advancing to round number 7. And Miguel Rodriguez is just closing his participation in the Iquique Bodyboard Pro. We're going to come back with POC and Armide Soliveres on the next heat, so make sure to not leave the room.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2025 Iquique Bodyboard Pro. We're running the men's division. It's going to be round 6, heat number 3. Let's hit the water.
That's right. Yeah, we are right now in men division, but yeah, we're going to be doing quarterfinals of the women. And check this out. No one else than Armide Soliveres wearing the red rash guard, and Pierre Cost the yellow. So it's going to be an amazing heat. We have some memories of these two facing each other. So intense heat. 2 of the most progressive riders that we have right now. You know, we have of course Armide being our defending world champion, and Pierre 2 times world champ. And we have already a situation there. Pierre taking off in this right. Not able to complete that, but yeah, being fast. You need that.
Yeah, on top of it, getting some waves going down already right off the beginning of it.
Alright, si están recién llegando, tenemos un hit de titanes acá, un hit que ya lo hemos visto en otras oportunidades y que en realidad no tenemos idea de qué pueda pasar. Está Armide Soliveres, que es nuestro campeón mundial, que está defendiendo su título, el campeón mundial 2024, y Pierre Costes, que es el 2 veces campeón mundial, que el año pasado estuvo tan cerca de conseguir ese título, que ha luchado tan fuerte por tratar de conseguir ese tercer título, que además ha quedado segundo tantas veces, pero bueno, vamos a ver qué pasa. Y tenemos la visión acuática, Water Vision, de parte de Erizos Brand. Gracias por haber traído esta cámara.
So here we have Armide taking off on that right with a roll on the takeoff, another roll on the inside section. Little combo, pulls both of them off, comes out into the flats. A lot of white water moving around in there. And yes, so as of now, we are, so Pierre's taking the lead with a total of 6.5, with Armida needing a 6.5. Not sure if he's going to get that score to take Pierre's lead.
All right, so replay here of last wave of Pierre, actually.
So yeah, Pierre taking off, kind of hoping for a section there, and let's see. Nice roll off that closeout. And yeah, good roll there by Pierre-Louis.
Bueno, vamos a ver, también estamos esperando la última ola de Armide, se está esperando, las notas no han caído. La última de Pierre fue un 5 que no la vimos, Pierre ya tiene 2. And this is the last of Armide Soliveres. I believe he was super smart in finding those 2 rolls, really fast approach. That's what you want, that's what you need. You need to be fast, you need to seize every opportunity, and that was a good start for Armide Soliveres. It's a 6.25. Of course, he is in second position because he doesn't have a backup score, but yeah, only looking for a 0.25, and this is going to be a good battle for sure.
Yeah, this should be an exciting heat, right? Both very high performance, explosive riders, very talented. So yeah, looking forward to seeing what goes down in this heat. Should be an exciting heat.
Bueno, y si están recién llegando, un día lleno de acción. El día de hoy vamos a hacer la ronda número 6 completa, que es la que equivale a los octavos de final de la categoría masculina profesional. Este es el hit número 3, son 8 hits en esta ronda, y después vamos a hacer los cuartos de final de las mujeres. Así que va a ser, y ver si nos da tiempo para hacer los las semifinales de las mujeres. Puede ser. Tal vez este sea el penúltimo día de competencia, todavía no está confirmado, pero bueno, si estás acá en Iquique, aprovecha de venir a la playa, aprovecha de acompañarnos, tenemos cafecito, cortesía, o sea que ahí está la cafetería María del Mar vendiendo sus cafecitos acá. También tenemos un descuento especial que ya se los vamos a mostrar, un código de la tienda que es parte de los patrocinios de acá. Erizos Store tiene un 20% de descuento con un código, ahí lo pueden ver, pueden utilizar ese código en la página erizosstore.com, es IBP25, lo ponen antes de pagar y se pueden comprar cualquier cosa de la tienda con ese código. Es una celebración, la marca Erizos está celebrando 18 años este año, y Erizos Store es la tienda que tiene acá en Iquique, que es una tienda de las primeras y de las más grandes de Latinoamérica de Bodyboard y Surf. Y también hay una sucursal en Santiago de Chile, en Ñuñoa, Domingo Faustino Sarmiento 315. Acá están en Arturo Prat 440. Así que pueden ir a visitarla. El día de hoy entiendo que no están abiertas las tiendas, pero mañana sí con todo.
All right, so here we have Armida taking off on this right. Looks like he's going to get inside section. Let's see what happens here. And nice backflip there. And yeah, so let's see if he gets that 6.25 on this. I mean, that 0.25 actually that he needs to take the lead here. But yeah, nice backflip by Armide. So let's see what he gets on this one. And yeah, Erizo's such a great shop. Definitely stop by if you're in town, or check out the website. Such quality gear, boards, clothing. Yeah, stop by there yesterday. Picked me up a nice hoodie. Super stoked on it.
Yeah, it looked good on you. All right, so yeah, we were saying Erizos Store has a discount, so if you have someone here and you want them to pick something for you, use a discount. It's only online purchases, but yeah. Erizos is one of the sponsors here. It's a brand that has been created here in Iquique, and currently has a shop in Santiago and a shop in Iquique, so, and a very cool website. I know they also ship worldwide, so you have to get in touch with them. If you want any Erizos gear, any Erizos equipment, you can get in touch with the Erizos Store people, and then you get all the information. Of course, we want to thank. Oh, check this out! That's a nice wave.
Yeah, looks like he took the lead there, right? So.
Oh, Pierre Licos is scooping into that barrel. Water vision. Thank you, director. We'll see if he can find a section. I think it's going to go for the third section with the roll there, just trying to play safe and complete moves. because that's what you need, at the beginning of a heat. Try to put the scores there.
Yes.
Only needing a 5.76. And might be there. We'll watch to see what judges think, but yeah, 17 minutes.
Yeah, they're just taking turns, taking the lead, right? So Armidi jumped into first with his last wave, and let's see what happens with Pierre's. I mean, he played it conservative, but it was a nice wave, right? Nice combo, good barrel to roll on the inside.
Yeah, we'll see how much that is, but he's looking for a 5.76. Still with not too much of sight here because it's early. Currently it's 8:28 in the morning. Pretty chilly morning Sunday. But the waves are good, and we're super happy that we waited. Yesterday we didn't have the event, we called it off. Replay here. Oh, the last of actually this happened, I think, while we were watching Pierre. Armida Soliveres, and just went for a backflip in the third section of Punta Dos. That's the last section, and as I have been saying, that's where you usually go for a maneuver here in the free surf.
Yeah, it just save all that speed and conserve all your speed until that very end bowl, right? And here we have Pierre-Louis Cosse with that replay, getting a barrel off the takeoff and looking for that end bowl. Doesn't really provide much of a room to do a backflip, but made the best of it and did a roll out of the lip and pulled it off. So let's see what Pierre got with that. Looks like he got a. All right, so Armide on this left, changing it up a little bit. Nice backflip, pulls it off, and looks like he's gonna end it there. But as of now, we still have Pierre in second, needing a 5.26, and Armide leading with a total of 10.75. But let's see where that last wave puts Armide. Scores are on the way.
And I was thinking, these two riders, they have a pretty similar style. And check this out, the left for Pierre. I was thinking about that. I was thinking they can surf equally as good to the left or right. We're going to get back to that idea, but we have the winner of the last heat and Lucas. Let's just see if Pierre is going to take this wave. No. Okay, so we can throw it to Lucas to hear from the winner. Go ahead, Lucas.
Thanks, Bago. I got Tristan over here. Tristan, very slow heat. How did you feel in the water?
Yeah, man, it's so tricky when it's so slow. Kind of waiting for that swell to kick in, which it seems like it's starting. This heat's had a little more action. And it was like a 17-second period in the swell, and I think that's kind of like what's holding it back a bit and slowing things down. But it's going to build through the day, and the guys are going to be putting on a show, so definitely get better for sure.
Congratulations on advancing to the quarters. You're facing Moises Silva. Anything special you're going to bring on this one, or just another heat?
Yeah, Moises has been on fire, had a good heat with him in the last heat, so I think we're just both going to come out guns blazing and try and put on a show, and I think it's definitely going to come down to who just gets the better waves for sure.
Amazing. Any shout-outs?
Yeah, just thanks to my sponsors, my friends, my family, my girlfriend, everyone that supports me from around the world. I just really appreciate you all. Thank you.
Congratulations, Tristan. Good luck on the next one. Back to you guys.
All right, excellent performance there for Tristan. And congratulations, that's going to be an amazing hit. First quarterfinal, Moisés and Tristan Roberts. Primer cuarto de final ya está establecido. Moisés Silva contra Tristan Roberts. Va a estar buenísimo, explosivo seguro. Y van a venir maniobrones con seguridad. Vamos a ver cómo se da. En el agua ahora mismo la situación es que Armida Soliveres tiene un 6.50 y un 6.25, está primero, dejando a Pierre Licos segundo, necesitando 7.25 Pierre. Vamos a ver cómo pasa esto, pero sí, bueno, hay tiempo, 13 minutos, pero buen trabajo del Canario, ¿ah?
Yeah, very good performance by the Canarian as well, bringing him up into the first position. And just take a moment to thank our sponsors, the Municipalidad de Iquique, Ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique, organized by Cormurepi, the Sports Corporation of Iquique, sponsored by Zofree, Iquique's tax-free zone, Erizo Surf Brand, Hotel Cavancha, and Kine Vita, the official kinesiologist of the event. And we'd like to thank our supporters, Club Heaven, Red Salud, Chiringuito Cavancha, La Juana Iquique, Agua Manantial, Maria del Mar Café, Erizo store and our Salvavidas de Iquique, keeping everyone safe out here, as it is not the safest wave, right, with not much water on the reef on that end pole. So definitely gives the riders some peace of mind, being able to push it even further, knowing that they're taken care of. So looks like we have some action coming in out the back. And let's see.
All right, so if you haven't done it, make sure to subscribe to this YouTube channel. It's important to show the love for a sport. You know, it costs nothing, and you can link with us, and you know, we have a pretty cool QR code that you can scan, and you can go to all of our socials, follow all the athletes as well. You know, they need that support. Of course, there's always room for improvement, but this is what, you know, there's a lot of work behind the scenes for bodyboard, for this tour. We all have, you can, I mean, you're completely free to have your own opinion, but if you love bodyboarding, this is what there is right now for bodyboarding, and it's a lot of work and a lot of effort for everyone that is behind the tour. So, you know, it costs nothing to you, and it gives a lot back to the sport, a lot back to the athletes. They have their dreams, they pursue their, you know, the goals. And if you just throw a like and follow them and follow the initiatives that are there, you're going to be doing a lot. So make sure to scan that.
Yeah, give it a scan, give us a follow, subscribe on YouTube, and and we're a small community of bodyboarding, right?
That's right. I mean, we have to stand together and united. I mean, differences can be solved, but in general, you know, we should, you know, try to stay together and do our part. You know, we could, if we have suggestions or you think that things can be improved, that's you're completely entitled to think that way. So just go ahead and do it. You know, do stuff, construct.
Yeah.
Not destruct. We say that in Spanish.
Yeah, constructive criticism, right?
Construye, no destruye.
Yeah, that's a good one. Construct, don't destruct. Yeah, I haven't heard that one in English, but yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, that's a full translation of Spanish slang, right? But
I like that. I like that. It kind of sounds better in Spanish. That's
sí,
right?
Construye,
no destruye.
Sí. Bueno, eso estábamos diciendo que sabemos que todos podemos tener diferencias y nuestras opiniones, pero hoy en día hay mucho trabajo detrás de esto. El Tour Mundial de la US es el único tour profesional que tenemos. Hay mucho esfuerzo, mucha dedicación de todos los promotores y también muchísimo de los atletas. Entonces apoyen a los atletas, síganlos en sus redes sociales, sigan sus carreras, apoyen los eventos también. Todo puede ser solucionado y al final, si ustedes tienen sugerencias, también pueden ustedes hacer cosas. Y here comes Pierre, we'll see him, a nice ride. It took him a while to find this one, but actually not working for him. Yeah, like what everyone has said, it's been kind of like slow at the moment, but so good that we have one-on-ones, huh?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think Tristan was saying in that last interview, might be due to the higher period, right? The 17-second period might be slowing it down a little bit, but yeah, definitely agree with you there, Beggs. With man-on-man's probably the best for these conditions that we have right now. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's a way to compete, right? You can use. What I like the most is like both riders can show their skills. You know, they have the chance, and especially in a wave like this, that you have, you know, the wave breaks to both sides. So you can choose for a right or a left, and you can perform maneuvers. Right, so heat leader Armin Soliveres going for a quick roll in the first section, and maybe one more invert, actually. Well done for Armide.
Yeah.
He's looking he's actually showing some dominance and some connection with Punta Dos this year.
Yeah, great performance there by Armide with that combo, nice invert on that end section, right? So let's see where that takes him we're waiting on the scores for that, but yeah, still sitting in first position. So let's see how much further that might bring him up away from Pierre-Louis, but yeah, still a good 7 minutes in the heat, so luck can change, right? So, yeah, looks like he got a, wow, looks like he scored an 8 on that thing, Bigo. So, yeah, he's sitting a little further up with a total of 14.5. And Pierre needing a solid 9 to get ahead of him. So, all right, let's look at that replay, that front angle of Aramide getting that roll on the takeoff and eyeing that anvil and nice invert and pulls it off. Smooth landing and awesome performance there by Aramide.
All right, so if you're just getting here, we have Armida Soliveres putting on a show here in Punta Dos. Could he eliminate Pierre Lucas? He already did that in Itaguachara in 24, you know, so it's a possible thing. I think, you know, the thing with Armida, he's like fearless, you know, he's always cheerful, always happy. And I never see like fearing his sights, you know, he's always like, what comes, I'm ready for whatever, you know, so tense moments. But you know what, if someone can get to 9, it's Pierre Lucas, of course.
Yes.
We're talking about one of the best bodyboarders in the world, and here he comes, Pierre Lucas. Let's see, going for a roll in the first section, trying to get rid of one of those 5s and connect it to the 3rd and just doing that combo. But yeah, not really able. Is he gonna regain? No. Yes, looking tough for him, looking for 9.
Yes, that's definitely going to be tough with 5.5 minutes left. But as you mentioned, with a guy like him, you know, you never know. Could definitely pull a 9 out of nowhere, right? So, yeah, so let's see what score Pierre gets on this one and waiting for that one. So let's see. All right, there we have our aerial angle looking at this split peak of Punta Dos, such a wave that's made for the bodyboard.
Yeah, this place is perfect for our sport. As you can see, the air vision, courtesy of Corporación Municipal de Deportes de Iquique and Ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique. Thank you. We are here in Chile. A lot of people that's tuning in from Chile. That's why we're doing English and Spanish. It's to pay some respect for the authorities as well.
Oh, definitely.
And everyone that made this event possible, because without them we wouldn't be here. You know, these are authorities, and this country is taking care of the whole event. So check this out, the wave here for Armida Soliveres. Right here with the roll. He's been doing these combos, safe combos, and very, very good, I will say. Oh my God,
wow.
He knew exactly what to do in that section. He wants to bring those in regular basis. He did it on the previous heat he served. So yeah, those inverted rolls are becoming his trademark so far.
I mean, that was beautiful. You know, I mean, I've seen a lot of reverse rolls, but that was like a really clean one. That was almost like a section you could have done like a solid backflip or invert off of, and you just made a nice reverse roll. So yeah, let's see the replay of that with the roll taken on the takeoff, coming into that anvil, and you're kind of thinking it might be an invert or something. Nice reverse roll. That was clean. Super good performance there by Armide.
Oh, I just loving it. And you can tell an athlete is comfortable when they start throwing new things, you know? That's kind of like a sign that they're feeling good.
Yeah.
And man, I mean, right now, he got, his last score was a 7, so he is solid in the first position. Juliano Lara used to call him Armida Soliveres in Maldives, I remember. So yeah, looking pretty sharp there with a total of 15. Right now, Pierre Lucas looking for a 950.
Yeah.
I think, you know, I was thinking, someone like Pierre with his level, such a high level of riding, and here comes here. Let's see, this one's looking good for Pierre Lucas, maybe finding a section with a backflip. Oh, no way. That is so unfortunate.
Yeah.
It's so unlikely, you know?
And then we have Armida taking off on this right. And a little reverse air on that. That was nice.
Beautiful.
Roll on the inside. Yeah, I think another roll right there, taking it to combo. Yeah, definitely think he's feeling comfortable right now, right, with just 2.5 minutes left in the heat. So yeah, he's kind of playing around at those reverse rolls. And, you know, I think reverse air is a little bit more risky
That
little
was
bit.
beautiful, actually.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, they're like a little bit harder to land. So that was,
Yeah,
so he's like in a position where it's like, take a chance there, and he pulled it off. So yeah, nice combo there.
You can tell he is confident for sure. Check this out. This is the front angle of last wave of Armide. Really beautiful to watch. Not the smoothest execution or landing, but still, you know, we love to see variety. And that's a message. He's feeling comfortable, that's for sure. Also, we have a lot of people tuning in from Canary Islands, so those updates in Spanish are also for them. And, you know, a lot of people always request a couple updates in Spanish. Armide Soliveres que se está mostrando tan cómodo, tan tranquilo, tan seguro, ¿no?
Yeah, super comfortable. Let's see this replay of Pierre coming for that backflip on the way and lands right in the barrel, and yeah, just can't really get that speed to get out of that. But good effort by Pierre-Louis Coste. And yeah, it's just not much time left, just a minute left. So yeah, Armide is looking like he's in a good position, but you never know, right? You never know as Pierre-Louis sits out there with the priority. So you never know if that wave is going to come in. It's just a matter of nature right now, right? Is it going to provide that wave that Pierre-Louis needs to score a 9.5? It's happened before, right? So let's see what happens.
Yeah, but now we'll see, you know, 40 seconds. I don't see much. Yeah, it's something like pretty similar to what happened in the previous heats, you know?
Yes.
Kind of like the same situation. So, yeah, Pierre-Louis Coste. We'll see. Oh, man. Well, you know what? I think it comes down to wave selection in this heat and in these stages. It's important to try to understand. I mean, it's hard. It's a peak, split peak right there. You know, probably sometimes it just goes one rider's wave, you know, and happens right there. It's a steal deal for Armide Soliveres, not only taking the win, but taking it in a great fashion with a total of 15 points. Congratulations to Pierre. Such a good sportsmanship. They're shaking hands there. We're going to hit a quick commercial break and we're going to come back right after this.
Welcome back, everyone. This is the 5th day of competition here at the 2025 Iquique Bodyboard Pro. We are seeing round number 6 for the men division, so let's jump in the water to see one more stacked man-on-man heat right now.
All right, so amazing performance, and check this out. No one else than Christopher Bayona in red from Peru, facing Rodrigo Silva from Arica, from here, from Chile, in yellow. So this is going to be super stacked. For sure. These two riders, they have a lot of skills, and it's going to be great to see them. I dare to say that probably Rodrigo will be choosing the left, and I think maybe Christopher will go for the right. And first block right here.
That's it, yellow coming on this right, goes for a roll in the first section, critical one, stalls, waiting for something else, comes up for him, and combination of two rolls on this wave for Rodrigo Silva in yellow.
Bueno, dos riders alucinantes que han venido dando muchísimo de qué hablar. Rodrigo Silva, ariqueño, y Christopher Bayona, peruano. Vamos a ver, esta última ola es, de hecho, de Christopher. Esta pasó cuando estábamos viendo la event. Is also asking for the updates in Spanish. So, respectfully, we have to try to throw the updates in this language, because, you know, that's also a tendency of the IBC World Tour. We have been doing this since we started, thinking that we have, right now bodyboarding is really focused on this side of the world and also in Spain and many Spanish-speaking countries, so that's why.
Yeah, basically the biggest public, I would say, if not, almost like the biggest part of the public is Latin. So yeah, let's just see this one big backflip, strong maneuver by Rodrigo Silva going left. He looks for that wave to see if there's anything else, but not really. But that was a very strong first one. Definitely gonna jump far away in the first position right now and leave Christopher Bayona looking for a combination of maybe of two good waves. Let's see what comes for him. But yeah, that's definitely going to be a good score.
Esperando por scores de estos dos últimos riders, ustedes pueden ver las notas en la página de la IBC World Tour. Aquí viene Rodrigo Silva, este va a ser su mejor ola prácticamente. Buenísimo ese backflip, muy parecido a los de su hermano que ganó el primer hit y que sabemos que está motivado, ¿no? Rodrigo viene con todo, un excelente bodyboarder de Arica, ¿no? Ya con corta edad y mucha trayectoria. Una ola aquí para Christopher Bayona del ángulo del agua, cortesía de erizos, entra en el tubo, un poco más de tubo para Christopher y continúa para la tercera sección en un RS. Fuerte, Christopher Bayona está bien, bien fuerte. Y como decía al comienzo del hit, yo sabía que iba a ser así. Christopher iba a ir para las derechas y Rodrigo iba a ir más para las izquierdas. Saben correr los dos a ambos lados, pero esos son como sus lados fuertes.
Yes, and Christopher has been violent in this competition.
Violent, that's a good one.
I mean, with high scoring action in every single heat, hitting those big ramps. But let's see this one. Scoops into a nice barrel deep on this one. Nice drive, a lot of white water in front of him. Manages to come back in the foam ball and finds a little nice perfect section for him to execute this backflip. So yeah, that's going to be definitely a very good score for Christopher Bayona, getting for sure very close to Rodrigo Silva. Definitely after this wave will be just a matter of getting a backup score and getting back in the game strong right now with 20 minutes left.
All right, so one more replay here. We want to see this one. This is the 7th. Yeah, this is the 7th for Rodrigo. Great move. So yeah. Right now, we're waiting for that last wave of Christopher Bayona, and we'll see who takes the lead. But yeah, I mean, Christopher, he will need to get rid of that 1.5. I think a big score is coming his way for his last wave, but yeah, definitely he will need to change his backup. 9.25 for Christopher Bayona. Now he's looking for a 3.25. Fue una ola muy buena, fue una ola muy completa. Difícil de sacar ese tubo y de hecho lo habíamos visto en los hits anteriores. Un tubo tan profundo, exacto. Él desapareció por completo. 9.25 es esta ola que está acá, como lo pueden ver. Entró, desapareció y de hecho ahí pensamos que no iba a salir y salió, y no salió por abajo, salió por el medio del tubo y además leyó muy bien la tercera sección. Entonces hace sentido ese 9.25 para Christopher Bayona. Ahora todavía no está primero porque necesita un score de respaldo de 3.25. Rodrigo tiene una ola buena, muy buena, es la de 7 y una ola de mediano score que es la de 5.50. Así que no está mucho todavía, mucha tela por cortar en este hit. Solamente han pasado 7 minutos, imagínate. Ahora qué falta, como dicen por ahí.
Let's see this one. There's Rodrigo Silva going right. Surfing both sides. Oh, goes for an air reverse, but kind of gets stuck with the lip there and landing on it. Not really able to launch himself and to get into the air. And let's see if there's a broken leash or something like that. But yeah, Bago, I was just gonna say that beforehand in the previous heats, we haven't seen a barrel like that. I saw that Pierre got a barrel during the heat when I was getting ready for the interview with Tristan down at the beach, but it wasn't even by far as deep as Christopher's barrel. So Christopher's was a really good one. And especially in a slow day like today, it's not easy to find those waves all the time. So yeah, definitely an excellent score, 9.25. Now looking for a very small score, just 3.25 to get to the first position. So pretty sure he's going to look for something good as well to, you know, create a lot of distance and take that first place by far from Rodrigo Silva.
You know, I was thinking, I was saying that in the previous heat, it really comes down to wave selection. You know, it's key today. We don't have, you know, it's kind of slow at the moment, but still there's some really good ones. Moises said it in the first interview. He said there were very good waves, but they were slow, so you have to choose them properly. And yeah, it's just, you know, there's so much waves, you know.
Making every maneuver. But yeah, it looks like we have the interview ready with the winner and of the last heat and Eric down at the beach. Eric, bring it on.
Thank you, Lucas. So, congratulations, Armides. How does it feel to share the lineup with a rider like Pierre-Louis Coste out there?
Pues siempre es increíble competir contra un rider así, contra uno de los mejores de la historia. Él siempre ha sido mi ídolo, lo he estado diciendo en cada entrevista en que me han preguntado y me siento súper bien de competir contra él, incluso casi con más confianza porque la motivación me hace llenarme de orgullo y de ganas de superarme a mí mismo, entonces siempre es increíble competir contra él.
It's always been amazing, you know, Pierre has always provided so much inspiration for him. It's always been his idol, so he's looked up to him so much. So to be out there now and competing with him is just giving him more motivation, and yeah, he's super stoked to have done so well in this heat, and all the motivation he's got from Pierre and to win in that heat has just given him even more motivation. So I noticed you're getting a little bit innovative out there. You know, you're sitting comfortable in first position. So what were you doing? Were you feeling comfortable, you know, having done that reverse roll? You know, that was a big surprise to all of us.
En los free surfing muchas veces suelo intentar hacer maniobras nuevas porque hay veces que me he hecho daño haciendo las maniobras normales y de tanto hacerlas como los backflips he sentido como congestionado la espalda un poco y entonces eso me ha dado ganas de innovar para no hacerme tanto daño a veces. Y también porque casi todas las olas era casi siempre hacer la misma maniobra y que todo el mundo veía, entonces quería innovar. Sé que ya hay gente que ha inventado la maniobra, pero es verdad que no la suele hacer mucha gente y creo que es hora de cambiar las cosas.
Yeah, you know, he said he's used to doing so many backflips, and yeah, it kind of does some damage on the back, you know, injuries, you know, constant repetitive backflips. So yeah, he thought he'd change it up a little bit, and you know, just getting innovative. It just makes it's better. It just creates more interest in bodyboarding, and so yeah, he likes trying new stuff, and he thinks that's what we need to do for the sport. And I agree with him 100%. Congratulations, Armides! Great performance today. Any shout-outs?
Gracias a todos, muchísimas gracias. A los sponsors, como digo siempre, que me ayudan a estar aquí, a la familia también, a los amigos y a mi novia que la echo de menos, que es la que más me está apoyando ahora mismo junto con mi familia. Chao.
Congrats. Back to you, Lucas and Bego.
Great to hear from the defending world champion, innovating a lot, and we definitely enjoy, and everyone at home for sure enjoy seeing some a different range of maneuvers. You know, it's as Armides says, it's very usual to see the guys doing backflip. This first section of La Punta Dos is a perfect one. It asks for a backflip, you know, but definitely when we reach these stages, and especially with the high scores that Armides was already holding, it's a nice thing to try and put some more difficulty on the maneuvers, you know, and add some sauce to that.
That's right, that's right. Bueno, última bola de Christopher Bayona, un 7.50, está primero. Ahora Rodrigo Silva necesita un 9.75, está wow. Explosivo, está buenísimo. Sabíamos que íbamos a recibir algo así, sabíamos que esto era lo que se venía porque realmente son dos nombres del bodyboard, son dos jóvenes y que han dado mucho de calor. Aquí está Eder Luciano preparándose para otro hit que va a ser una locura porque es Eder Luciano con Uri. Son amigos que viajan juntos, que se quedan en la misma casa y que tienen que enfrentarse, pero así es el bodyboard.
Christopher Bayona goes right, leader of this heat, not finding anything too special. Pessoal do Brasil, bom dia a todos. Próxima bateria vai pegar fogo na água com Éder Luciano e Yuri Valadão. Quero ver todo o Brasil aí acompanhando essa bateria. Categoria feminina também vai para a água mais tarde com umas atletas brasileiras aí, Mayla, Nicole, Neymara e Bianca Simões representando.
Okay, one more look to the last wave of Christopher Bayona. This happened while we were in the interview. Check this out. This is a 7.5 of Christopher. That attack right there, it was so critical. And I have to say, the way he turned around those ARSs, it's super fast, you know?
Yeah.
Very in control with those. So wave here for Rodrigo Silva, beautiful backflip. And landing it. Rodrigo, 975, combined with the roll. Yeah, just so you know, maybe not the 975, but maybe changing the 5.5?
Yeah, and what a change of situation, right? We saw Rodrigo jumping in the first position beforehand, and then Christopher just found an excellent score after that with that ARS, huge maneuver. Christopher always with a lot of impact on that landing, you know, very tough ones to pull out, and he makes it look easy, you know. So yeah, changed things into his favor on this heat, now holding the priority back on the lineup. And yeah, as we're seeing the clock ticking away now with 10 minutes and 50 seconds, things are turning into the Peruvians' favor. So yeah, doing very, very well in this heat, just like he did the whole comp. And let's see this replay. This is the last one for Rodrigo Silva. That was a 6-point ride. So starting with a backflip, lands in the foam ball there, but manages to recover that speed and goes for a roll through the lip on the closeout section. Takes some time to show up. So yeah, definitely that execution took a few points from Rodrigo's wave, but anyway, a significant one, 6-point ride for him, increasing a little bit his backup score, but still looking for the same 9.75. It's all or nothing right now for the Chilean Bago as the time is approaching, you know, we're approaching the end of this heat.
Sí, diciendo un poco lo que estaba diciendo Lucas, es ahora o nunca, tiene que dejarlo todo en el campo de batalla. Rodrigo Silva, 9.75 lo que está buscando. Él de todas formas ya como que entendió que tiene que irse para las derechas porque se sabe que las derechas dan más puntos. Aquí viene Christopher, un backflip cayendo fuerte y bueno, alguna más, un roll-up, una ola que no sé si vaya a hacer influenciar su score total con esas notas que ya tiene. 16.75 total, increíble performance de este peruano, pero sí, Rodrigo, lo que hemos dicho a lo largo de toda la competencia, que fue avisado, las derechas dan más puntos, los jueces consideran que tiene más potencial la derecha. Es cierto, es más larga, tiene secciones de tubo, tiene secciones radicales, puedes hacer muchas más maniobras, puedes tener yo creo que esa perfección que es un tubo grande como el de Christopher saliendo con una maniobra grande también, con una maniobra crítica. Eso es algo que no todos los lugares del mundo te ofrecen.
Yeah, so let's see this replay for Christopher. So driven, check this backflip, very strong, and how he builds that speed, you know, even in a small wave, goes for a roll. A very technical rider, very strong guy. This was a 6.5, so didn't make it into his final score. But yeah, as Bago was saying, the right-handers, they hold the potential here in Punta Dos. Of course, that with the low tide, when the rights become super dry and the lefts actually get better, many athletes take advantage of the left, but usually the potential is more on the right. So let's see this one. Oh, tries to scoop into that barrel, but just got too dry with a lot of white water on his way and not making it into that barrel.
Bueno, Rodrigo está buscando, todavía quedan 8 minutos, se sabe que él tiene la capacidad, lo que sí hemos visto, imagínense el hit anterior, que Pierre se fue necesitando una nota muy parecida a la que necesita Rodrigo ahora, y también pasó con Miguel, y también pasó en el primer hit con Brahim. Definitivamente es en las rondas de hombre a hombre, en un lugar como este, vamos a volver a esa idea después de esta ola, vamos a ver Water Vision, beautiful invert there. Ay, Rodrigo. Bien bonito, ¿ah? Rodrigo se fue bonito para los dos lados.
Yeah, Bago, very good execution by Rodrigo, especially checking through that water vision brought to you by Erizos. And thanks a lot to our filmmakers inside the water. It's pretty cold over here today, especially the water. But let's see this one more time from the front angle. So yeah, taking off late, builds that speed, goes all the way down, a nice extended bottom turn and launched into the air with the spread legs, completing this one pretty cleanly, actually. And yeah, it's that can be more than a 6-point ride, I believe, for Rodrigo. Let's see what the judges will give him. But I don't think that it'll be the 9.75. I mean, that's got to be a really impressive wave.
A big wave with a barrel and coming out with the maneuvers, you know, that's what it is. Nines are only there, people. The nines, I think, are, well, who knows, maybe in a very good left. But check this out, loving that image. That's Eder Luciano. I think he's having a spiritual moment there, getting connected. Using a backtail, huh?
Yeah.
I think, yeah. And,
old school style.
Yeah. And Uri stretching, getting ready, 2 friends. But it's what it is, it's competition. No friends in the water, no friends.
No, not at all, not at all.
Only colors, no
That's
names,
it.
right?
These guys are staying in the same house, as you say. I mean, they're very close friends. You know, they're, I mean, as a country, they get together. You know, as a countrymen, fellow men, they get together. You know, and helping each other through the competition. But once you get to this stage, like a man-on-man heat between the two of you, it's definitely a divorce, at least a momentaneous divorce over there for them, you know, to each one to keep their strategies and, you know, their head into a nice place as well. But yeah, 2 very good athletes, very experienced, both of them. Eder has been in the tour for countless years right now, Uri as well. He was the last Brazilian world champion in 2008, 17 years ago, and this guy is still so on top of his game, winning the first event in Morocco. So yeah, definitely Uri, when he connects himself with the conditions, he is one to look for. So 2nd place in the ranking right now.
Uri, like we were saying, I mean, check this out, that's a huge achievement. Some things will move here, we'll see how this event turns out, but definitely a couple changes. John Emar has been knocked out already of the competition, Brahim as well. And yeah, Pierre as well. So we'll see how that goes. Okay, a wave here for Rodrigo Silva, and a smaller wave, not really offering anything for him. Rodrigo, ahora sin prioridad, debería tratar de volver rápido. Ojalá, o sea, lo que pienso yo que podría hacer, podría esperar a que Christopher tomara una ola, recuperar la prioridad y tratar de escoger la ola más grande y más crítica que pueda haber de la derecha, que es la única que yo creo que le puede pagar ese 9.75, porque las izquierdas no están teniendo ese potencial. Sí, hemos visto buenas izquierdas, de hecho Moisés ganó cómodamente con izquierdas en el primer hit del día, pero definitivamente las derechas son las que están ofreciendo la mayor cantidad de los puntos, y para esa necesidad 9.75 creo que esa tendría que ser la estrategia. Independientemente de los resultados, ya tiene muy buen resultado quedando noveno. Si es que perdiera aquí, aquí viene esta ola. Vienen ahí intentando algo diferente, pero no. 3 minutos con 30 sin prioridad.
A lot of pressure kicking in for Rodrigo Silva. I mean, it's a tough situation. I want to see how Christopher will play the priority in these last minutes, because he's not usually that type of guy that, you know, really uses the priority too much or try to block the other rider, or, you know, have so much strategy, you know, in playing the rules and everything. He's a very, like, natural guy, you know, that just goes for his serve and try to go big. And there he is, using that priority with 3 minutes remaining. Goes for a nice wave. Boom, crazy ARS in the first section. Goes for another one, this time choosing the roll. Not sure if that's going to be more than a 7.5 for Christopher, since it wasn't like a set wave, proper set wave, but it was a very good one. The wave really was very perfect, and the maneuvers were strong as well. So yeah, just as I was saying, Bago, Christopher is not the type of guy that really wants to play rules and hold the priority, you know, and that's what he showed. With 3 minutes remaining, he could have saved it, you know, to try and block Rodrigo, but let's see this one. He chose that wave.
Okay, replay for the last of Christopher, and, you know, he got those ARSs on point, man. Perfect. combined with the roll. And yeah, I agree with you. You know, he's not even thinking about the other competitor. Some competitors are like that, you know. Some don't really pay attention to blocking or using the priority. They just want to surf, you know. Some people just want to keep taking waves. And especially here, people, this place in the free surf is so crowded, like seriously crowded. We also have a junior event right after this. And we will have a national event right after the Junior Rising Series event of the IBC World Tour. So there are a lot of athletes here. So let's see this one. Rodrigo Silva, probablemente su última oportunidad, un hermoso backflip para la derecha. En la parte crítica, esta ola va buena para Rodrigo. Combina con otro en la tercera. Y bueno, fue una ola bien bonita. 9.75, no sé, pero fue una ola bonita de Rodrigo definitivamente.
Yeah, strong backflip in the first section, but not really able to pull it off on the second one. So yeah, looking for a huge score, almost perfection over there. 9.75. It's going to be a tough one there. He got 8 points actually. Very high score for that wave. I mean, if he completed that second one, he probably would have gone to those 9s or something like that. Let's see this one more time. Yeah. A lot of speed taken off, extended bottom turn, goes for a straight backflip, not using the legs or anything to complete, comes back to the line, goes up for another one, but then having trouble pulling it off, not really showing in front of that white water. Anyway, an excellent score for him. Now he's looking for a bit less, Bego, 8.76, but with time definitely turning against him.
Un score excelente la última ola de Rodrigo, la verdad. Sí logró bajar un poco la necesidad, ahora necesita un 8.76, recibió un 8, pero ahora ya no tiene la prioridad y claro, Bayona, mira, ahí ya se felicitaron. Es tan bonito ver que los chicos tengan ese profesionalismo, ¿no? Rodrigo sabe que no iba a tener, mira qué bonito, se dan un abrazo. Very nice sportsmanship there. This is what it all comes down, people, you know, being fair, being happy for the contender. It's so great. All right, people, a lot more to come in this day number 5 of competition here on the 2025 Iquique Bodyboard Pro. Don't go anywhere. We will come back right after this commercial break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 5th day of competition here at the 2025 Iquique Bodyboard Pro. We are seeing currently the round number 6 for the men division. Welcome back, Eric.
Thank you. Good to be back. Such an epic day of competition so far. Halfway through round 6. Let's see what else goes down.
That's it. So let's jump in the water to see heat number 5 with a battle of Brazilians. Who do we have here?
So we have Uri Valadão. And we have Luciano in yellow with Uri in red.
Então, pessoal, vou estar cobrindo também em português aqui, tentando atualizar o máximo possível, né? A linguagem oficial na transmissão da IBC é o inglês, é a linguagem que realmente atende a todos e que a gente acaba focando. Porém, nesse caso aqui não dá para evitar, né? Vou ter que falar um português com vocês aqui. Yuri Valadão, nosso último campeão mundial em 2008, que 17 anos depois continua no topo do jogo dele, ali, mais forte do que nunca. O Yuri Valadão super consistente. Ele vem de uma vitória na primeira etapa do circuito mundial em Marrocos. Na segunda etapa em Itacoatiara acabou sendo eliminado até cedo ali, não se deu muito bem. E do outro lado a gente tem o atleta Éder Luciano, lá do sul, super forte também, que está competindo no circuito mundial há muitos anos já. Então, dois atletas muito experientes. A gente tem boas condições aqui em Punta Doce, porém está um pouco devagar. Então, vamos ver como é que esses dois vão lidar ali com a questão da prioridade, como é que eles vão encontrar, quem vai encontrar as melhores ondas nesses 25 minutos.
All right, so here we have Uri and Eder waiting patiently as they are in this man-on-man heat. No rush here, right? Just two riders out there and a little bit slow with the high period, I think. So, yeah, while they're waiting, I can start off by giving a big thanks to our sponsors, the Ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique, organized by Cormudepe, the Sports Corporation of Iquique. I'd like to thank Zofri, Iquique's tax-free zone sponsor, Erizo Surf Brand, Hotel Cavancha, Kine Vita, our official kinesiologist of the event, and of course our wonderful supporters.
Yeah, we also have Club Heaven, Red Salud, Chiringuito Cavancha, La Juana Iquique, Agua Manantial, Maria del Mar Café, Erizo Store, and Salvavidas de Iquique supporting this event. Thanks a lot. There comes Eder Luciano through that, with the bottom turn through the outside of that wave and goes for a roll. First conservative wave for Eder Luciano. Let's see how this one is gonna be a first step for him in this heat.
It's like 5 minutes into the heat. That was our first ride of the day, I think, right? So,
of the heat?
Yeah, of the heat, I meant to say, yes.
5 points. Então, 5 pontos para o Éder Luciano. Fazendo uma atualização aqui. Nós vamos terminar o round 6 às 11 da manhã, hora local aqui de Iquique. O evento vai ser colocado on hold, em espera, pessoal, e depois nós voltamos às 2h30 para continuar com os quartas de final e semifinais para a categoria feminina. Então, temos vários atletas brasileiros aí também. Então, só avisando, às 11 horas o evento vai ser colocado on hold e a gente volta às 2h30 para dar seguimento com a categoria feminina, já que a maré vai estar bem seca por volta desse horário. Então, a comissão técnica, juntamente com os atletas ali, decidiu ter esse intervalo aí de tempo de espera para poder esperar a água começar a voltar, né, a maré encher, para ter mais água nessa direita ali, porque senão fica muito seco e não dá para competir. So, the event will be put on hold at 11 local time here in Iquique.
Okay.
We're going to finish it up with the round number 6 of men, and then we come back at 2:30 for the quarterfinals and semifinals for the women division. So, if you want to also let people know that in Spanish.
Oh, sí, que vamos a poner una pausa en el evento a las 11 y vamos a comenzar a las 2:30. Vamos a hacer por asunto de marea o algo así,
sí.
¿no? So here we have a replay of Eder coming around the section, hitting a roll, landing in the pit. Can't really get through that, but yeah, definitely made the best of that wave. And so yeah, we're still waiting on a wave from Uri. I'm not sure if I don't think Uri's taken a wave yet. So you have Eder Luciano sitting in first place. So yeah, taking a little break there between 11 and 2:30 p.m. So yeah, be sure to tune back in at 2:30 as the tide starts coming up and get that tidal push. And it's looking like the conditions will be decent throughout the afternoon. So yeah, it should be good to check out the women's division on the next half of the day. But yeah, we're about halfway through round 6 in the men's division. Just 4 more heats, including this one. And
it's going to be it. So yeah, we have a low tide at around 1 p.m. So yeah, we're going to have some time for the tide to start filling in and some better conditions for the end of the day. So yeah, we have the winner of last heat, Christopher Bayona, we're going to hear from him pretty soon down with Bago at the beat. So Bago, take it away.
Thanks so much, guys. Well, super impressed. I believe the whole world is with your performance. That was amazing. So what's going on in the water? Because we see that probably there's only a few opportunities. If you take that opportunity, you are going to win the heat. So tell us a bit about it.
Ya, hola a todos que están sintonizando el canal. Sí, tienes mucha razón, que igual era cuestión de suerte, que si no salía del tubo, pienso que no me hubiera tocado otra ola igual, porque durante el hit se paró un poco y a último empezó a tirar unas olas buenas, pero creo que es la oportunidad que te toca la hora, hay que saber aprovecharlo muy bien. Gracias a Dios pude salir ese tubazo, no sé cómo la hice, simplemente cerré los ojos y esperé salir del tubo. Y nada, acá estamos contra mi hermano Bartorro, un gran nivel, yo lo respeto mucho, creo que él también siente el mismo respeto por mí. Justo terminando el hit nos abrazamos porque somos hermanos del mar, compartimos muchos viajes en todas las competencias mundiales. Yo tengo un respeto muy grande por él y competir contra él un gusto y un honor también.
Well, he said definitely he thinks it's a one chance that you have out there. He actually didn't even know how he got out of the barrel. He closed his eyes and said, just, I don't know, let God decide. And he came out and performed the maneuver. But yeah, he feels it's one opportunity. He was lucky also. And he said it was hard for him because he respects and he loves Rodrigo. He's his good friend. They travel together. They have a lot of experience together. They hug each other when the heat was over. So really beautiful to watch. But yeah, he really feels he was lucky. All right, so right now, quarterfinals. Who would you like to face? ¿A quién te gustaría tener ahí en ese cuarto de final?
Creo que voy contra Armides.
No, ya está, ¿verdad? Cierto.
Sí, creo que voy contra Armides
¿Qué piensas de estar contra él?
Y bueno, también otro amigo mío, nos respetamos mucho, yo lo respeto mucho, lo respeto mucho pero también porque es campeón mundial, o sea, Armides va a ser una gran batalla y bueno, que pase lo que tenga que pasar.
Oh, of course, it's been established he's going to be facing Armide, but Armide is also a good friend of his, and he respects him a lot. He's a defending world champion, but yeah, he said whatever has to happen will happen, so he was just, I think what you think, and you have told me that, you go there, you do your best, you don't even see the other person, you don't even watch the other person, and you just do your best. Lo que tú haces es salir y hacer tu mejor, así que seguro esto va a ser en el próximo cuarto de final. ¿Quieres agradecer o saludar a alguien ahora?
Sí, por supuesto. Primeramente agradecer a mi mamita, a mis hermanos, a mi familia, que gracias a ellos estoy acá. Agradecer al Flippy, a mi mamita Clau, a Mutan, a Fabio, a todos los chicos que están acá, Emanuel, Janita, Miguel, Solange, la armada peruana que estamos acá. Nos sentimos como en casa porque somos una unión bien grande. Y bueno, agradecer a mis auspiciadores, que sin ellos tampoco yo podría estar acá. Ahora simplemente estar concentrado, agradecer a Dios por esta oportunidad que me está dando nuevamente. Bueno, a Lito, a Kiko, a toda la gente de Perú, de Punta Hermosa y bueno, sobre todo al maestrito Flippy, que ya le saludé al comienzo, pero creo que él me ha levantado la moral grande porque pasé justo por problemas que son complicados, pero nada, acá estamos, levantar la cabeza y seguir para adelante. Muchas gracias.
Aprovechando cada segundo. Felicitaciones y lo mejor para esos cuartos de final. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Bago. Christopher Bayona representing La Armada Peruana, Peruvian army here, and he's still alive and more explosive and radical than ever. I mean, you guys could see those replays of his waves of the last heat, total of 16 points and something like that. And yeah, Christopher passing most of his heats with the first position. So yeah, I mean, doing very strong, a very good candidate for the contest. And yeah, we're just advancing a lot. All of these guys will meet themselves one more time in the quarterfinals. Yeah, coming back to the heat, we had action by Uri Valadão taking the first position with the 575. There comes the payback, by Ed Luciano. Just speeding up on this one, goes under the barrel for a backflip, or maybe an ARS. We're gonna see that pretty soon from the front angle. He's able to pull it off, and that's gonna be his backup score, since he's just looking for a 151 to take back the lead. Pretty sure this is gonna happen now with only 13 minutes remaining.
Yeah, just a small score needed to take that lead back by Eda. Yeah, looking forward to seeing what that was on that last one, right? Whether it's a backflip or ARS, but it's kind of nice. He did it like through the lip, right?
Yeah.
I thought it was gonna be a roll, but yeah, looks like he did something good there. So
Sketchy waiting for that section, right? It take a lot of time, and yeah, let's see this replay.
So yeah, coming down, not much water on the reef. It's starting to get lower tide, and let's see what he hits on that end part. And it looks like it. I'm thinking it might have been an ARS backflip. It's kind of right in between, but yeah, good performance there by Luciano, sitting in first. And so yeah, it looks like Edar is still okay.
Woody out the back, takes off on this one. Huge invert. Wow, such projection. Looking for something else, goes for a roll. What a nice way for Woody, making it look easy. I mean, definitely gonna ditch that 0.75. Now looking for only 325. Pretty sure he's getting back to that first position. You know, Edar's maneuver was executed in the last part of the wave, you know, just under the lip as we saw. And he ended up using his left foot to turn around. So definitely that took a few points from Edar, but not the cleanest execution.
So yeah, here's that invert by Uri coming down to the end section. Nice little roll off the end. So good combination. So yeah, pretty sure he should be able to get at least a 3.25. That was a good one, definitely. So yeah, let's see what he gets on that. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that should bump him up into first as soon as we get the scores on that last wave by Uri.
Yeah, I think that that's going to be a good to excellent score. Maybe let's see what the judges will think. But you know, that invert with a lot of projection, you know, just going upwards a lot and completing it in the pocket and going for one more roll. 6.75, so a good score for the Brazilian in red. Então, pessoal, a gente está tendo alguns intercâmbios aqui na bateria, né? O Éder começou na primeira posição. Durante a entrevista, a gente viu o Uri Valadão tirando um 5.75 com aquela primeira onda dele. Depois Éder conseguiu pegar um backup ali, conseguiu pegar uma onda de respaldo, né? Um 4 pontos, ficou com 5 e um 4, voltando brevemente para a liderança da bateria. Porém, deixou o Uri Valadão, o atleta da Bahia, o último campeão mundial brasileiro, precisando de apenas 3,5 ali para poder virar o jogo, e ele conseguiu 6,75 com aquele aéreo. Aí vem o Uri Valadão numa onda intermediária, vem acelerando, vai para a primeira sessão, acaba não encontrando um bom timing ali. Certeza que o Uri estava só tentando talvez aumentar o somatório dele sem a prioridade, né? Já que a gente tem uma bateria homem a homem aqui, onde a prioridade realmente funciona muito bem. Então é aquela fila ali, né? Um pega onda, o outro pega onda, e se vem uma oportunidade de pegar uma onda sem a prioridade, que o outro atleta não vai te bloquear, por que não, né? Tem umas boas aqui em Punta 2 hoje e com certeza dá para achar muita oportunidade.
So yeah, as of now, status update. Yeah, so we have Uri sitting in the first spot with a total of 12.5, and Eder needing a 7.5 with 9.5 minutes on the clock. And yeah, it's kind of slow right now, but yeah, let's see if we get some more action coming in. And as Lucas was mentioning before, yeah, we're just gonna have. We're going to be pausing at 11 a.m. and restarting at 2:30 p.m. with the women's. That will be the next ones. In the women, it will be the quarterfinals, starting with Heat 1, which will be Bianca Simoes against Constanza Soto. Yeah, so looking forward to jumping into the women's quarterfinals this afternoon. And Heat number 2 will be Namika Yamashita and Yuka Nishimura, and Heat 3 will be Alexandra Reinder versus Myla Venturin from Brazil, with Heat number 4 having Nishimura, Carvalho. So here we have Uri on this right, backflip, pretty good projection for how small that wave was. He definitely made the best of that. So yeah, should get him a little bit higher up. Let's see if he it's a little bit more than a 5.75, put him a little further up. Yeah, let's see what the score shows on that last one.
Yeah, not sure whether this one will make a difference for Uri or not, but definitely he is, you know, staying active under the priority that comes at the Luciano goes for the first section, chooses that backflip, not really pulling it off. And yeah, they're just paddling back strong there, try to get that first priority back on the lineup. So let's see this replay from Uri. Nice little section, goes for a nice backflip, completes it and turns around pretty quickly with the roll right off the back. And that's a 5.90 for him. So actually ditched the 575 and got a bit more than that. Just creating some distance between him and Eder. That now looks for a 7.65 to take the lead back from the Bayona.
Yeah, he's sitting a little bit further up in his position there. And let's see.
Então a última onda do Uri Valadão conseguiu um 5.9. O Uri está trabalhando muito bem ali, sem a prioridade, né? O Luciano estava segurando a prioridade por um tempo. Pegou essa primeira onda que ele errou a manobra ali na primeira sessão, então já volta para o pico mais rápido o Éder. Consegue aquela prioridade número 1 de novo, vocês podem ver ali na tela, o P1 amarelo, que mostra a ordem de prioridade. Como a prioridade está o X ali, é porque o Uri ainda não chegou no outside, então assim que ele chegar lá no outside, a prioridade número 2 vai ser entregue ali pro Uri, que fica na sequência da fila. Mas o Uri está fazendo um bom trabalho ali, sabe que está um dia lento aqui em Punta 12, então não tem tantas oportunidades toda hora de onda da série. Então a gente ainda não viu nenhuma onda nessa bateria excelente, né? A gente tem visto, pelo menos todas as baterias, a gente tem visto uma ou duas ondas excelentes aí. Nessa a gente não viu, então o Uri está sendo bem estratégico ali, inteligente em buscar surfar sem a prioridade e tentar se manter ativo nessa bateria. Tem funcionado para ele. Conseguiu aumentar um pouco o somatório com esse 5.9, trocou aquele 5.75 e segue na primeira posição, deixando o Éder agora buscando 7.65 para poder voltar para a liderança. E aí vem o Uri, ó, tá vendo? Mantendo-se bem ativo ali, sem a prioridade, para não ficar parado nesse dia de hoje aqui, quinto dia de competição do Iquique Bodyboard Pro.
All right, as of now, status update. Still Uri sitting in first with 12.65 and Eder needing 7.65 with 5.5 minutes left in the heat. So, Eder's going to need a decent wave to get ahead of Uri. So, pressure's coming down on Eder, and as it's not the most consistent right now. So, definitely getting down to the moment.
Yeah, I want to see if Eder actually handled the priority to Uri on that one, because he looks like he was paddling to that wave, but I believe just the wave just arrived. He was just getting closer, but didn't even actually paddle to that wave. So he's still holding priority. But who's coming on this one is Uri Valadão, bottom turn through the outside section, not being in time for the next one that just closed out in front of him. So
looking like it's getting a little bit of texture, huh? I'm not sure if that's the wind but definitely not as clean as it was an hour ago. But still a lot can happen despite the conditions. It's just such a rampy, punchy little wave. It's the wind might affect it a little bit, but not completely. So it's 4.5 minutes left to go.
There is some wind out there for sure, but hopefully it'll stay like this so we can still have it contestable for the ladies afterwards. But as we previously mentioned, guys, the contest will be put on hold at 11 once we finish the last heat, the heat number 8 of this round 6. We'll finish with the men for the day, and then the contest will be put on hold from 11 until 2:30 in the afternoon. So make sure to tune in later on, adjust your clocks. It is currently 9:33 local time here in Iquique, so we'll be coming back 2:30 local time in Iquique. Make sure to tune in with us and come back to the live stream as soon as we are on one more time. Let's see if anybody comes on this one. Ezra just takes a look, not really paddles into this one. And remember, guys, this event is presented by the Ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique and organized by the Cormodepi. This event is taking place for the 4th time here in Punta Dos. The third one, valid for the World Tour. There comes Eder Luciano.
Coming down the line, Eder Luciano, trying to see if he can score something good to bring him into that first position, and not quite good enough to get him back into that.
And Woody out the back with a lot of speed, goes for that section, not really finding anything too special for him, not really a ramp, so he comes back first to get back that priority number one. He knows it's very important, especially taking into account that there's only 2 minutes and a half remaining, so yeah, that's going to make a big difference for Eder's capacity of reaction in this heat. Então 2 minutos e meio restando para o fim da bateria. Eder pegou uma primeira onda, faz um rolo, não sei se vai ser o 7.75 que ele está precisando, acabou fazendo a manobra ali na última seção da onda. Foi um 4,5 para ele, precisava de muito mais, na verdade. A parte da onda que é mais pontuada aqui em Punta Uno, pessoal, é essa primeira seção, que é onde a onda vem maior, né, onde fica mais difícil de você executar a manobra e depois completar ela para fazer um fechamento na onda. O mais fácil aqui é você passar aquela primeira seção, realinhar e esperar a onda armar para poder bater lá no final dela. Então, isso foi conversado numa reunião entre os atletas, a comissão técnica aqui, que a seção da onda que promove mais pontos, que fornece mais pontos para os atletas, é a primeira sessão. Então essa última onda do Eder foi feita bem lá no fim, você vê que ele passou bastante e fez um rolo lá no final. E agora com 1 minuto e 25 fica bem mais difícil, agora com o Uri segurando a prioridade lá fora, do Eder ter essa capacidade de reação, né, para poder buscar uma nota boa, que é um 7,65, e o Uri usa a prioridade para bloquear ele, faz um backflip nessa onda, foi para bloquear o Eder, mas de qualquer maneira combina ali o backflip e um rolo nessa onda. Agora faltando 1 minuto para Eder Luciano poder reagir.
Yeah, just a minute left, and the pressure is definitely on, very strong for Eder, you know, with that last minute, just needing a 7.65, so it'll be really hard for him to get that, but you just never know, right? Just that last minute, a lot can change, so yeah,
there's still an opportunity, you know.
Yes.
Woody used the priority to block Eder with 1 minute remaining. So in this minute, if a good wave comes, I mean, we're talking about Eder Luciano, completely capable of getting that 765. You know, let's see. It looks like he chose this one. Not really. Didn't really decide to come on this right-hander. But yeah, time is just getting over.
So let's see this replay of Uri Valad with a flip on the takeoff bowl, coming into the end, doing a roll off that end section, and yeah, it's already sitting pretty comfortable, but there we have it.
Yeah, it is decided. Eder didn't get any more waves after that, so Uri Valadão advancing to to the quarterfinals next. We're not going to be seeing the quarters today, and Eder Luciano knocked out of the competition. Uri Valadão avança para as quartas de final, Eder Luciano eliminado da competição. We're going to call a quick commercial break, guys, before we come with heat number 6, so stay tuned.
Bienvenidos de regreso, si están recién llegando, este es el día número 5 de competencia aquí en el Iquique Bodyboard Pro 2025, presentado por la Ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique y organizado por la Corporación Municipal de Deportes. Estamos en la ronda número 6, los octavos de final de los hombres, y ha estado buenísimo, así que vamos al agua para presentarles el próximo hit, que nada más y nada menos tiene a Patricio Galai en rojo, que es argentino pero vive aquí ya se considera casi como entre los locales. Y un localazo, Agustín Figueiroa en amarillo, así que este hit va a estar de locos. Y una cosa importante que les queremos recordar, el día de hoy vamos a dividir el día en dos. Vamos a volver después de este replay.
All right, so let's look at this replay in yellow of, so yeah, we had Agustin Figueiroa with that flip off the takeoff coming into that end section and pulling off as we had to close out there. So yeah, Agustin is sitting, wow, it looks like he got a solid 8.75. 8 and 8. He has a total of 8.75 at 8 on one of his waves. So yeah, it looks like he had a solid score there.
Agustín Figueiroa empezando fuerte, sabe qué es lo que se tiene que hacer. Y bueno, la verdad el día favorece a estos dos atletas porque la condición estaba muy buena para la derecha y ellos aman esa derecha de la punta 2. Así que vamos a ver qué pasa. 8 para Agustín en esa primera ola del flip y un 0.75 en una ola pequeña que había tomado durante el corte comercial. Y les queríamos recordar eso, vamos a parar el evento a las 11, o sea, vamos a terminar esta ronda número 6, hacemos un break, ponemos el evento on hold, en espera para las mejores condiciones para las chicas. Recuerden que aquí la marea es importante, la marea baja el día de hoy, estoy revisando acá mismo.
12:30.
A las 12:30, claro. Un poquito, incluso un poquito más tarde, según aquí la marea de Tarapacá, marca 12:56 la marea baja, la marea alta fue a las 6:36. Entonces vamos a hacer todo lo de hombres, paramos por 3 horas y media y volvemos a las 2:30 con las chicas. Agustín, you want to say that in
Yeah, so again, just a quick reminder, we are going to have a pause at 11 o'clock, and we are going, after the men's round 6 is complete, and then we'll be starting again at 2:30 p.m. with the women's quarterfinals, as it seems like it's probably the best call as the tide's starting to bottom out. So yeah, just looking to make the best of the conditions in the afternoon. So yeah, we'll be starting again at 2:30. So be sure to set your alarm for 2:25 and be ready for that second half of the day. So here we have in red, we have Patricio Galai coming down to that end section. Let's see what happens. And nice Rolo playing it conservative. And let's see if did he pull that off? Let's see. Yeah.
Oh, I'm not sure he did, huh?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
We're gonna get to see the frontal
yeah, we'll see the
camera,
full.
right?
Yeah, we'll see the full replay and figure that out. So, yeah, let's see what. Oh, here we go. There you go.
Okay, esta es la repetición de la primera ola de Patricio, que se puso un buen rolo en la tercera sección. No sabemos bien si lo logró entrar, pero sí. Dicen las normas que son un par de segundos en su tabla para que se cuente como completada la maniobra. Vamos a esperar a ver qué pasa, pero bueno, 5.50, sí,
Yeah, okay.
fue concretada. Claro, no es un score gigante porque recordemos que los puntos están en la primera sección, así lo podemos ver con la primera ola de Agustín, que consiguió un 8, una muy buena maniobra al comienzo, así que esto es algo que seguro se va a desarrollar. Patricio es un excelente competidor de acá, el año pasado dio muchísimo de qué hablar, él empezó en la ronda número 1 y llegó hasta los cuartos de final, o sea, avanzó hasta la próxima ronda. El año pasado fue realmente uno de los más fuertes underdogs así del campeonato.
Wow, good underdog there, Patricio. From Argentina, living here in Iquique for now 5 years, just making it his new home. And yeah, really made a good performance last year and as well this year. He's doing a great job. So here we have in yellow, oh, it looks like we had Agustin paddling for that wave. And yeah, looking at that aerial view back at the city, getting that parallax shot, loving that parallax angle, showing the spot, that perfect triangle with the city in the background. Loving these aerial angles.
They're so important here, because people don't really, if you only have frontal cameras or frontal angles, you're not going to get to know exactly how this wave behaves, It's important to have the side angles and the aerials as well. So the water camera has been key in this event in order to show the world how this wave behaves.
It is. And yeah, just, seeing just one angle like the basic front angle, it just doesn't really do it justice, right? Being able to see that side angle and being able to see how thick the lips are, and also being able to see that aerial angle looking down at the reef, and just seeing how shallow it is, and all the contrast in the reef, it just adds an excellent dynamic to the images.
Bueno, y queremos aprovechar que no se ven muchas olas viniendo, a ver si Patricio va a tomar esta. Queremos agradecer a todos quienes han hecho este evento posible. Sí, Patricio la toma. Vamos a ver, Patricio Galai, buscando una de las más pequeñas. 3.26 es lo único que él necesita y un super invert.
Nice.
Patricio tiene estos inverts así súper controlados. Él en verdad los hace todo el tiempo perfectos en el free surf y bueno, lo sabíamos, iba a venir. 3.26 es lo que busca, yo creo que va a estar ahí ese score, pero bueno, todavía falta muchísimo y ahí viene Agustín, no viene.
Yeah, that was a solid little invert. I mean, he definitely made the best of it. So let's check out this replay of Patricio Galai aiming for that middle, maybe end section, and let's see. Yeah, even though he hit it like a little bit late, he still got like a good amount of air on that. So yeah, solid invert there by Patricio. And yeah, just waiting for his score on that.
All right, so while we're waiting for that score, we're going to throw it to Lucas, who is ready with the interview at the beach. So go ahead, Lucas.
Thanks, Bago. I got Uri by my side here, the last Brazilian world champion, Uri. We could see how the experience makes a lot of difference in this heat. I mean, you're very strategic, getting waves under the priority. How does that feel?
Bom, primeiro, parabéns ao Éder, acho que ele está sofrendo muito. Era uma bateria, era um clássico brasileiro, né? A gente já se enfrentou milhares de vezes, é uma honra competir com ele mais uma vez. A gente é da mesma geração e cresceu juntos, um puxando o nível do outro, então muito legal assim tá competindo de novo com ele, tendo essa oportunidade. Antigamente tinha muitos brasileiros competindo, a gente sempre se enfrentava, hoje em dia tem menos brasileiros competindo no Tour, então não tem acontecido com a mesma frequência, mas é sempre um prazer ali estar com ele, é um cara super perigoso, fiquei tenso, mas deu certo e é isso. Depois...
Yeah, so he's just congratulating Eder as well. It's a guy that comes from the same generation as Uri. He's saying that they faced each other many times before in the World Tour, and previously there used to be more Brazilians, so it was more of a frequent thing, having Brazilian classics like this one we just saw. But anyway, he's just sending a big congratulations as well to Eder. And Uri, coming from a win in the first stop of the tour in Morocco, in Itacoatiara, you lost pretty early on, just before the round number 5, if I'm not wrong. How does that feel to finally get your spot in the quarterfinals here?
Itacoatiara não deu muito certo para mim, não consegui me conectar, e a gente é um esporte que a gente depende de estar conectado com o mar, com o oceano. E aqui eu estou começando a me conectar mais, eu estou sentindo mais o time da onda, que estava com certa dificuldade no início do campeonato. Então estou feliz por isso também.
Yeah, so he's saying that in Itacoatiara he couldn't really connect himself with the ocean. He's that type of guy, that really tries to get in tune and synchronize with the conditions. And he's saying that he's starting to feel that here in Iquique, just connecting more and more after each heat. So yeah, we can expect a lot from Uri, sure, in the next rounds. Uma mensagem pro pessoal do Brasil que acabou de assistir esse clássico, Uri.
Galera, obrigado por estar assistindo aí. É um campeonato alucinante, é um show de bodyboard. E fique conectado, continue torcendo. Daqui a pouco tem um Gabriel na água. Vamos manter a torcida aí e vamos com tudo para a próxima. Valeu.
Isso aí, boa sorte nas quartas. Parabéns, Uri. Back to you guys.
Amazing interview there. Congratulations to Uri one more time. It's really releasing when you get to show your level. And check this out, Patricio going to the left. We don't see many of Patricio to the left. It's great to see him. And while we were in the interview, a lot went down. We had Patricio with a 6 and a 5.5. I mean, not too much went down, actually. Patricio got his backup score, and that's why he is in the first position. That was a 6, that invert. Main score, actually, not backup. His first score will be his backup. I mean, yeah, Agustin, he was trying to connect a backflip, but he didn't land it. If he would have get the first position, so. situación en el agua. Está primero Patricio con el último inver, recibió un 6 y Agustín, que trató de hacer un backflip, hubiese recuperado esa primera posición porque solo necesitó un 3.50, pero no lo concretó, entonces ahora está ahí segundo, pero con 13 minutos y 45, mucho más todavía puede pasar aquí en este hit, con competidores que se conocen perfectamente esta ola, que están conectadísimos con esta ola, así que sabemos que, bueno, va a estar una batalla increíble.
Epic battle between Patricio and Agustin. And yeah, looking at that aerial view, it looks so much glassier when you look at it from up above, and yeah, it just looks so much cleaner. But yeah, I mean, onshore here in Iquique is pretty much glassy. And look, I want to give a shout out to our sponsor, Erizo Store. Yeah, feel free to drop by their store or hit up their website for 20% off. Erizo Store, best bodyboard gear in Chile, and bodyboards, clothing. Yeah, it's such an epic spot. Yeah, definitely recommend checking out their website. You can do international orders too. So such a cool brand, you know, Erizos meaning sea urchin in English, right? And it goes so well with bodyboarding, as some of the best waves in the world are full of sea urchins, so.
That's right, and with that we come with Patricio Galai, not able to hit that section. Maybe the third section there, maybe he can find something. Yes, it is a backflip, and it is a complete move. Patricio trying to get rid of one of those scores. He needs to put more numbers, but the straight answer of Agustin Figueiroa, not really able to hit that one. That's not going to deliver for him, but smart, you know, because he left the wave before. He didn't, ride the whole thing till the third, so he's gonna get back fast and get that first priority.
Keep his priority, right?
Yeah.
Like you're saying.
Very smart.
Yeah, I think he did one of those check turns, you call them, right?
Yeah,
those are cool. Yeah.
Sí, no, fue súper inteligente Agustín porque se regresó rápido, vio que la ola no tenía potencial.
So yeah, let's take a look at that wave. Patricio kind of aiming for something, doing something on that takeoff, not much, but yeah, second chance on that end bowl. Nice backflip out of the pocket, clean, pulls it off on that end bowl. Good job, Patricio. And yeah, let's see what kind of score he gets on that. And yeah, it looks like Patricio, I think we're still waiting for Patricio's score on that last backflip. But yeah, let's see what he scores on that. That should be a nice one. I'm thinking
Viene una buena.
Yeah, it looks like something good's coming in.
Viene una buena, vamos a ver.
Yeah, this one looks clean up, Bagel. Let's see what happens.
Una buena para Agustín Figueiroa, que se conoce esta ola como la palma de su mano, va a buscar una maniobra crítica, yo lo sé, está tratando de generar esa velocidad, frenándose, tal vez en la tercera, un backflip. Y tal vez si él hubiese podido, a veces no se puede, es difícil pegarle esa primera sección de la punta 2, de la derecha de la punta 2, por eso en el free surf no lo vemos mucho, a veces depende de cómo bajes la ola. Si él hubiese hecho una maniobra en esa primera sección, créanme que el puntaje hubiese sido gigante. De todas formas, Agustín necesita un 3.50, que es una nota enana para alguien como él. Va a cambiar ese 1.50 y yo creo que va a conseguir la nota para subir a la primera posición.
Yeah.
Sí, obviamente, 4.50.
Wow. Well, yeah, bumped him up above Patricio with Patricio's last score bringing him a 5.8 and yeah, last score of Agustin a 4.5. But yeah, with that solid score that Agustin had in the beginning with the 8, it puts him in a good spot. So see this replay of Agustin.
Do you think he should have hit that section?
Yeah, I almost felt like he could have hit that. And I know, as you mentioned, the scores are a lot higher when you hit it in the beginning. But regardless, that was a really clean backflip off that end section. But yeah, it would have taken some, quick thinking to hit it off that takeoff. But yeah, possibility, right?
Se pudo tal vez haber ido por una maniobra en la segunda, pero hay que estar ahí, ellos saben lo que están haciendo. Patricio Galai desde el agua, gracias a Erizo Surfbrand que trae esta cámara con un inverse en el pocket. Esta va a ser una nota mejor para Patricio y lo combina con un rolo y tal vez otro más. Patricio sacándole el jugo a esa ola, aprovechándola completamente. Busca un 6.51, Eric.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to claim it, but that's looking like it could be a possibility there for Patricio. That was a nice clean invert with a little roll on the inside. Good combo, right? So, and here we have Agustin with a nice backflip off the takeoff bowl, and yeah, coming in, maybe a little roll on the inside. Yeah. So yeah, a lot of action going on in the last 10 seconds. Can hear the audience clapping, everyone's amped.
Muy buen intercambio de bolas ahí, ese backflip de Agustín en la primera sección también fue súper explosivo, súper bueno. No tenemos idea de cuáles van a ser los scores.
Yeah.
Patricio recibió un 7 y claro, había tomado la primera posición, pero estamos esperando esta última ola de Agustín. Me encanta cuando los riders tienen esa posibilidad, que es de lo que se trata del hombre a hombre, ¿no?
Yeah.
Vamos a ver, esta es la repetición de la última de Crapulito. Muy buen backflip en la sección que paga la mayoría de los puntos. Y ahí está cayendo la nota. Yo estoy aquí actualizando el sistema, pero lo escuché de arriba. A ver, no ha caído en su... Qué pena, estamos ahí con el tema del retraso a veces con el internet. No ha caído la nota, pero Agustín recibió un 8 y algo en esa última.
Let's see this replay again from the land angle of Patricio with his invert, clean invert, pretty tweaked, and comes around the section and going for a little roll off the end part. Almost goes for another one right there. So yeah, solid wave by Patricio, giving him that 7 score. And looking out the back, there's a little wave, no takers there.
8.25 la última. 8.25 la última ola de Agustín. Y en su pantalla todavía no se actualizan, pero Agustín Figueiroa sí está primero,
Wow.
Cambió la situación, su última ola fue 8.25, así que el local, Agustín Figueiroa ahora tiene un 8 y un 8.25, está sólido en la primera posición. Y Patricio Galai está buscando un 9.25 para tomar esa primera posición. No se ha actualizado en su pantalla, repito, pero eso es lo que está pasando. Ya se va a actualizar.
Yep. Yeah, they should be updating soon. As of now, we do have Agustin is actually in the lead with a total of 16.25. And Patricio is in second, needing a 9.25 to get up into the first position. As Agustin's last wave put him in a very good position with a score of 8.25. So situation has changed quite a bit. So yeah, it's definitely coming down to the moment. Things are getting the pressure is on right now, right?
Repetimos, señores y señoras, vayan a la página de la IBC World Tour porque ahí parece un pequeño problema con la conexión del streaming, pero el sistema de puntaje está actualizado. Ustedes lo pueden ver en la página de la IBC, el sistema de puntuaciones está actualizado. La última ola de Agustín es un 8.25. Agustín está primero. Y la última de Patricio, que sí sale ahí, fue un 7. Pero Patricio ahora está necesitando un 9.25, así que importante eso, gente, no está actualizado el cuadro, debe ser, a veces esto pasa, que recuerden que estamos en una estructura, en la playa, entonces las conexiones pueden tener algún tipo de problema, pero no está actualizado en el en vivo, sí está actualizado en el sistema de puntuación, ustedes lo pueden ver, vayan a la página de la IBC World Tour, tenemos un QR también, para que puedan escanearlo y puedan conectarse, pueden ir directo a lo que son los scores. Está todo en la página de IBC World Tour.
Big O was just mentioning, thank you for your patience, everyone. Feel free to scan the QR code. Oh, here we have Patricio hoping for something to give him a better second score, and not much there with that low tide kind of closing down that second bowl. But yeah, as I was saying, thanks for your patience with us as we're waiting for the updated scores. And wow, beautiful backflip by Agustin with a nice combo, getting that roll on the inside. Wow, you can
hear people
yeah, everyone's all amped. Those claps are coming through the walls. Yeah, like yeah.
Bueno, yo no sé si ustedes pudieron escuchar eso, pero justo después de que Patricio había tomado esa bola, Agustín tomó un molón y se mandó un backflip gigante en la primera sección. Queremos puro ver la repetición
Wow.
porque Agustín está conectado. Miren esto. Miren
Let's check this
esto.
replay, Bagel.
Ok, esta fue la última de Agustín Figueroa. Increíble. Esta hora fue mejor que la anterior. Definitivamente Agustín está dando muchísimo de qué hablar. Él es local de acá. Así surfea él en el free surfing.
Yeah.
Tú estás aquí metido en el free surfing y vas a verlo él haciendo esas olas. Así que
Wow.
increíble. Ya saben, no está actualizado el sistema en el en vivo. No está.
Yeah.
Acaba de salir, señoras y señores. Atención, el primer 10 de la competencia, Agustín Figueroa. Attention everyone, because we do have the first 10 of the competition last wave. It was really critical. It was really, really impressive. So Agustín Figueroa got a 10. So let's see, we wanna see it again. We will show you the first 10 of the competition in the hands of the local. Agustín Figueroa, the scores have not been updated. We have been saying that. But we are hearing that from the beach announcer.
Let's see that replay again of Agustín Figueroa's flawless backflip and coming in the end section, hitting a perfect roll off that end pole, like just couldn't have hit the lip at a better time. So yeah, solid performance by Agustín Figueroa, giving him that good score. Couldn't be better, right?
Agustín Figueroa, yo creo que es su primer 10 estoy casi segura que es su primer 10 de competencia mundial, porque bueno, él casi siempre compite solo acá, pero no sé si es su primer 10 de carrera en competencia, se lo vamos a preguntar. Pero miren, esta ola de Patricio Galai, a ver si logra un poco recuperarse. Pato con un Reinder gigante. También excelente el argentino. Qué buena manga, qué buen hit, Dios mío.
This is such a fun heat, just action. Oh, again, another backflip by Agustín Figueroa. Wow, it's just non-stop action here. And looking for a little end section hit. And yeah, he's sitting pretty comfortable right now. I don't think he's too worried, right? With just 2 minutes left in the heat, but yeah, a lot can change as always, right?
All right, so people, we are losing it here. Agustín Figueroa, check this out. This is replay for
Yeah, let's look at this ramp that Patricio hits. Pretty heavy section, falling pretty far down there. And yeah, pulls it off. Good performance there by Patricio.
No se han actualizado los puntajes, gente, están trabajando en ello. Algo pasó, pero sabemos que Agustín tiene un 10. Solo hemos estado escuchando los scores del beach announcer. El backflip gigante fue un 10, el último no sabemos tampoco cuánto fue, es este que está acá. También fue buenazo. Agustín está suelto, está mostrándole al mundo que él es de acá, esta su ola, el que surfea todos los días aquí, se la conoce perfecto. Y miren cómo está surfeando, impresionante.
Oh, that guy's got those backies down, right? He's doing them so nice. Good backflips by Agustín. All right, just a minute left. Looks like he's raising his hands. Not sure what he's signaling for. But yeah, just a minute left, and it's in a
Mira, I'm listening, I'm sorry guys, because since we don't have the scores updated, I'm listening 8.5 creo que fue la última de Patricio Galai, pero saben, con un 10.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, last one was 7.75 with Agustín, I think.
Mira
Right?
la nota de Agustín Figueroa, 18,25. Ya se actualizó, ya lo podemos ver. 18.25.
There we go. There we go.
Wow, qué hit. Y miren las notas de Patricio Galai. El Inver fue un 8.50.
Wow.
Este es un hit que va a ser
Yeah.
definitivamente grabado en nuestras memorias. Va a los libros del bodyboard. What hit, man.
Amazing heat.
18.25 for Agustín Figueroa. What?
I mean,
Are you
like,
kidding me?
like almost nearing that perfect. Oh, one more.
Yeah, no, this is a seal deal for Agustín Figueroa. We are in the presence of the first 10 of the competition in the hands of the local Agustín Figueroa with a great performance. Don't go anywhere. We want to come back right after this commercial break. welcome back everyone. If you missed it, we just had the first 10 of the competition. This is the day number 5 at the 2025 Iquique Bodyboard Pro, presented by Ilustre Municipalidad of Iquique and Corporación Municipal de Deportes de Iquique. I'm telling you, I'm losing it. That was amazing. Tuvimos el primer día de la competencia, vámonos al agua, no queremos perder nada de la acción. Sabíamos que iba a ser un día así. ¿Quién viene ahí?
Flawless heat we just saw, but this one's between the local and the Moroccan rider, Marcelo Faundes in red, and Chajri Badreddin in yellow jersey. So yeah, one of the strongest riders coming from Morocco with an amazing performance in the first stop of the World Tour over there. And Marcelo Faundes definitely a standout in this event as well. Local here knows this wave pretty well. So let's see if Marcelo will be able to repeat what Agustin has been doing in the previous heat.
Water vision by Iddouch, and that's our beautiful structure right there on the interview area. Everyone supporting Crapulito, putting a name for himself, his best result, advancing to the quarterfinals. He hasn't been in that quarterfinals. It's his best result in competition in general. You know, I think he has never been in quarters, and he has never done a 10 in his career. So, you know, this is what this tour is about. You know, creating memories, giving a space for different names from different athletes. You know, giving chances to everyone, including you know, locals. Agustin is not a guy that travels the world, you know, so for him this is probably his one chance to show the world what he's capable of.
Yeah, definitely he's using it pretty well. I mean, it's his backyard, you know, he knows it pretty well, and he was doing flawless backflips since the beginning. Let's see, Marcelo Faundes, he prefers those lefts, goes for a backflip, landing off the top of that wave. Not a very special maneuver for Marcelo to get started. Let's see, we have been seeing good right-handers being served, and Badreddin has been preferring those rights as well on his previous heat. So let's see if Marcelo will stick to the lefts or also maybe getting a few rights.
All right, so first of Badreddin, second actually. Let's see if he can find something, goes for a quick flip right there. And yeah, that's going to help his campaign because Marcelo didn't land the first maneuver, so that's going to be good. Incredible. That was Bader, also called Pedro. He told me that. Did you know that, people? I didn't. You know, his friends called him Pedro. That's cool. That's super cool. You know, since I don't want his name to be pronounced wrongly, I'm loving to call him Pedro. So yeah, but maybe, you know, he'd rather to be called Bader. Also Bader, right?
Yeah, Bader.
Bader, Pedro.
5.5 for him on that first backflip. So yeah, the best wave of the heat so far. We haven't seen some heats, you know, pumping more waves and some slow ones. Like Udi was telling me that before the interview. He said, oh, previously, like I was watching the previous heat and I saw it was pumping so much. And some before have been very slow. So I was actually preparing for a slow heat. And we just saw a very good one. So a lot of waves on the last heat, 10-point rides and everything. So let's see how this one is going to unfold. There comes Badreddin on that replay. So yeah, nice intermediary wave there for him, but finds a very good section to hit that backflip and turns around pretty quickly and cleanly. So yeah, renting that 5.5. He also has a 1-point backup. So still in the first position there, Marcelo looking for a 5.01.
Bueno, estamos viendo a la gente aplaudiendo, recibiendo a Agustín Figueiroa allá afuera, por supuesto, los galazos de la punta 2 y otro local aquí viniendo, Marcelo Faundes, con un buen backflip y no logra concretarlo. Así que va a estar un día muy especial para Iquique, un día muy especial para Chile, porque su local acaba de lograr su mejor resultado en su carrera deportiva en el Tour Mundial y su primer 10. Me atrevo a decirlo, yo creo que Eric le va a preguntar si es su mejor resultado ya con estar en los cuartos de finales aquí en este evento y haber conseguido ese 10. Queremos mucho escuchar esa entrevista. But for now, it's all about Chajri Badreddin Chajri actually. We can get that changed. I'm going to talk to the operator because his last name is Chajri, not Badreddin, you know. His name is Badreddin. So I'm going to get that changed, but yeah, he's right now in the first position with a total of 6.5.
So there was a wave that we didn't see. That's a third one for Badr. Goes for that first section. Nice backflip, landing in the pocket, in the pit, but I think he was able to pull it off. Is he? Didn't really get to see that last part. So yeah, I don't know if that was a complete maneuver for Badr, just trying to exchange that 1 point ride. And he got actually 4.75, so there it is in the leaderboard, 4.75 for that second wave, already with 2 average scores, total of 10.25. Now Marcelo looking for 8.75 to go to first or improve his 2 best waves. There.
A las 11 vamos a terminar el último hit, que es el hit que viene, y después vamos a volver a las 2:30 para hacer los cuartos de final de las mujeres, que ya sabemos que acá la marea seca es peligrosa. Le queremos ofrecer a las mujeres esa oportunidad de estar cómodas y seguras para sus cuartos de final. Eso va a ser a las 2:30 de hora local. Vamos a dejar la transmisión abierta, así que ustedes pueden irse a comer algo, cualquier cosita, y dejen la transmisión abierta y cuando volvamos lo van a ver.
Então, para quem está assistindo a transmissão aí do Brasil, a categoria feminina vai voltar para a água às 2:30 da tarde, horário local aqui de Iquique. Agora são 10:11 da manhã, então ajustem os seus fusos horários aí, os seus relógios. Às 2:30 a gente volta com as quartas de final e depois semifinal da categoria feminina. Temos várias brasileiras na água.
Semifinal não vai rolar.
Semifinal não?
Não.
Então, quartas de final é o que está mais garantido por agora. Lembrando que essa programação ela sempre está sujeita a mudanças, né? A comissão, juntamente dos atletas, os organizadores, eles fazem uma reunião para poder decidir qual categoria, que horas vai para a água de acordo com as condições. Então, fiquem por aí, não saiam da tela.
All right, so we have the interview with the first 10 of the event. Agustin, we want to hear that, so bring it on. Please, Eric.
Wow, amazing performance by you today, Agustin, with the first 10 of the event, and apparently this is the first 10 you've ever got. Not only that, but you've also advanced into the quarterfinals for the first time. How does that feel?
Bueno, estoy muy feliz por primera vez haber obtenido un 10 y en un campeonato mundial. Me siento muy contento y motivado porque por fin pude demostrar mi nivel. Me costó mucho en verdad soltarme un poco, pero por lo menos ahora ya estoy dando lo mejor de mí. Así que muchas gracias.
Yeah, he's just super happy to get his first 10, super happy to have advanced into the quarterfinals for his first time. So yeah, he's looking forward to it. And another question, how does it feel to compete at your home spot here in Iquique?
Me siento muy contento por estar compitiendo en Bayona y que se hagan estos eventos aquí porque esta es una gran hora y los riders que tenemos en esta ciudad son muy grandes exponentes del bodyboard y me siento muy contento porque este evento está haciéndose en mi casa y nada, muchas gracias a la municipalidad que está haciendo esto posible y agradecido totalmente de todas las personas que están viniendo a apoyar este deporte.
Perfect, I already gave his shout outs there, so great job. Back to you, Bego and Lucas. Felicidades. Back to Bego.
Yeah, thank you so much, Eric. That was, yeah, of course, he's extremely happy, right? Who would be, get a 10 in your home break? That's amazing. That happened to Badreddin also. I mean, Badreddin is not from Agadir. I mean, his Ansa is not his home break. His home break, but it's his country. So he got a 10 in the event early this year. It was really good to watch. So for now, people, situation in the water. We have first Badreddin from Morocco with fairly small scores for what he can do, right? And Marcelo Faundes, actually close. You're only looking for a 560. Dangerous contender right there, Marcelo Faundes. He's a local here as well, so he can do it for sure.
Yeah, so replay for Marcelo. Nice looking left. Just first section crumbling, not a big of a section there, but manages to do the roll. Looks like, yeah, just taking a look at another section, but decided to kick out of this wave. Badreddin managed to find it first, but Marcelo eventually got that 4.65 and 4.25. So still in a very tight situation against the Moroccan looking for 5.60. Marcelo goes left, Badreddin goes right. Nice looking wave, building that speed, bottom turns and kicks out of this one.
Difficult section. We were surfing last night there, and that section is difficult to hit.
Yeah.
Happened to you, huh?
Yeah, I mean, whenever you land on that section, there's like the wave keeps breaking. So
Super
there's
strong,
a
yeah.
lot of side, like white water throwing you sideways as well. So it's pretty hard to pull off the maneuvers there. You gotta hold really strong, and you have to manage to land in the flats, you know, because if you land like on a pocket, usually you get covered by the pit or something like that. And if you land on the flats, usually you can get rid of all that white water, at least for a moment.
Yeah, yesterday we had a surf and it was actually way more wind than what it is right now, and it was smaller though. But yeah, nice waves. Let's see this one for Badreddin. Maybe this one will be offering. It's aiming for that first section, goes for the backflip, and that's exactly what you said. You know,
Yeah.
he landed in a very hectic area, and it was almost impossible to turn it around. But that was a very good attempt.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't manage to land all the way in the flats, and sometimes the wave keeps breaking, so then you're gonna land in the pit, and that's a tough one to pull out.
And this is, you know, we had a split pick, so this was the last of Marcelo Faundes, Very good backflip. Actually, he got the best of that exchange. So dangerous moments for Badreddin, because Marcelo was looking for a 560, and that might be there, you know, I think so.
Yeah, I believe that was his best wave so
yeah.
far in the heat, finally finding something solid. Landing in the flats with that backflip, so yeah, very good left for him, proving that the sections are there still to be hit.
Así que la última ola de Marcelo pues, es peligrosa para el marroquí porque él busca solo un 560 y tiene cara de que viene el score. Estamos esperando a que caiga el score. A ver. Ok. Al parecer, vamos a volver a ver esa última de rojo porque al parecer fue contada como no concretada. 1.90. A ver. Vamos a ver, esta es la repetición de la última ola de Marcelo Faundes. Queremos verla un poquito más de cerca. Okay. Well, it looks like it was a non-complete maneuver. Fue llamada como no completada esa maniobra, fue un 1.90.
Yeah, so that's a 1.5 for Marcelo. It was actually deemed as a non-complete maneuver. We saw him turning around, you know, and we basically took it for granted, but right afterwards he got hit by the lip and, you know, swallowed by the pit. So that was a 1.5 for him. Not really making a difference for his total score. Still looking for a 5.60 in this heat.
All right, so if you're just getting here, this is the day number 5 right here at the 2025 Iquique Bodyboard Pro, an event presented by Ilustre Municipalidad of Iquique. And we would like to thank everyone that made this event possible. Queremos agradecer a todos quienes han hecho este evento, recordando que lo trajo la Ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique un año más apoyando Marcelo Faundes en esta ola. A ver, ahora sí, busca concretar, entra la maniobra, ahora sí, esa ola concretada y Marcelo busca un 5.60, creo que se va a poner algo más, arriesgándolo todo, dejando claro que quiere esa nota. So yeah, that's going to be fully fully deemed as a complete move, so we'll see Marcelo Faundes looking for a 5.60.
Yeah, definitely now completing that and doing his best to get that score he's looking for. It's not a big score. I mean, we're seeing a slow heat right now. We have been seeing some strong heats and some slow heats. This looks like a slow one, but yeah, check this out. Nice backflip. It was a smaller wave than the previous one, but he manages to land that cleanly and kept there to try and get a bit more in this wave. So completes the roll and ducks out of this wave. Let's see if that's going to be the score he's looking for. 6 point,
Yeah, he changed the situation. Well, a huge message to everyone, professional rider there. I mean, he didn't get the score in the previous wave, and he said, you know what, right away he took another wave and got way more.
Yeah.
Muy buena actitud y rapidez de Marcelo Faundes, así es que es un atleta profesional, ¿no? No recibió el score en la ola anterior que se consideró como no concretada. Y él no se enfocó en eso, se enfocó en ahora voy a tomar otra ola y voy a buscar el score y de hecho consiguió mucho más Fue una ola mucho más completa y fue su mejor ola. Consiguió un 6 y ahora está primero. No muy cómodo porque Badreddin necesita un 5.16, pero me pareció muy bien digamos, el approach, la actitud que tuvo Marcelo en ese intercambio, ¿no? Que no sé, como que no se enfocó en que no le concretaron la maniobra. Bueno, no fue completada, no hay problema. Agarró otra y hago el puntuación.
I mean, you gotta keep going. It won't change the score to just stay stuck with that. So definitely gotta use the time you have to try and look for another alternative, and he did very well quickly responding. But this is one of those heats that whoever gets a good or excellent score, it's going to jump far away in the lead, because Badr's looking for a 5.16. Marcelo taking off on this left, goes up, nice section for him, clean backflip as well. I believe even better than the previous one. He just didn't do that last row, but I believe that was even a better backflip than the previous one he just did, Bago.
That was very explosive. We want to see what Badreddin did to the right, so good exchange there of both competitors. We'll see. Badreddin was looking for a 5.16 because last wave of Marcelo was a 7. So this wave right here was his best wave, and check that out. That was actually very accurate, very well done and projected backflip for Marcelo. 7 points there, and he is solid in the lead, waiting for the last of Badreddin. And we'll see what Badreddin did in his last wave. It was a split pick. So there you have it. This is the one. We're waiting for that score. He stalled there, probably lost momentum in that section, but went for the flip. And did he complete that one? Oh no, that's unfortunate. So great for Marcelo Faundes right now with a 7 and a 6, holding the first position, leaving the Moroccan needing a 7.5. Buen performance ahí de Marcelo.
Yes, we're seeing Badreddin very active, hitting those sections, but having trouble finding a right spot and the right timing to hit those maneuvers, because he's landing in the pocket and the waves are closing out after that. So yeah, not really able to complete those maneuvers. He's looking for 7.5 right now to stay in the competition. Just first will advance to the quarterfinals. The second spot is it means elimination here at this point, guys. So yeah, just 2 guys out there in the water. You could see Gabriel Braga getting ready for the next heat, getting ready to go into the cold waters here of Punta Dos. And he is going to be facing the local Joaquin Soto. That's going to be an amazing
That's
heat.
going to be a very good hit for sure.
Yeah.
Se viene un hit de loco, se viene Gabriel Braga contra Joaquín Soto, 2 riders muy fuertes, y obviamente Joaquín, después de haber visto a Agustín Figueiroa, que es otro local muy fuerte acá en la punta 2, va a venir con todo, y está bonita la ola como para ofrecer grandes puntajes, así que se viene buenísimo. Vamos a ver esta, una ola, mira cómo va esa olita.
Oh, it was looking good, but you can see that the wind is making it crumble. Yeah, crumbling a little bit. So you got to really read it pretty well and having the right time, taking off from the first right place. So yeah, Marcelo goes left. Nice ARS on this one. Kind of gets stuck in the white water, but manages to release himself and go for one more roll. Maybe another one. Yeah, just closed out in the rocks. So good wave for Marcelo Faundes, actually. And Badr also went right. So I'm going to check on that soon.
Vamos a ver qué fue lo que hizo el otro competidor hacia la derecha, pero también Marcelo ya, como quien dice, prendió los motores, está conectado con su ola. Él es local de acá, si ustedes no lo saben, él vive en este preciso barrio, o sea, vive aquí. Es su ola, viene todos los días prácticamente. Y esta es la repetición de la última de Marcelo Faundes, que ya se soltó, ya está consiguiendo perfecto todas las secciones, ejecutando bien las maniobras, arriesgándolo todo, porque esa última sección es bastante peligrosa. Sin embargo, él está surfeando muy bien. Vamos a ver qué habrá hecho Badreddin para la derecha, el otro competidor. Ya lo vamos a mostrar. We're waiting to see that replay of Badr.
There comes Badr, the Moroccan going right. Nice little section, goes for the back flip. This time he turns around on this one, keeps going. The wave becomes very wide and shallow. Oh, just not completing that maneuver, not really finding a good timing. That could have been a good score for Badr. but I think it got too shallow. Maybe that's why he
Oh,
just
yeah.
ejected out of that wave. And the last wave for Marcelo, I'm not sure if he lost grab of his bodyboard when turning it around, because we could see that he was a little stuck when pulling that off. So yeah, took a few points from him. That was a 6-point ride, so didn't make it into his final score as a 6 point. So still there with 13 total score, and Badr still looking for a 725 now with only 3 minutes and 35 seconds remaining.
5.75 fue la última ola del marroquí, no le alcanzó para tomar la primera posición, él busca 7.25 en el agua. Marcelo Faundes, otro local, avanzando, poniendo también un excelente resultado para sus carreras, sí logra avanzar. Marcelo estaría en los cuartos de final, ya tenemos un par de cuartos de final establecidos. Ya tenemos el primer cuarto de final, va a ser Moisés Silva contra Tristan Roberts, impresionante. El segundo, Armíes Soliveres contra Christopher Bayona. Y vamos a ver esta ola de Marcelo, mira, yendo para la derecha. No lo vemos mucho hacia la derecha. El tercer cuarto de final es Uri Valadao contra Agustín Figueiroa. Badr.
Badreddin going right, sold a wave previously to Marcelo, but managed to do a big invert. Very good strategy played by the Moroccan rider over here. We could see him pedaling on that wave. Marcelo used the priority to block Badr, and then he came on the next good one with an invert, looking for a 725. That's a possible change of situation, I think. Let's see what the judges will see on this wave.
We want to see the frontal angle. It's getting drier there. The tide is draining. And check this out, Badreddin. He knew exactly that he needed to go for something big and went for that invert. And let's see how much he gets waiting for that score. But yeah, it was definitely his best wave so far. So actually, last wave of Badreddin, it was an 8. So there is a change of situation. The Moroccan right now is leading the heat, and the local, Marcelo Faundes, the wild card of this event, is needing a 6.76. Let's see. 1 minute and 46 seconds, and Marcelo has the priority, so it's a possibility for him.
Yeah, Badreddin played this last exchange like a champion for sure. I mean, did it very strategically. Marcelo used the priority. There was still 3 minutes that were at that point. Let's see this replay. Very nice maneuver. Bottom turns in a critical section, very critical, closing out, but this time you could see he was landing in the flats before the lip, and very well deserved 8 points for Badreddin. Now, only 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining. Marcelo is still out there. He has the priority, so there's still a chance for the local rider to turn things into his favor if he gets something better than a 6.76.
Ahora sí, viene Marcelo Faundes. Esta puede ser su última oportunidad. 6.76. RS, fuerte, busca un rolo, lo concreta. 6.76 busca el local, a ver si logra cambiar la situación. Let's see if he can change the situation. This might have been his last chance with 41 seconds in the clock. Marcelo right now without priority because he's coming back at the moment, so we'll see.
Yeah, is that going to be the 6.76? It came out, guys. Let's see this one more time. So goes for the ARS, completes it, finds his time to do another roll. Didn't have too much of a section in there, but he manages to do a nice little maneuver that granted him 5.10. So that was not enough for the local rider to keep up with the Moroccan Chajri Badreddin, and it is Badreddin advancing to the quarterfinals. He will be facing the winner of next heat. You see these guys in the water right now, Gabriel Braga and Joaquin Soto. Big congratulations to the local Marcelo as well for doing amazing in this contest. We're going to come back with the last heat of this first part of the day here right after the commercial, so stay tuned. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. 5th day of competition here at the 2025 Iquique Bodyboard Pro. We are about to see the last heat of round number 6 for men division. We're gonna have a break right now at 11 p.m. right after this heat, guys, and the competition is gonna be put on hold. So we're gonna come back at 2:30 local time over here to have the quarterfinals for the women division. So make sure to stay tuned with us. Let's jump in the water right now to see some of the action.
So here we have in this heat, we have Gabriel Braga from Brazil in red, and we have Joaquin Soto from Chile in yellow. All right, so this will be the last heat of the men's division today before we take that break at 11 o'clock and resume at 2:30 p.m. as we start off with the women's quarterfinals.
That's it. So 2 very strong riders. Joaquin Soto, runner-up of this event last year on an amazing final made against Tristan Roberts. Let's see, looks like he's taking a look at that wave. Not really. Gabriel Braga, also a very strong rider that had his best participation in the tour last year, winning the first stop of the tour in Morocco. And Gabriel actually managing to stay on top of the ranking. I mean, in 3rd, 2nd for most of the year in the previous session. So yeah, doing very good. Gabriel more consistent than ever. Joaquin has a priority, but it is the Brazilian coming on this one. Takes off on the right. Nice section. Boom, backflip. Lands in the pocket. Turns around, stalls, waiting for the next section. There you guys can see from that drone view, a nice roll over the shallows done by the Brazilian. So that's going to be a solid, good score to get started in this heat.
Yeah, not a bad start for Gabriel Braga there with a good combo on his first wave.
Yes, and Joaquin's still waiting out there. Didn't really want to go on this wave. So let's see which strategy Joaquin will play, because that wasn't indeed a set wave, a wave that could offer like an excellent score. But anyway, it was a 6.75 for Gabriel. Joaquin's probably looking for something more solid and expressive than this by the way things are going over here. Yeah, 22 minutes, still a lot of time, and we're still waiting for the Chilean rider that is holding the priority on the lineup, as you guys can see right now, waiting to get his first wave.
Yeah, let's see what we have coming in here. Not much on the horizon, I think. Maybe I can take a minute to thank our sponsors of this event. We'd like to thank the Ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique, organized by Cormudepe, our sports corporation of Iquique. And let's take a look at this replay here of, let's see this replay of Gabriel Braga with that backflip off the takeoff and coming into the inside, and nice little roll off that end section, giving him that 6.75. And we'd also like to thank Zofri, our Kiki tax-free zone, Erizo Surf Brand, Hotel Cavancha, and Kine Vita, our official kinesiologist of the event.
And also supporting the event, we have Club Heaven, Red Salud, Chiringuito Cavancha. We also have La Juana Iquique, Agua Manantial, Maria del Mar Café, Erizo Store, which is offering a 20% discount for online shop. So yeah, make sure to check that out, guys. Some really nice bodyboarding gear available over there, some very nice clothing as well. And Salvavidas de Iquique, always on the channel, just checking up on our athletes over there. And yeah, yesterday we had a female athlete being injured. She hit
really?
the rocks with the knee. There's actually a video on the IBC World Tour Instagram. And thankfully our lifeguards, Salvavidas de Iquique, they were there ready to act, and ready to react and take care of her. So everything's fine. She's still there, doing very well. And that's it. So thanks a lot to everyone working behind this event, our video makers as well, in the cold waters here, spending many hours inside the water to bring you guys that water vision by Erizos as well. Drone pilot, all the technical commission with judges, head judges, beach announcer, the promoters of this event for joining us all here and making this happening. And of course, the athletes that put on a show, a spectacle here at one of the best stages for bodyboarding in the world, Iquique, the best urban reef in the world. And last but not least, thanks to all of you guys tuning in at home from all over the world, and being part of this as well. This is the 4th edition of the Iquique Bodyboard Pro. One of them was just an international event, not valid for the World Tour. But let's see this one. Joaquin Soto goes right, nice extended bottom turn, goes for the roll kind of late, hitting that lip, realigns for the next section, really closes out in front of him, too shallow. Not much water with the tide dropping right now, so yeah, let's see what Joaquin's going to find on those rides.
Yeah, I think it was probably a good decision to take a little pause before starting it again 2:30, as it is starting to bottom out, so
yeah,
kind of takes away the ability to go right. And with the swell is on the rise, the periods, I think Tristan mentioned, it was 17 seconds, so yeah, that right's not really going to be holding too well, I don't think, with a lowering tide. Let's take a look at that replay again of Joaquin doing a Rolo out of the pocket on that takeoff bowl, coming to that end section, and yeah, it's just kind of gurgling, so not much to work with there.
Yeah, and Gabriel doing well, getting that 675 in the first wave of the heat, because let's see, Joaquin takes a look at this one, turns around, pedals, and goes for an intermediary wave, goes to the lip, nice backflip, completes it cleanly. That was a good decision by the young Chilean. Definitely going to put something strong under his belt there. A nice score for him. And for sure we'll take that first position from the Brazilian, at least for now. So yeah, we've seen some very high-paced heats, with many waves, pumping, high scores. But there are indeed some very slow heats. As you said about the period of the swell, some heats are very slow, so you gotta play a whole different game. I mean, you can't wait too much, wait for that perfect section. We could see Joaquin waiting for a lot of time there, and when he got that right, it wasn't proper, so couldn't do anything. There's not much that you can do if the wave don't provide, right?
Yeah, if it gets too gurgly and it sucks up too much, you just don't really get much speed. You're jumping over all those chops, and yeah, it's just kind of hard to work with, right?
And sometimes there's no water over the reef, so it's
nothing to land on, right?
Yeah, unless you want to die over there, but let's see.
Let's see that replay of Joaquin Soto. Nice backflip, hit it perfectly. So yeah, just one move on that, but very clean move. So yeah, looks like he scored a 7.5 on that, right? That was a good score for him under his belt. Good lead, putting him in the lead with a 12.75, and leaving Gabriel Braga trailing him, needing a 6.01 with a total of 6.75. And yeah, looks like we have someone going for this little insider, and looks like we have
Gabriel going right, takes off, finds that section, a nice strong backflip, landing in the pocket, looking for the next section that comes closing already. But anyway, he goes for that roll, completes it in the shallows. He's looking for a 6.01, so let's see if that's going to be enough to take him back to the first position on a very tight heat. Gabriel Braga está precisando de 6.01, ele começou na frente nessa bateria com 6.75, está enfrentando um dos atletas mais perigosos aqui da competição, com certeza. Joaquin Soto é local aqui de Punta 2, um atleta muito forte no circuito mundial, apesar de ser bem jovem ainda. É com certeza um dos atletas mais promissores aí atualmente. Está surfando em casa. Joaquin, no ano passado, ficou em segunda posição aqui nesse evento. Então, vai ser uma barra aí para o Gabriel Braga, que tirou um 6.75. E nessa última onda agora, um 5.65. A gente vê o replay dessa onda com backflip, aterrissando ali na face da onda. Depois faz um rolo ali já na parte mais seca, já que a maré está baixando e a direita vai ficando bem seca ali em Punta 2. Enquanto isso, o Joaquin tem um 5.25 e um 7.5, está na liderança. Gabriel Braga segue buscando 6.01.
Yeah, so as of now, status update, 15 minutes left in the heat, with Joaquin leading with a total of 12.75, with Gabriel in second position, needing a 6.01. I think, we're still waiting on that score of his last wave, Gabriel Braga, or that was it, right? 5.65, his last wave, so yeah, leaves him staying in the second place. And
então se atualización en español, Joaquin Soto, local, aquí de la Punta 2, Empezó en la segunda posición en esta manga. El brasileño Gabriel Braga logró un 6.75 en su primer ola. Después Joaquín con 5.25 y después encontró un buen backflip en una ola intermedia que le dio 7,5. Entonces Joaquín toma la primera posición en esta manga. El brasileño sigue necesitando de 6.01, ahora con 14 minutos restantes en el reloj.
All right, so we have the crew out there waiting patiently for something. And let's see this replay here of Joaquin Soto. Clean backflip and pulling out. That was probably the only thing he could work with, but yeah, good backflip by Joaquin.
Very tight style, I mean, with the crossed legs, you know, never take the elbow out of his board. And very nice style, and very technical rider that knows this wave very well. So when it comes to these heats where conditions are a little bit slow, you know, making the most of the wave and also working under the priority like he did on that last one makes a lot of difference. We saw Uri Valadão winning his heat against Eder Luciano, getting waves under the priority. And there comes Gabriel Braga, goes right, gets some speed, but not really finding anything good on that wave. So decided to kick out of this one. He's looking for an average score of 6.01. It was not that wave that was going to provide it for Gabriel. Both of them are preferring those right-handers. So not sure if anyone is going to alternate to the left, you know, and maybe try to look for something else in the last minute. But yeah, it's Joaquin on this one.
So yeah, Joaquin's taking off on this right, eyeing that section, roll out of the lip. And yeah, let's see what score he gets on that. But yeah, it's looking pretty good for the Chileans in this event, right? We have two that already advanced to the quarterfinals. We had Moises, and then we also had Agustin a couple heats back with his amazing performance. So with that scoring that 10 in there. So yeah, looking good. Let's see what happens with this heat. And as we get to the quarterfinals on our next section of the men's division.
That's it, guys. And just to remember you all, we're going to have a break at 11 p.m. 11 a.m. But let's see this one from Gabriel Braga. Nice looking section, an air roll for the Brazilian. Very good maneuver. And kept going with a lot of speed. Oh, strong invert. Just taken off completely on this wave. Very good one. It was executed in the last section, but anyway, he was really launched in that invert, and very expressive maneuver for him. Looking for a 6.51. I mean, that's going to be a good score for the Brazilian.
Yeah, that was a proper boost right there. He got some good projection. He got pretty high. I think legs were out of the water, full body invert. So yeah, I think that should be a pretty decent score there in a combination, right? As you mentioned, it wasn't. So yeah, looks like we have our interview ready. So let's take it away, Bego.
Thank you so much, guys. Well, it took a little longer because we're getting everything fixed here in the outside. Badr, that was amazing. I know you were a little tense because, you know, the tide is actually low right now, so you were avoiding hurt yourself. So tell us a bit about the whole heat.
Yeah, like the heat, I start the heat with a good wave at the beginning, but like average score. I know that wouldn't be enough like to win. Marcelo is like he's really good with his backflips and everything, and I try to look for the second one, but the second one was like a small score of maybe 4.5. But that wasn't enough actually to win Marcelo in that heat, and I tried to look for bigger scores. I did some big backflips, but actually I didn't land them because now is low tide and the section is really so powerful and the landing is really difficult. And yeah, like actually till the last 5 minutes, the backflips didn't work for me, but I tried like an invert that was actually clean and changed the situation for me and make me like win the heat.
All right, you want to say some words to anyone back home?
Yeah, like شكرا للوالده ديالي جده العائله كامله كيتفرجوا وكاع الدراري صحابي اللي كيتفرجوا حتى هما واللي كيسيبورطيوني في كاع اللي كيعرفوني ولا في السوشيال ميديا ولا في كل شيء و thanks to my partner my lens watching me and thanks to my sponsors like Ribker, Big Bamboo and the federation. Thanks a lot for like the support and thanks for some locals that they support me financially too, like some friends of my friend Paul and from Ubaha, and thanks everyone for the support. I'm here because of you, and I will do the best to do a good result here. Thanks everyone.
Oh, once again, we have the Moroccan flag on the quarterfinals. All right, so congratulations, best of luck for the quarters, and back to you guys.
Thanks, Bago. Badruddin, a very strategic heat against Marcelo Faundes, knocking out the local here. And we had some action right before that interview. Gabriel Braga last wave paid off really well. 7-point ride on this one, so nice big roll in the first section. He lands it, maintaining that control. Bottom turns and realigns for the last section that in this case provide a very good ramp for him to do this invert, completely boosted, and a lot of impact on that landing, but managing to hold it on and get 7 points. So jumping to the first position, now leaving the local Joaquin Soto looking for a 6.25 with 8 minutes remaining. With 8 minutes remaining in the clock, and Gabriel's out there holding the priority number 1.
Yeah. Good. So yeah, as we have Joaquin sitting in first now, right, with 7.5. I mean, with a total of 14.0. So yeah, curious to see. What do we have here? Another invert by Gabriel Braga.
Hold on, guys. So there was action. While I was just updating you guys on the situation, Joaquin came up with a 6.5, and then he jumped to the first position. Then we saw Gabriel being launched completely in this invert. Let's see this. In the first section, but lands in the pit and not really able to complete this maneuver. That was going to be definitely a good score for him, especially hitting that in the first section. Looks like there's a set incoming as well. Let's see if there's going to be another exchange after this one.
So let's take a look at this replay of Joaquin Soto with a good backflip coming down, aiming for another section on the inside, and does a roll out of the lip. Kind of gets caught up in that mush there, but all right, some more action out the back, some sets coming in, clean conditions. Yeah, let's see what goes down on this.
Yeah, so that was the 6.5.
Okay, that was it.
By Joaquin. I believe it was right after the interview or maybe during the interview. So yeah, I managed to take to get just enough for him to go back to the first position, leaving the Brazilian now looking for 7.01. O Gabriel Braga conseguiu 7 pontos na última manobra. Foi para a primeira posição, Joaquin Soto tirou um 6,5, voltou para a primeira posição, porém aquele último aéreo foi uma manobra completa para Gabriel Braga, um 7.75. So that last invert was actually completed by Gabriel Braga. That was a 7.75.
Nice.
So he's back in first position right now. It's not updated for you guys. Now it is. So as you guys can see, a 7.75 and a 7 for the Brazilian. He's back in the first position right now. Joaquin Soto holding priority number 1, this time looking for 7.26. So yeah, we saw it pretty quickly. I mean, the judges analyzed that much better than us. They see the replay 1, 2, 3 more times if they need to.
Yes.
To see if that was deemed as complete or not. And in this case for Gabriel, it was, and it is a 7.75, very strong boost. Huh?
Yeah, it was a good boost. You know, he kind of landed it, had to pull out really quick as he was hitting that oncoming dry section, but yeah, I'd say it was a proper land, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he could have, if he really wanted to, he could have rode it out into the flats, but you know, that might have made the parade a little bit harder.
Yeah.
Might have scraped a little bit of skin off the knees, so probably a good call to pull out there. But yeah, it's just 5 minutes left in the heat, so yeah, that brought him up into first position, right? So
remember, guys, at 11, right after this heat is over, we will be putting the contest on hold, and we will come back at 2:30 p.m. for the quarterfinals of the women. Joaquin Soto takes off on this ride, not much potential actually. 4 minutes and 40 seconds. Now Gabriel holding the priority. Pretty sure Gabriel is going to use that priority with against Joaquin to make sure that he doesn't find a good wave, because he knows how dangerous Joaquin is here, especially at La Punta Dos. You know, he knows that there are some sections still there, even that the tide is lowering right now. So yeah, pretty sure Gabriel will use that priority against the local.
Yeah, and here we go. Some action coming in. Looks like these guys are getting ready. And let's see if we have, looks like he's going to take advantage, Joaquin, of getting that barrel on the takeoff. Can't really get through it. And yeah, it's just 4 minutes left in the heat. So yeah, looks like there's a bit of pressure on for Joaquin Soto.
Definitely wanting to respond as soon as possible. I mean, don't really want to get into those last minutes looking for a big score under the priority. You know that that's a very tough situation to come out of. So Joaquin tried to get something without the priority, but didn't really come out of that barrel. Took off pretty deep on that one and just got smashed by the foam ball. So yeah, it's back in the outside right now, and still looking for something. Gabriel didn't really trust that wave had much potential, so good on him that he didn't even use that priority. You know, it's still there.
Yeah.
So 3 minutes remaining, and time definitely turning against the Chilean right now.
Yeah, I think that was a good decision on Gabriel's part, yeah, to not use up his priority on that little one. But yeah, I think Joaquin was hoping for the chance to make something good out of that insider, but unfortunately he couldn't make it out of that. A little bit too deep, right? So yeah, just 2.5 minutes remaining. And
Gabriel Braga na última onda ali do Joaquin Soto, pegou uma onda mais de baixo, mais no inside, tentando, né, sem a prioridade, um tempo virando contra ele, tentou encontrar uma onda ali com prioridade número 2. O Gabriel não confiou muito na onda, acabou nem utilizando a prioridade dele. O Joaquin foi, mas não conseguiu sair do tubo, como vocês viram. E vamos ver se agora sim o Gabriel vai usar essa prioridade. Na verdade também não usou. Vem Joaquin Soto, parte para dentro do tubo, acelera, continua lá dentro, ainda está na onda. Na hora de sair acabou passando ali na guilhotina, caiu nas costas dele o lip, não conseguiu sair desse tubo, que seria uma boa nota para ele. Não sei se um 7,26, uma onda um pouco intermediária, mas seria um bom tubo. Passou bastante tempo ali, algumas sessões, e infelizmente para ele na saída acabou não conseguindo encontrar, na verdade, aquela saída.
yeah, let's see if Joaquin just got a little traveler, got some travel time in that barrel, and see what kind of score he gets on that. Be curious to see what it looks like from the pure front angle on that as he takes off. Pulls in pretty deep in there, and looks like he gets barreled again on the inside. Kind of a long little, but yeah, had a doggy door it on the end, and yeah, not really sure. Would that be considered a make or not quite,
so.
right?
I don't think so at all.
Yeah, he tried a doggy door, but yeah, that lip just came down on him. So yeah, probably not going to get a decent score there. But,
yeah, I don't believe he came out of that barrel,
Yeah.
but I mean, let's wait for the score. But it was a good travel, you know.
Yeah.
He passed through that first section. There was some white water in front of him. He realigned, you know, maintained that line, and was able to travel through one more section. But in the end, it was pretty tough to come out of that doggy door with the guillotine on his back.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Still 40 seconds remaining in this heat, guys. We're going to make a break over here, and we're going to come back at 2:30 p.m. local time. It is 10:53 right now here in Chile. Make sure to adjust your clocks, and we'll come back in a few more hours for the quarterfinals of the women division. But hold on, that was a 6.15. I believe that was a made barrel for Joaquin. So yeah, let's see Gabriel Braga going on this wave. So yeah, Joaquin actually got 6.15 on that last barrel, Eric, but
Yeah, I guess it
didn't
was.
make it into his final score.
Yeah, still a little bit too low to bring him up above Gabriel, right? Congratulations to Joaquin, to Gabriel Braga for winning this heat, and also to, oh look, there we have a set, and it is off. That would have came a few 10 seconds earlier. Wow.
Oh yeah, that
Wow.
was a spit. Oh my God.
Timing. Timing.
He was mad at that wave because it took a few more seconds than it should for him. So yes, guys, we're gonna call a quick commercial break, come back with the last interview of the day, and then we'll have a break and come back at 2:30 p.m. So stay tuned.
Well, welcome back everyone. Today, day number 5 of the 2025 Iquique Bodyboard Pro, presented by Ilustre Municipalidad of Iquique and organized by Corporación Municipal de Deportes de Iquique. What a first half of the day we just had. Just remember, people, we are about to put the event on hold. We are waiting for the interview, and we will come back. We will resume at 2:30 local time. But for now, what an amazing round of 16 we had, and we do have our quarterfinals already established first quarterfinal will be Moises Silva against Tristan Roberts. That's going to be a cracker of a hit. That's going to be amazing. That's not happening today, all right? Only today we're going to be doing the quarterfinals of the women at 2:30. And then quarterfinal number 2, Armides Soliveres against Christopher Bayona. That will be amazing. And quarterfinal 3 and 4.
Yeah, and then our quarterfinal number 3, we're going to have Uri Valdao and we're going to have Agustin Figueiroa. With quarterfinal number 4, we are going to have Chajri Badir Edin, and we're going to have Gabriel Braga. So it should be an epic quarterfinal.
And yeah, we're seeing for the first time of Agustin Figueroa being in the quarterfinals, the last Chilean that we have in competition. And we also have one last woman Chilean competition for quarterfinal number 1 coming up today. But for now, we have the interview ready with the winner of this heat, Gabriel Braga and Lucas Rocha. We want to hear from them, so let's hear it.
Thanks, Pago. I'm here with Gabriel. Gabriel, how do you feel such a tough heat over here facing Joaquim Soto, a big local that placed second last year in the event, granting a spot on the quarterfinals? How do you feel?
Estou muito feliz, estou amarradão de ter avançado mais uma bateria. Eu amo surfar nessa onda, então para mim é um prazer. Só que era uma bateria difícil contra a Joaquim, que é um local daqui de Punta 2, mas eu tentei manter a calma, escolher bem as ondas. Deu certo. Fiquei tenso ali no final, que estava com a prioridade, fiquei com medo de vir uma série, mas graças a Deus não deu virada e é isso, amarradão.
E a série veio logo depois.
A série veio logo depois, mas já tinha acabado a bateria.
That's it. So he said it was a very difficult heat. He loves to surf in this wave over here. It's a perfect wave for him. And also facing Joaquin. He was very nervous in the end. He was saying that he was just expecting for a set not to come because he had the priority. He didn't want to use that priority and giving a chance for Joaquin to take that position. The set came, but it was after the heat was over. So any message for people back home?
É isso, galera. Obrigado pela torcida. Mandar um beijo para minha família, minha namorada, meus amigos, todo mundo que está torcendo por mim. Avançamos mais uma e agora é a quarta de final. Valeu.
E parabéns, Gabriel. Boa sorte nos quartas. Back to you guys.
Always cool and calm, Gabriel Braga, right? So, well. Ok, para todas las personas que sintonizan, perdón, que hablan español, primero disculpen porque antes dije Agustín Figueroa, el único chileno. No, obvio, tenemos a Moisés, tenemos 2 chilenos en los cuartos de final y una chilena en los cuartos de final femenino. Ahora nos vamos a ir a una pausa, no vamos a cerrar la transmisión, la vamos a dejar conectada, ustedes se pueden ir a hacer cualquier cosa, dejar la transmisión abierta. Lo vamos a poner con una cámara, un ángulo abierto, en donde va a decir que volvemos a las 2:30, ¿vale? No va a haber notificación, así que dejen la transmisión abierta. Vamos a volver con los cuartos de final de las mujeres a las 2:30 hora local, ¿vale? Y en teoría solamente vamos a hacer esos cuartos de final y ya volveríamos mañana. Obviamente esa información nos la tienen que comunicar oficialmente, por lo cual suscríbanse a este canal de YouTube y síganos en las redes sociales. Want to say that in English, maybe?
Yeah. Check us out on the social media. Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and stay tuned. And look forward to seeing you back at 2:30 for the women's quarterfinals.
Yeah, don't leave us. Leave this open because we're not going to close the live feed. It's going to be there. And there's not going to be notifications that we're live because we're going to be live. So we count on you at 2:30 to support the women for the quarterfinals. And we'll see you in 3 hours. everyone. We are about to start the second half of the day. We will see the quarterfinals of the women. This is the 2025 Iquique Bodyboard Pro presented by Ilustre Municipalidad of Iquique and organized by Corporación Municipal de Deportes. Welcome back, Eric.
Thanks. Good to be back, Bego. It's been an awesome day so far, and looking forward to getting into the quarters for the women's division.
Yeah, those are going to be amazing. Bienvenidos a todos de regreso. Vamos a comenzar de nuevo. Recuerden, tuvimos una pequeña pausa de más o menos 3 horas y algo, por el tema de la marea, porque la marea estaba muy baja y estábamos esperando las mejores condiciones, así que ahora ya estamos a punto de empezar y les queremos mostrar un gráfico que muestra todo lo que es el camino hacia la final. Ahí lo tenemos. So, first quarterfinal, look at that. Bianca Simo facing Constanza Soto, Brazilian and a Chilean. Constanza Soto is the youngest competitor of this event, and check that out. I mean, she is one step from the podium. So a remarkable performance of this young lady. We were not expecting this, and we are super and happily surprised by her, and also by Bianca Simoes. Bianca had done an amazing job here. You know, she actually took big names such as Paloma Fragan, Maida Viana, and there she is right now in the quarterfinals. Namika Yamashita facing Yuka Nishimura. Two fellow country women. They're different generations though. Namika is way younger and she is the current ranking leader, so a leader of the IUC World Tour. And Yuka Nishimura's experienced rider. She's also an amazing to watch and to serve. And who else?
And then we have Alexandra Reinder from Austria/Canary Islands. So yeah, it's good to see her compete. And next we have Maila Venturin from Brazil in the next heat. And the following heat, number 4, we're going to have Nishimura Carvalho versus Nicole Calero. So we will have 2 Brazilians competing in the last heat. So yeah, looking forward to getting into it. All right,
so I just called my attention, you know, one single Chilean, such a young girl, and 2 Japanese against each other, 2 Brazilians against each other, and yeah, of course, Alexandra, big name here in this specific beach. Alexandra knows this place very well. She feels very comfortable, so definitely it's going to be a great battle, and where it's only one spot in each quarterfinal, of course, to meet in the semi-final. So so yeah, beautiful, amazing setup we have right now. So one single spot of each heat, and let's hit the water so we can show you the conditions at the moment, so you get to see. I don't know if you guys were tuning in, but we left the frontal angle showing the wave, and we saw a couple of great maneuvers and a couple of free surf riders performing amazing maneuvers. I saw an air reverse. I sat here for a little bit to have lunch, and then I saw this guy, like, yeah, he was throwing an air reverse, and check this out.
So here we have in our first heat of the women's quarterfinals, we have Bianca Simoes from Brazil versus Chile's own Constanza Soto in yellow.
That's right, and of course they're wearing that rash guard because it was a rash guard that we took the pictures the first day, and that color is a color that represents this city. That sky blue, it's the typical Iquique color. So getting ready there, it's Constanza Soto, you know, having her moment. It's so important for an athlete to have that moment, you know, to focus, to kind of like get in rhythm of things, connect. You know, might sound, I don't know, maybe it might sound like we said this too much, but it's real. You know, you have to connect. Whatever you believe in, that exists. You know, connection with the place, and you know, probably it's even overrated, but.
Yeah. It's good to do some meditation and really focus and get prepared. You know, it's a stressful moment, right? So the calmer our minds are during these moments, the better it is, right? So yeah, I can definitely respect that.
Bueno, si estás recién llegando, estamos a punto de empezar de nuevo. Recuerden, tuvimos una pausita, las chicas todavía no han entrado al agua, lo que vemos ahí es aún el free surf. Y me extraña que no hayan entrado aún. Bueno, es que tienen que entrar 5 minutos antes y les estábamos presentando lo que era el camino a las finales. Teníamos el Road to the Final. Vamos a volver a enseñarles ese gráfico completo, vamos a decirlo en español para quien no lo haya visto, si acaban de llegar recién, es digamos la distribución de los hits. Ahí está el primer cuarto de final, tenemos a Bianca Simoes, que es bastante joven también, ella brasilera, viene de eliminar a Paloma, viene de eliminar a Mayra Viana. La verdad que ha sido una grata sorpresa tenerla a ella, que es su primer año en la categoría profesional. Era junior el año pasado y este año pues está compitiendo en la profesional, viene muy preparada, con un foco fuerte, haciendo maniobras realmente heavy, porque las maniobras por las que ha pasado sus mangas han sido rolos en secciones súper críticas de la derecha de la 2. Y Constanza Soto, que bueno, ni hablar, yo creo que todo Chile está revolucionado con esa chica que la llamamos la revelación del evento completo, porque tiene 15 años y mírenla donde está. Siempre se supo que ella era muy fuerte, claramente, pero claro, nunca, yo creo que tal vez, no sé, no estábamos todos seguros de verla en esta posición, y por qué no, ya un paso del podium es probable para ella, así que va a estar bien interesante ese hit entre esas dos chicas que han dado muchísimo de qué hablar y que han sido un poco sorprendentes en este evento. Y luego tenemos
dos japonesas en el siguiente manga, ¿no? Tenemos Namika Yamashita y Yuka Nishimura.
Sí.
Y en el siguiente tenemos Alexandra Reinder de Austria y Canarias. Tenemos Mayla Venturin de Brasil en esa manga. Y el cuarto tenemos Neymara Carvalho desde Brasil con otra de Brasil también, Nicole Caleros.
Sí, eso va a estar buenísimo. Imagínate, en el caso de Nicole y Neymar se conocen súper bien. Alexandra y Mayla muchos años también, muchos hits juntas, ¿no? Se deben haber enfrentado un montón de veces. Así que eso, gente, estamos a punto de empezar. Esto empieza a las 3 de la tarde en punto. En este momento son las 2:51. Por eso todavía no hemos empezado. Y ahí vemos a Bianca Simoes ya entrando al agua. Se puede entrar 5 minutos antes del hit. Y como ven, todavía falta agua ahí en ese canal.
Sí, todavía falta agua. Se nota que está bastante vacía igual, ¿no? Así que va llenando la marea. Y sí, ella se puso un rolo increíble, ¿eh? Ayer en su última ola que ganó su manga. Increíble.
Sí, ayer realmente es que Connie ha sido una sorpresa hermosa en este evento. Aparte de ella, la forma como ha llevado sus victorias, es una chica muy humilde en su forma de ser, sencilla, muy muy centrada realmente. Y bueno, ni hablar de Arturo, su padre, que es el organizador, sí, junto con el Club Budeo del Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. Arturo está en una nube de felicidad, lo ves, sí, y no, está en una nube, te lo juro, está flotando por ahí, por la vida, anda pero contentísimo, la verdad, muy lindo.
Sí, él estaba súper feliz ayer, se notaba cuando ella ganó su manga, la última, no sé qué fue, como la última 30 segundos, y ni siquiera eso, ¿ya? Así que fue un éxito para ella quedar en el campeonato y avanzar a la siguiente ronda. Así que muy feliz para Constanza, para verla avanzar. Y muy feliz para ver esta manga, que será muy buen espectáculo.
Right, if you're just getting here, we are about to start. This is the second half of the day, because we had the first, I would say, block. You know, we divided the day in 2 blocks because of, due to the tides. We want to protect all the riders, and we want to offer them the possibility of showing, right, their level.
I want to give them a little bit of water on the reef to work with, right?
Right.
So, yeah, I think that worked out well, and fortunately the conditions have held up, and, a little bit of texture, but totally doable,
Yeah.
So, yeah, as the tide's coming up, get that high tide push, more water on the reef, should be a nice show for us.
Bueno, y ya saben lo que tienen que hacer, compartan, síganos por favor, es importante para todos los movimientos del bodyboard, para estos atletas, que nos juntemos, que nos unamos. Claramente todos podemos tener opiniones, todos vemos la vida diferente y obviamente se respeta todo, pero es importante para el crecimiento del deporte su apoyo, que sigan a todos los eventos, que sigan a los atletas, ellos necesitan ese apoyo para poder crecer. Hoy en día todo se mide así, ¿no? Estamos en una época en que todos son números de vistas, números de interacciones y no cuesta nada en realidad apoyar, construir. Vamos adelante, si hay sugerencias siempre son bienvenidas. Aquí está el QR, es el código que pueden escanear y se pueden conectar. Ahí también pueden encontrar los puntajes, lo que es todo el evento en la página de la IBC World Tour. Entran ahí y se conectan y pueden seguir, digamos, los puntajes en vivo. Ese chico no es parte de la competencia, obviamente, está saliéndose ya y las niñas están remando hacia el cacho. Pero eso, gente, con mucho cariño, con mucho respeto traemos esto. Somos amantes del bodyboard al igual que ustedes y queremos lo mejor para nuestro deporte.
Yeah, please give it a scan, everyone. Give us a follow on social media, YouTube. Give us a scan for the current points and the rankings, etc. So yeah, quick access to all the information needed about the competition. So yeah, definitely give that QR code a scan.
Yeah, this is it's going to be only this, all right? Because of, look at that, that's Arturo mega ready.
He's shaking of joy, right? He's so happy.
I mean, he's anxious, you know, he wants this to start and of course he wants to keep seeing his little child, you know. I mean, it's for a father to see your child surfing like that and I mean, the results of so much work, you know. Arturo has been bodyboarding for so many years and he has dedicated his life to bodyboarding, so to see
it's amazing
his daughter, you know, doing so well, it's a dream come true, you know?
It is, and he's just doing so much for the community too, right? Just getting kids off the streets and getting them into bodyboarding, and it's just such a positive thing that he's doing, right? And he's been doing this for a long time, as growing up in Antofagasta near Budeo, and just getting kids to be involved in such a beautiful sport where you're immersed in nature and positivity. It's just such a great thing he's doing, and then now having his daughter into this as well, it's just a dream come true. He is living the dream, and so is his daughter. Really happy to see his daughter competing. I remember when last time I was up in this area in 2013, just seeing him kind of getting into the Budeo Surf Club and everything, and now it's just expanded so much. He's doing a lot, so yeah, really happy to see. Look at that aerial, Begoña.
Air Vision by Corporación Municipal de Deportes de Iquique, Ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique son quienes presentan esta panorámica, ¿no? De lo que es Iquique, el Morro, que es el barrio que tenemos atrás, un barrio histórico, precioso, tradicional, iquiqueño. Que bueno, que nos acoge, y también, ¿sabes qué, Eric? Darle las gracias a todos los riders locales por su hospitalidad.
Así es, hay que darle muchas gracias para los brazos abiertos que nos deja con buena onda, que siempre ha recibido a los extranjeros, a lo que sea, siempre con brazos abiertos, así que lo agradecemos muchísimo a los iquiqueños.
Sí, señor.
Muy buena onda, siempre ha sido buena onda.
Y para quienes no conocen esta ola, fíjense cómo rompe, perfecto triángulo, lo hemos estado diciendo todo el tiempo porque realmente es un placer ver una ola rompiendo de esta manera tan perfecta. Estaban las chicas pasando esa serie, fíjense la forma perfecta de triángulo, derecha, izquierda, así marcado.
Hecho para bodyboard, como siempre decimos, ¿no?
Así es.
Mira ese triángulo perfectísimo, ¿no?
No hay duda, es como, de verdad, la punta 2 es especial. Bueno, la marea, la próxima marea alta del día de hoy es en las 6:20, ¿vale? Entonces, por eso tardamos un poquito en comenzar, queremos darle un poquito de agüita a las chicas. Sabemos también que el criterio en este evento es favorecer la derecha porque la derecha es más larga, tiene más posibilidades de maniobra. Entonces, si entras con la marea seca, no puede favorecer más la derecha porque la gente se puede golpear, ¿no?
Sí, hay que darles la oportunidad para correr esa derecha, para tener más posibilidades, una ola más larga, más maniobras, más sobre todo, tú, lo que sea, más para combinaciones y todo, que la izquierda es un poco limitado. Igual se puede hacer buenas cosas para la derecha. Bueno, así que está subiendo bastante la marea, se puso vacío hace como 2 horas más o menos, así que vamos a ver cuánto llena y si nos va a traer más fuerza, más agua en el arrecife.
All right, everyone, this is about to start. It starts at 3 p.m. sharp, and we're waiting for the horn to sound. This is quarterfinal number 1 in the water. We have John Revelation and Revelation of the whole event, Connie, Constanza, Soto in yellow, and we have another amazing competitor that has put on a show. That's Bianca Simo, is coming from Espiritu Santo. She is part of Neymara's Carvalho's club, you know. She has been training super strong, and this is starting right now. 25 minutes for these ladies in quarterfinal number 1. And I wanted to, you know, throw some words about Bianca as well, because Bianca, she's training really hard. You know, she's studying English, studying physiotherapist, still working with Neymara Carvalho's Institute.
Awesome.
She's coming from there, you know, and check this out. It looks like first lot is Constanza actually taking one of those deep waves and going straight to the rope.
Wow.
Not wasting a single second of the heat. Did you see that?
I know, we're not even, barely 30 seconds into the heat, and she's already got a good wave. And pretty heavy little section.
Did you see where she dropped? She was super, like, even backdooring, man.
Yeah.
That was good.
Yeah, she took off pretty deep on that thing, and hit a pretty heavy section, and tide's still fairly low too, you know. So yeah, that was good wave and good courage from Constanza.
6.5 la primera ola de Constanza, disculpa, estamos acá casi con las bocas abiertas porque además se tiró como de atrás, como bien de atrás, onda, estaba Bianca bastante más hacia el inside y ella estaba súper bien colocada. Quiero mucho ver ese replay porque fue de verdad, y saben, una cosa que yo también resalto mucho de ella, que tú hablas con ella y ella te dice que ella no tiene miedo de nada.
All right, let's check out this replay of Constanza. Kind of bottom turning coming up and hitting that section. Nice. Kind of came down with a lip and pulled it off. Good job, Constanza.
Y súper linda, así como suavecito, levantó la mano, así como, lo caí, gente.
Yeah, she had kind of like a mellow claim, you know,
Sí.
she's just like a nice humble claim. That was awesome.
Humble
just
claim.
letting everyone know she made it and letting the judges know, of course. So good performance there by Constanza, getting a 6.5 on her first wave. Good start for her.
Campaign.
Yeah,
amazing. And see her. She knows exactly where to go. People here sitting in the peak, it's kind of tricky because, you know, you have to have some, you know, point break knowledge. And this is the first for Bianca. I think she's also going to hit it. Of course, she is round, beautiful roll as well. Nice technique. And I don't know if that's going to be deemed as a complete move.
Yeah, it's kind of questionable, right? She's kind of riding forward, but yeah, not sure. It's kind of very close, but yeah, let's see what the score says there. And here we have.
We're waiting for that score, but yeah, first wave of Constanza was a 6.5, and that's Janita, also Hannah from Peru, Hannah Saavedra, one of Constanza's best friends. And I love those friendships from the tour, you know?
Yes.
They met each other in the juniors, and now they're super good friends.
Yeah, awesome. So yeah, here we have Bianca with that replay, going for that roll. And looks like she landed it. Yeah, I think it's a legit land. But yeah, let's see what the scores are for this one. So yeah, looks like she got a 5.0. Still leads her in second at the moment. But yeah, as we're waiting for another set off the back, looks like we'll take a quick moment to thank our sponsors of today's or this whole event. We want to thank the Ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique, organized by Cormurepe Sports Corporation of Iquique. We'd like to thank Zofri, Iquique's tax-free zone, Erizo Surf Brand, Hotel Cavancha, Kine Vitar, our official kinesiologist of the event, We'd like to thank our supporters, Club Heaven, Red Salud, Chiringuito Cavancha, La Juana Iquique, Agua Manantial, Maria del Mar Café, Erizo Store, who's having an awesome 20% discount. So come get your gear at Erizos. You can get it online. You can drop in the store. We have a store here in Iquique. There's also one in Santiago, so feel free to drop by and check them out. Great service as well. And also we'd like to give a big thank you to Salvavidas, sitting in the channel, doing an excellent, there you have it, right there.
Estaba diciendo Eric en inglés, Erizos Store, uno de los patrocinadores de este evento, tiene un código para celebrar este evento, los 18 años de la marca Erizos, con un 20% de descuento en toda la tienda, compras online. Con ese código que ven ahí es IBP25, vayan a erizosstore.com, pueden comprar cualquier cosita que necesiten para el bodyboard a través de esa página. Hay dos tiendas, una acá en Iquique, en la avenida Arturo Prat, que es la plena costanera, y una en Santiago, en Domingo Faustino Sarmiento, en Ñuñoa. Ahí entonces, si quieren visitar un bodyboard shop, uno de los primeros y más completos de Chile. Y también surf shop, porque tiene muchas cosas para la práctica del surf también. Ropa, varios accesorios. Gracias una vez más. Es una marca que ha estado patrocinando este evento desde su comienzo. Y vamos a ver, parece que viene la ola de respaldo, ¿no? Estuvo bien que, bueno, esa estaba bastante heavy.
Sí, eso yo creo que está esperando, está usando su prioridad y siendo paciente para esperar una buena ola. A ver qué tenemos.
Sí, el tema de hoy es que sí tenemos, está un poquito lento, pero las condiciones están muy buenas. De hecho, en un momento yo me asusté porque vi como viento. Y dije, se está metiendo el viento, no, por favor, no quiero que se meta el viento porque las chicas quiero que tengan la oportunidad de correr perfecto. Y no se metió, esa es una pequeña textura que de verdad no afecta la ola.
Sí.
Está bueno.
Sí, eso es lo bueno de aquí, que de repente viene una onshore en la tarde, pero no es tanto como onshore como otro lugar.
A veces se va, entra y sale. Eso.
Sí.
Uy, ahí viene una ola.
Ahí viene, ahí vamos a ver.
Connie, she's actually in position, she's holding the priority, and there she comes strong, you know, she chooses the best ones. Maybe, no, yeah, that was difficult to connect.
Yeah, a little bit behind it, unfortunately, for Constanza. And looks like we have Bianca out the back. Looks like she almost got like a little bit of a cover up here. And yeah, kind of a roll, and wow, there's still not that much water there. I think I saw a couple erizos sticking out of there. That was
I'm so grateful for that. I'm so grateful for that water camera because otherwise you guys, I promise you wouldn't notice. I'm telling you. Me encanta que tengamos esa cámara de agua porque de verdad ustedes no podrían darse cuenta de lo heavy que es esa sección si no vieran ese ángulo. Miren, es que de afuera se ve muy diferente. Así que gracias a ese Water Vision presentado por Erizo, porque le da la perspectiva de lo que realmente está pasando. There's a change of situation right now with this wave. Bianca, she gets the first position.
Yeah, so Bianca going for that roll on that pretty dry section. So yeah, pulls it off and throws her up into the first position, right? So yeah, getting a 4.25 on that last one with a total of 9.25. With Constanza needing a 2.75 to jump into that first spot.
Es tan motivador ver lo que un competidor es capaz de hacer en competencia, ¿sabes? Porque realmente yo tengo, ¿sabes? Viví aquí 11 años y corrí esta ola siempre y todos evitamos por todos los medios de pegarle en esas secciones, onda. Nosotros ni vemos esa sección, es como... Porque sabes que te puedes golpear, pero en competencia la motivación es tanta, la energía es tanta, la confianza de estas chicas es impresionante, de verdad, por ir por esas maniobras en esas secciones tan heavy. Lo bueno es que sí, hace un tiempo atrás, como que crecieron unas plantitas sobre las rocas de la tercera sección, unos güiros que se llaman acá en Chile,
y eso está un poco cubierto, entonces está un poco menos afilado que antes.
Oh,
porque
sí.
antes eran los barnacles, o sea, los
¿en
picolocos.
serio?
Sí, hay unos como, ya los voy a ver, como unos pelitos.
Ok.
Esos son whittles. Y están en la tercera sección, ahí están como acolchando un poquito esa área. Y eso
sí.
pasó hace pocos años, porque antes no era así. Aquí gente ha perdido el conocimiento, aquí
Sí.
gente se ha roto.
Sí, peligrosísimo esa última sección era. Y aquí tenemos Constanza en la... Hola, un rolo ahí y no alcanzó a terminarlo, pero buen intento.
¿Ves los pelitos ahí en la roca, los whittles? Son algas típicas chilenas,
Ok.
bien cotizadas sobre todo en los países asiáticos. Hay gente que se dedica a hacer eso, a extraerlos o bueno, esperar que el mar los bote y se venden muy bien. Entonces eso es bien típico de acá. Alright, so I was just saying that it's impressive. Just trying to bring you my point. Check this out. Check how
No water.
shallow that is.
No water.
And for me, it's so impressive to watch these ladies and everyone in competition here because, you know, we know this place. I lived here for 11 years and I surfed here like almost every day. And seriously, in pre-surf sessions, you avoid those areas, you
Yes.
know? And just to watch them fearless, you know, going for technical maneuvers and like critical sections where there's not too much water and just feeling that will, you know, that they have.
Yeah, and you were explaining about how the barnacles on the reef aren't as bad anymore, right?
Yeah, right now it's a little bit more mellow, but there's sea urchins everywhere.
Yeah, they're still there.
They're still there. Like yesterday, I was leaving from the channel and check that out.
Oh wow!
See how
That's
crazy that is?
Yeah, it's still.
Thank you, Water Vision.
Yeah, that was epic to kind of give the spectators a little perspective there. What's going on out there? How little of water is on that reef, as it's still needs quite a bit of tide to fill in to make it a little bit safer. So yeah, here we have
Namika Yamashita. She is the ranking leader. Right now, she won in Morocco. Namika getting ready. Sari might be tuning in. If you're tuning in, Sari, there's Namika getting ready to face no one else than Yuka Nishimura.
Should be a fascinating heat. So as of now, so yes, we are with almost 14 minutes left, and Bianca's sitting in first with a total of 9.25, and Constanza sitting in second with a total of 8.0, needing a 2.75, and with Bianca holding that priority. And yeah, it looks like there might be a little lump coming in. Let's see what we have here. All right.
See how glossy it is? So that
glossy.
texture is not really bothering at all, you know?
Yeah.
Oh
There
my.
we go. Still quite.
Still shallow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Y la verdad es lo que les decíamos, estamos en la marea media, pero fíjense lo heavy que es. No hay olas muy grandes, sin embargo, es heavy. Vamos a ver una ola aquí. Bianca Simo is taking off in this one. Looking good. Probably she's not wasting any section.
Nice.
I mean, she's going straight for the maneuver. You see that?
Yeah, she's just going for it, like not worried about how shallow it is. She's just going all out, and yeah, great performance by her. Look how shallow it is. She's just like.
She's even paddling like sideways.
Yeah, you gotta
know?
like paddle with your fingernails.
That's super smart of her, you know.
Yeah, you gotta do kind of like that side hand paddle, right, to avoid getting some urchins in your fingers, right? Because that end part is just loaded with sea urchins. So
Loaded.
Yeah.
And there's reds and blacks.
yeah, and then let's take a look at that replay of Bianca. Gets a little spit on the back on the takeoff and busts a roll out of the barrel. She's so good at those things. You
So
know?
good.
Yeah, that one she did the other day was amazing. Another great performance there. And I think you noticed she just kind of like lifted her hand up. She's like trying to avoid touching those rocks. So
That's Gordinho right there, Gordinho style. I know you're tuning in, Gordinho.
Gordinho.
Saudades para todo o pessoal do Instituto Neymar Carvalho, né? Todo mundo assistindo, com certeza. Aí a Bianca tá quebrando demais. Impressive. I'm so impressed. And check this out. The straight answer pony goes for the roll in the first section. That's a critical section, I'm telling you. But yeah, Bianca, she is looking sharp. Have you seen, she hasn't wasted any single wave.
Yeah,
Every wave that she has taken, she will go for a roll, you know. 6:25 for last wave of Bianca. Right now she is in first. But of course she has to be careful with Constanza. Only needing a 4.75. Very tight battle here.
Yes, it is.
Very close.
Yeah, very close heat indeed. And yeah, definitely Bianca was making the best of all those sections. Oh, I love that aerial view. Looking so nice. So yeah, we have, looks like we have Constanza out the back in priority. And here we have a replay
Of Constanza. We were watching this from the drone, I think. And she almost got it.
Yeah, it looks like she had it.
Almost. Oh, what a heat, I'm telling you.
Yes.
It's been really, really good to see this. The whole event itself today, we have a couple of surprises, you know.
Yeah.
Pierre-Louis being knocked out, you
I
know.
know.
Even Joaquin Soto being knocked out, Marcelo Faundes. If you missed that, guys, we had a full day of action in the morning as well. We ran the round of 16 for the man division. That was 8 heats. And it was really good. We have big names also in the quarterfinals for the men. That's we don't know if we're gonna have an event tomorrow, but yeah, we have 2 Chileans in the quarterfinals. We have Moises Silva and Tristan Roberts. We have Armia Soliveres facing Christopher Bayona. Uri Valad facing Agustin Figueiroa in quarterfinal number 3. In quarterfinal number 4 will be Badreddin Chajri and Gabriel Braga. Those are the last 8 competitors on the men division, and that's we're looking to one more day of competition for finals day, and we're gonna leave this division in semifinals, and then we're gonna be running the quarters and semifinals and finals on the same day. That's a good wave.
Yeah, it looks like a good one. Let's see if looks like Bianca's a little deep on that one, and Constanza was a little too far inside, so that one went unridden, but maybe it's, I don't know. That was kind of a heavy one, but almost looked doable, but yeah, pretty shallow still.
Pretty shallow still.
Yeah.
Todavía está bastante seca la marea. Estamos en marea media y la verdad que lo que estas chicas están haciendo es impresionante. Cero miedo, mucho compromiso, cero desperdicio. Onda, todas las olas que agarran le pegan. Aquí viene de nuevo. Bianca Simo es. Let's see Bianca finding the section and zero waste. Even if she doesn't land it, she will hit it, you know?
So you see all the water just draining off of that reef, like water falling off of the reef into the channel, and she's hitting it. Like, this girl charges. Yeah, she's just, like, as you said, not wasting anything. No sections are getting wasted whatsoever. Standing up on the reef right there, it's so shallow. Yeah.
That's crazy, I'm telling you. I'm super impressed, and in a good way.
Yeah.
By both of them, you know. Both of them
Yes.
are doing an amazing job.
Yeah, it's still quite a tight heat too, right? All Constanza needs is a 4.7 to take back that lead as she sits in priority.
Y si están recién llegando, recuerden, vamos a hacer de esta ronda, que es la de cuartos de final completa para la categoría profesional, la categoría Women Prime Series de la US World Tour. Connie viene en esta ola y trató, pero creo que vio que se iba a cerrar. Y claro, esto lo explicaba Lucas, sobre todo porque ayer nosotros surfeamos y estaba bastante seca la marea, y él explicaba que el tema es que caes en esa zona explosiva, en donde como que se juntan varias espumas y no te dejan mucho seguir. Y además, claro, sin casi agua, cómo se ve desde el agua cuando tú estás surfeando, tú ves las piedras,
Sí.
tú las ves ahí, ¿entiendes? Es como muy intimidante.
Sí, es una perspectiva muy, muy diferente de lo que ves desde la playa o hasta el agua también, pero cuando estás ahí viendo esa roca subiendo del agua, poniendo sequísimo, sí, es bien intimidante, tiene mucha razón.
Sí, es súper intimidante. La punta 2 nunca se puede tomar en juego, ¿no? Es una ola de consecuencias, una ola hecha para el bodyboard con poca agua. que se han visto cosas acá, se han visto accidentes como se han visto maniobras increíbles. Una ola realmente, esto es bodyboard, ¿no? Es lo que se espera, no es otro tipo, si fuera otro tipo de deporte, pero el bodyboard es así, es radical.
Sí, es ola muy ola de bodyboard, es una ola de bodyboard.
Ahí esperando para hacer su entrada las dos japonesas, Namika Yamashita, líder del ranking en estos momentos, porque viene de ganar en Marruecos, y Yuka Nishimura, que es también excelente, con mucha más experiencia. Yuka está alrededor de los 35 años y Namika me parece que tiene como 20.
Aquí tenemos Constanza en esta derecha, un pequeño cutback, 360 y yendo para la última rampa, a ver si... eso fue sequísimo.
Con ese 360 Constanza va a mejorar un poco su sumatoria, va a cambiar yo creo el 1.6 y probablemente se le acorte un poco la distancia con Bianca, y la verdad es que Bianca también tiene que buscar cambiar el 5 porque esa nota para Constanza es fácil. Imagínense, ya tiene 6,5 y fíjate, ahí está 2.75, ahora busca 4.75 Constanza.
Así que vamos a ver este replay.
Sí, fue bueno. Ella ahí incluso hizo bien en hacer el check turn y hacer ese giro, solo que acá, claro, ella tal vez pudo haberle pegado, pero era peligroso.
Peligrosísimo.
Sí. Hizo, bueno, está bien, es lo que digo, hay que estar ahí, gente. Hay que estar ahí, hay que estar viendo lo que hay ahí. Ella para mí ya es, independiente de los resultados, para mí ha hecho algo que es inolvidable. Es una chica que se perfila para ser una excelente bodyboarder de Chile, un nuevo nombre dentro del bodyboard chileno, ya que ya tenemos varios nombres grandes en la categoría femenina, obviamente partiendo con Paloma, Valentina, que ha hecho un trabajo muy bueno también en el Tour Mundial, Anaís Vélez, que ganó este evento, es la única chilena que ha ganado este evento, bueno, incontables chicas de aquí de Iquique, muchas chicas buenas también, hay un club solo de mujeres que se llama Club Abaguara, y está lleno de grandes bodyboarders a lo largo de Chile, y bueno, es hermoso. Bueno, Daniceli Vallejo también de Antofagasta, que corrió el Tour por mucho tiempo, no la tenemos este año, pero ahí sí ha hecho muy buen trabajo también. Así que hay un buen bagaje de mujeres bodyboarders en Chile, y ahora Connie llega a poner un nombre grande. Emiliana también, que es una joven niña de aquí de Iquique, lo ha hecho muy bien.
Sí, Connie, que tiene 16 años
15.
ahora. Oh, 15 años, wow, bien. Así que haciendo un buen nombre. Connie Soto at 15 years of age, making a solid name in Chile in bodyboarding. And yeah, it's good to see so many girls competing on the tour.
It's amazing. For me, it's so inspirational to see these ladies. I saw them when they started on the junior woman division, because the junior woman division was created by the IBC.
Yes.
And I remember back in the day, some people would say junior woman division, but there's no one.
Yeah.
There's like 5 girls, like 2 girls. Why would you do that, you know? And I remember the first event that brought the junior woman division was Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival.
Okay, that was the first one.
So they believe in the division, and it started super slow. Of course, we started with like 4 or 5 competitors, and for us it's so fulfilling, to see how these ladies are coming from that division, and to see the evolution of them, and watch them right now surfing with the pros, and like a pro. They're completed. I mean, they're lacking nothing,
Yeah, there's nothing that age isn't, it's not affecting their performance whatsoever, right? So.
Not even thinking about like fearless, I'm telling you.
Yeah, they're going all out. And here we have some action coming in. Looks like we have something coming in. Let's see how walled up. It looks a little bit on the walled up side. So see if we have any takers. Constanza taking advantage of her priority and taking off on this thing. And it looks like getting that water angle. Yeah, nice Rolo. Wow, that was solid. Yeah, Constanza.
Oh, I'm grabbing my head.
Can't wait to see the replay on that. There's Arturo, super stoked for his daughter. Really happy to see his joy. And yeah, you could see the joy in Constanza. Just went all out, went for the dries, no worries.
People,
check this
Let's
out.
check it out,
Replay
Bagel.
of the last of Constanza Soto. Check that bottom turn. She knows exactly what to do, when to attack. That's perfect roll. And I can smell it. I can smell the change of situation. You know, Bianca, she was
Yes.
doing great, but, you know, Connie needed a small score, and that was actually very good. Check where she is.
Yeah, she went for it. Wow, look at that score, Bagel. She scored an 8.5 on that thing.
I mean, we want to show you the judging criteria because she met the whole thing,
That
you know.
was amazing.
It was incredible. I'm telling you, right there, maximum degree of difficulty and commitment. I mean, tell me about commitment. She was like bottom turning, critically bottom turning, and she attacked that leap, radical and controlled. Speed, power, and flow, critical sections, variety of repertoire. I mean, we are seeing rolls, of course, but that was a very well projected and executed roll, cleanly
Indeed.
executed and with style. So she met the whole thing. So 850 for the young Chilean, and she's about to make more history.
Yes.
She's going to the podium, man. If Bianca, you know, it's 18 seconds.
Yes, it's going to be hard for Bianca, right? And it's awesome because Constanza's last heat, she made a comeback in that
She's
last
very happy.
minute. So good to see her joy.
Constanza, no se lo puede ni creer, pero lo hizo. Gente, impresionante esa última maniobra de Constanza, lo dio todo, cayó en las piedras. Fue espectacular el rolo, queremos volver a verlo. 8.50, ganó correctamente. La batalla fue excelente entre las dos competidoras y ella se llevó la mejor parte. Ya tenemos a una chilena una vez más en podium. Hacía tiempo que no teníamos una chilena en podium y esto va a marcar un gran antes y después. Gran felicitaciones a Constanza, Arturo, a todo Budeo, a todo Chile. Tenemos la primera chica en el podio, la primera semifinalista de este evento, Constanza Soto. Queremos ver este momento hermoso. Ahí está Arturo, grabando primero que nada. ¡Wow! ¡Qué momentazo! Y una gran felicitación a Bianca Simo, porque se está llevando un quinto lugar. No es menor.
Sí.
Ok, nos vamos a un pequeñito corte comercial y vamos a volver con mucho más después de esto aquí en el Iquique Bodyboard Pro.
Welcome back, guys. This is the 5th day of competition here at the 2025 Iquique Bodyboard Pro. We are seeing the second block of competition in this 5th day. Now with the quarterfinals of the women division, we just saw an amazing battle of giants over here. I mean, very young girls, but fierce ones, right?
Fierce ones. That was an epic comeback for Constanza, just in a couple minutes to go, and got that good score. So yeah, that was amazing to see her do that. You know, her last heat a couple days ago, she did something very similar. So
yeah.
I'm super happy for her, and as you can see, Arturo's super happy for her too. So awesome. So yeah, let's take it to the water.
Let's do it. I mean, very good campaign by Constanza Soto. Couldn't get any better. So yeah, she's in the podium already in the semifinals. So in the water, we have a battle of Japanese Namika Yamashita on top of the ranking for the women division in 2025 season. Namika leading it will be wearing red singlet. And we also have Yuka Nishimura in yellow. Yuka, a very experienced rider, very consistent rider. So this is going to be A very good heat, guys, for sure. You guys can expect a lot of action here. Both of these riders are super strong with those rolls going right, you know, and we are seeing the right. Besides being shallow here, there are some sections provided. So yeah, that's Yuka, if I'm not wrong. That's it. It's Yuka going for a roll. And looks like another one. Not sure if she completes this one. Yeah, just pulling back, not to get into the shallows, because it's pretty tricky out there right now.
Yeah, it's still pretty shallow, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, despite the tide being on the rise, it still seems pretty draining right now. So, yeah, it can be tricky. So here we have a replay of Namika Yamashita doing that roll right there and going for, yeah, probably a good call on pulling out of that thing.
4.5 for Namika on this wave. She also has a 1-point ride, so sitting second right now since that roll from Yuka granted her 5.5. But yeah, just getting started. Both of these riders, they're usually very active in their heats. You know, they don't wait too much. They get very busy, and as I said, they're super consistent on those rolls, especially to the right. So pretty sure we're gonna see some ladies attacking the lip, as we just saw in the previous heat.
Yeah, we're gonna have some Rolos going down today, that's for sure. So yeah, good wave for it. Good performance so far by Yuka and Namika. So here we have our aerial view. And do we have a set coming in?
Só atualizando na situação da última bateria, Bianca acabou sendo eliminada, fica com uma 5ª posição, enquanto a Constanza Soto avança para o próximo round. Yuka Nishimura goes for a nice roll, a lot of impact on this one. She pulling it off? Not really. So yeah, just pumping through that shallow section. Not sure if that's going to be deemed as a complete maneuver. I'm going to check that replay pretty soon, and we're still waiting on the score.
Yeah, that's a tricky one when it's you kind of get caught up in the white water and it's really hard to get out of it, right? But yeah, let's take a look at that replay of Yuka hitting that roll on the takeoff bowl, and yeah, nice. And yeah, she kind of gets caught up in it, so yeah, I'm not sure if that will be, let's find out. Look, barely scraping over the dries, right?
And we waited quite a while for the tide to start, you know, filling up again. But I mean, we have to play inside the reality here, inside the conditions that we have. We actually made a break, you know, to try and avoid that low tide, completely low. But I mean, even with the high tide, still pretty shallow over there. It never gets deep at all.
It is, and I'm not sure how high the tide is. It might not be a very high tide, it might be like a medium high, you know, so yeah, it's not too much water on the reef as it comes up for, I believe, another couple hours. Around 6, I think, was the high tide, somewhere around there, so.
Yeah, 6:22.
Yes.
And low, it's almost at 1, at 12:56. So yeah, we're coming from already almost 2 hours from the low tide. So yeah, it's filling up, guys. It's just gonna get better, I believe, on the next heat. Anyway, with the low tide, the lefts work a lot, you know, and we haven't been seeing the riders taking advantage of those lefts yet. So probably, I believe, next heat where we have Alessandra Reinder facing Myla Venturin. Pretty sure Alessandra is looking for the potential on those lefts, and she has been surfing many lefts throughout her heat. So yeah, maybe on the next heat, if Yuka and Namika are sticking to the rights over here.
Yeah, a little bit of variety. We'll see some of those lefts being taken as Alexandra Reinder definitely makes the best of those. And here we have Namika taking off on this right, coming down the line and trying to aim for that bowl, and hits it, pulls it off, rides out to the flats, and she landed it. Little claim to show she made it. Great job by Namika. And yeah, will that give her the score she needs? Probably not a very high score needed, right? So very highly likely to put her up into that first position.
Yeah, sure.
Currently
she'll
held by,
get she'll get something more, and she got a lot more. She got 7 points for that roll. So jumping straight in the first position now with the first solid score in this heat, the best one so far. And taking into account that Yuka only has a 1.5, she's looking now for a 6.01 to get back into the lead. And guys, we have the interview with Constanza Soto, complete standout of this event down at the beach with Bagel. So Bagel, please let us hear from Connie Soto.
Well, thank you so much, guys. The vibes here at the beach are amazing. Everyone's supporting Connie. Connie, I don't know if you have an idea what you're doing. I mean, you're so young, and only 3 Chileans have made it to the podium. And in this event, only Anaís Beris has made it to the podium. So I want to know what happens there. I mean, what's in your head? ¿Qué hay en tu cabeza? ¿Cómo pudiste tener esa frialdad en esos momentos, esperar esa ola que necesitabas? Cuéntale un poco a Chile porque está todo el mundo viéndote.
Hola a todos. La verdad es que no me lo creo, de verdad. Este es un sueño para mí. Nunca me imaginé acá, de verdad que no tenía ni idea que iba a llegar hasta acá. Cada vez está más cerca mi sueño de poder ganar un evento mundial. Y estaba nerviosa dentro del agua cuando no me tocaba la ola y estaba fallando todo. Y pensé que ya me iba a ir, pero pude conectar la última ola, que fui con todo. Tenía miedo de no caerlo, pero me afirmé como nunca y pude sacar una ola de 8 puntos y algo y estoy demasiado feliz que no me lo puedo creer.
Well, she says she can't believe it. She can't start to believe it. She would never imagine that she wouldn't get this result. Actually, she was super nervous. She was feeling she was not, making mistakes, not landing the maneuvers. And she was like, okay, now it's over. I'm through. I'm not going to find anything. And then she found this wave and she was like, it's now or never. So she held her board and landed that move. And it was it, she got it. So you got the score. So what message can you send to all these ladies? Un mensaje que le puedas mandar a todas las bodyboarders chilenas y a las bodyboarders jóvenes también que están comenzando, que tal vez tienen un poco de miedo en competir en la profesional. ¿Qué se tiene que hacer para poder estar aquí y lograr lo que tú has logrado?
Yo creo que lo mayor es la constancia y las ganas de querer lograr tus sueños, porque a mí me costó mucho llegar acá, nunca había avanzado casi nada, había viajado a todos lados del mundo, a Sudáfrica, Marruecos, y con suerte avanzaba una ronda y después me iba, y ahora estoy acá en semifinales en mi país y estoy súper feliz, súper orgullosa de mi progreso. Yes.
Well, she said definitely what she recommends is to be consistent, trust in the process, and for her it's been hard. She has been traveling a lot and she will never advance, not even one hit, and she, pursued, she kept going, and oh, that's so nice. And she kept going, and that's what she said, trust in yourself, never give up, and you'll find it. ¿Alguien a quien agradecer, alguien a quien saludar?
En primer lugar, quiero dar las gracias a toda mi familia, que todos estos días me han estado apoyando, enviándome mensajes, las buenas vibras, a mis amigos también. Hay mucha gente que está detrás de esto, mucha gente que me apoya. Saludo a mi abuelita, a mi hermana, a mi mamá, a mi papá, que me estaba apoyando en todo, a mi amigo que está en una situación difícil, al Niquito, y que todo va a pasar y que vamos por más. Y a mi club, a Budeo Oficial, y eso vamos.
Felicitaciones y mucha suerte en la semifinal. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Bagel. Great interview, great action. I mean, how amazing it is to see, an athlete super stoked on making an amazing heat and such a great performance. And it doesn't matter if it's a Japanese, a Brazilian, a Canary Islander or whatever, where you're from. We're just here for the action, right? We're here for the show, and at this point, it was Constanza Soto that brought it to us. So yeah, big congratulations to this young rider, very prominent lady coming from Antofagasta. And there's Namika Yamashita. We had a wave for Namika during the interview. This one getting pretty shallow. Let's see if she finds a section. Not really, just kicking out of this one. So yes, Namika already found a 0.5, not really making a difference for her during the interview. Now another attempt, and we still have her on the lead, and Yuka Nishimura still sitting on the outside with the priority, looking for a 6.01, and check this out. This is crazy out there. There she goes, left.
All right, Yuka on the left, going for a maybe something, and probably a good call not to hit that end section. Yeah, so Yuka needs a 6.01 to get her up there. So yeah, still another almost 13 minutes left in our heat. And while we're waiting for a set, let's give a big thanks to the Ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique, sponsoring our event, organized by Cormudepi, the Sports Corporation of Iquique, Zofri, Iquique's tax-free zone, Erizo Surf Brand, Hotel Cavancha, Kine Vita, our official kinesiologist of today's or this event, and our supporters.
Yeah, we also have behind this event Club Heaven, Red Salud, Chiringuito Cavancha, La Juana Iquique, Agua Manantial, Maria del Mar Café, Erizo Store, and Salvavidas de Iquique. Thanks a lot for making it happen one more time. Thanks a lot to all the locals, all the athletes for putting on a show here at La Punta Dos. And of course, all of you guys watching at home, this amazing spectacle that is the Iquique Bodyboard Pro in its 4th edition and 3rd one for Valad for the World Tour. So yes, guys, every athlete here is super stoked. Everyone that comes to the beach. The other day, I don't know if you were by my side, but a lady that was probably about 60 or 70 years old, just came and said, "Oh, when it's gonna be? I love watching it. You know, is Tristan Roberts gonna be here?"
Awesome.
And she was like, "No, I love to watch it. I really like bodyboarding." And I mean, a local lady, you know, she didn't have any familiar person that really practices bodyboarding, but she just comes for the show, you know. So yeah, I mean, amazing to come to Iquique and see this place that really breathes bodyboarding so much, right?
It does, and it's part of this city's culture too. It's you know, when you have like elderly people, you know, really as fans as bodyboarding, that's just something I don't see very much back home. You know, so it's pretty awesome to see this thriving bodyboard culture. And I believe one of the gentlemen we were talking to earlier, who works in the Punta Dos Bodyboard Club, was telling us how the mayor's heavily involved with bodyboarding too, right? So.
Yeah, he said the mayor here doesn't give the kids soccer balls, he gives them bodyboards. And I mean, this is a perfect stage, guys. Just in that view, you guys have more than 10 waves to surf here. There's always something breaking, there are always waves over here. So yeah, perfect place. Locals are very receptive as well. And I mean, there's always something, guys. So definitely worth a visit, both to compete or even for a free surf session. Definitely worth coming here to Iquique. But yeah, 10 minutes remaining. We still have Namika Yamashita on the lead in this heat. Her last wave was just a 1-point ride. It didn't make any difference for her. A battle of Japanese riders over here. Next, we have more to come. We have Alessandra Reinder, world champion at the age of only 16, the youngest ever world champion in the history of this sport, coming from Canary Islands. We also have Myla Venturin facing Alexandra, so it's going to be a good battle as well between these two. And on the last one, Neymar Carvalho and Nicole Calero.
So we have Yuka taking off in this left, doing a little spin off the takeoff. Not sure that will get her what she needs to get into first place.
Yeah, she'll definitely change that 1.5, but I think the 6.01 will be hard to reach. I mean, just at 360. If she really wants to go for those lefts, she has to find that section. It's a much shorter wave, but she definitely needs to find that pocket roll or something like that to really try to get more than a 6-point ride.
Yes, definitely the lack of length that the left has. It needs something somewhat explosive, right? A good roll or any type of movement involving hitting the lip, right? So. Whereas the right, being such a lengthy wave, you know, you can do a few maneuvers, get a little combo in there, you know, a lot more opportunity for a higher score. So.
But you know, I think at this point, looking for a 601, even on the right, she would need a roll, at least, you know, not 360s. They won't take you far anymore. Namika Yamashita goes for the roll in the pocket, almost pulls it out, but not really, just landing with the lip and getting thrown on the rocks. Yeah, Namika looks like she's closer to the lineup. Let's see who gets there first. I mean, these are woman to woman heats, and Namika getting dragged back a little bit.
So let's take a replay look at.
That's Yuka Nishimura going left. Now it looks like there's a section for the Japanese, and she hits it successfully with a nice roll. Finds a 360. maybe something else, just pulling out of this one. Now she gets those points. 6.25 is what Yuka got on this last wave, just what she was looking for. So jumping straight to the first position. Anyway, Namika's still looking for only 4.75 to get back to the lead. So let's see.
Not a very high score needed to put her back in first. So yeah, a lot can happen with our 7 minutes remaining. And Yuka paddling out. So we have here
Mayla Venturin em yellow. Aí vem Mayla Venturin. Próximas baterias, pessoal, nós vamos ter brasileiras em ambas baterias. Apenas mais duas para a gente poder fechar esse quinto dia de competição. A Alessandra Reinder, das Ilhas Canárias, vai estar enfrentando a Mayla, atual campeã brasileira na categoria feminina. E na próxima nós temos Nicole Calheiros, vice-presidente agora da Confederação Brasileira de Bodyboard. E ela vai estar enfrentando a 5 vezes campeã Nishimura Carvalho. Então fiquem aqui coladinhos com a gente, que tem muita ação para vir ainda no dia de hoje nessas últimas duas baterias.
Yeah, it looks like Yuka got out there quicker, has the priority, and looks like we have a set coming in. I think we have Namika taking off on that, and let's see, nice roll. And does she pull it off? Unfortunately, no, but looking out the back, did anyone take off on that one? No, but
I think that was a very assertive choice for Namika, to just try and get something under the priority, a 4.75. It's a score that is still very achievable, even in intermediary waves, and she just went for an attempt. I think she really needs to stay busy out there.
Yeah.
Of course, that if a set comes, Yuka's gonna, use the priority to get that. But yeah, definitely, we saw Uri Valadão doing that previously today, in a heat against Eder Luciano. Uri was, just staying busy, trying to increase his score back to back with waves under the priority. So this replay, Namika taking off pretty straight, goes to the lip. Nice execution, but just missing it by a little bit. Looks like she was gonna pull it off, but didn't really happen for the current first position in the athlete that holds the first position in the 2025 ranking.
yeah, pretty hard to pull those rolls off sometimes when you land with the lip, right? There's so much power right there, and so little water as well. So there we go. Namika getting out there as quick as she can, hoping to scoop something up that Yuka might let go to get a wave as Yuka holds the priority. So yeah, Yuka leading with 11.75 total, and Namika needing a 4.75. So yeah, just 4.5 minutes left in her heat, and there we have the next heat's contenders paddling out.
That's it, almost final moments of this 5th day of competition, guys. If you just got here, stay with us, but definitely after these heats of the woman division, it's definitely we're scrolling back and checking on some of the action that we had previously. We saw a whole round number 6 for the man, 8 stacked man-on-man heats with some big upsets we saw today. I mean, just one advancing, the others going back home. So definitely some very good action that has been happening today. So good conditions here in La Punta Dos today. The swell picked up in comparison with yesterday. Yesterday was very small, very slow.
Yeah.
Today we also saw some slow heats, but definitely some action-packed heats as well.
Yeah, definitely. And even with the slow heats, there's always something good that went down, right?
Yeah.
It's a little bit longer wait times, but yeah, looks like we have something coming in here. Let's see if there's any takers. And not really.
And are we going to see Yuka Nishimura beat Namika, the current leader of the ranking? So far, that's what is coming to be. Anyway, Yuka is holding that priority number 1. She has the right to choose any wave that comes their way. So yeah, Yuka sitting a bit more on the inside. Namika maybe looking for a left. It's possible. Let's see. I mean, there are some left with the low tide still. Namika goes on this one, a smaller wave for her, but anyway, looking for a 4.75, manages to complete this one, good call by Namika Yamashita. Let's see if she gets that score.
All right, so here we have Yuka taking off on this right, trying to keep her first spot, roll off the takeoff, and pulls out on the inside. So, yeah, two kind of similar waves, right?
Yeah.
So,
just that Yuka's wave the roll was executed on the pocket, and she stood on the line, she kept going, and Namika executed it on the closeout. So yeah, I mean, but the waves look similar, the maneuvers. So let's see how the judges will score that.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what would have been a better score if it was off a closeout or if it was off the pocket and continuing going. So yeah, let's see what they say. So
yeah, so in this case, Yuka got 4.75 on this wave. You guys can see a roll, a bit of white water in the lip section, just crumbling a little bit when she hit it. So 4.75, and Namika, on the other hand, got a 5.5. I believe there was some more impact on that wave by Namika executing it in the closeout. I believe it was a little harder to pull off as well.
A little more
yeah,
power.
I think it's pretty fair, to have a bit of a higher score. And that was enough for her. She was looking for only 4.75. So there she is in the first position.
She's sitting comfy in the first position, right? But still a minute and a half coming in with Yuka with the priority. Can she get a 6.26? Let's see.
Yeah, 1 minute remaining, basically, guys. 1 minute and 5 seconds. After this one, we will see Alessandra Reinder facing Mila Venturin, two riders that are coming super strong this year. Alessandra looking completely different, super motivated. She has trained a lot her rides, so we have been seeing Alessandra attempting very good maneuvers to the right here in Iquique as well. But at this point, I believe the left has a lot of potential still, and Mila indeed has been preferring those right-handers. So it's going to be a stacked heat. Mila is also on top of her game, a very, very experienced rider. She has been competing in the national tour in Brazil and in the world tour for a dozen of years right now. So yeah, it's going to be a stacked heat right after this one.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing it. It should be a good balance of lefts and rights with Alexandra Reinder and Mila. So yeah, down to the last 10 seconds. Countdown, and there it is.
Yeah, noble wave surfed by Yuka Nishimura. So it is settled, guys. Namika Yamashita securing her podium here at Iquique on the semifinal already, and Yuka knocked out of the competition. Big congratulations to both riders. We're going to call a quick commercial break before we come back with heat number 3 of the quarterfinals. Welcome back, guys. 5th day of competition here at the 2025 Iquique Bodyboard Pro. We are currently seeing the quarterfinals for the women division, and it's looking amazing, Bago. What do you think?
I'm still speechless with everything that went down, and right now the change of situation of Namika, right up, buzzer beater, almost.
Stacked heat.
Really good, really good. So let's hit the water. We don't want to miss any of the action. We have another explosive one. Check this out. Voice of experience. Mila Venturin in yellow, facing no one else, her 2 times world champion, Alexandra Reinder. And Mila, she has been pursuing that title for so long, She has been working really hard her career. She has had a couple of second places. She's been runner-up of so many events and being so close from the title that, you know how it is. If someone's pursuing, they're going to find it for sure. So
Bayona Venturin, very close to final.
Yeah, definitely there's going to be a very nice contrast in this heat. Bago, Myla, you know, she has been surfing many rides. She's sitting way more to the left side of the spot, so probably looking for those rides with a lot of potential there. And Alessandra, you know, usually preferring those left. So yeah, there we can see each one of them paddling to their favorite sides. Let's see how this first exchange is going to come out. And yeah, it's Myla Venturin, nice takeoff, building that speed. Goes all the way up and goes down again for another bottom turn, executes a roll, but yeah, manages to complete this one. Didn't get to project upwards, but manages to complete this one. And Alessandra as well. Nice roll to the left, combining a 360, and that's it for the Canarian.
All right, so we'll see. 22 minutes, I'm telling you, we're looking to a very crazy hit, and I'm pretty sure of that. There will be no lack of explosiveness in this one. And Alexandra, you know, she's waiting patiently. She knows her, you know, strong side is the left, but she's working very hard for the right slice. Right here is Myla. Probably she should have gone for that first maneuver there, but she went for a very difficult through the leap, kind of. Not too through the leap, but yeah, definitely the leap was falling and she executed that roll. I like the commitment, you know, that she said, I can't allow this wave to go without a maneuver. I need to perform something, you know. And this is Alexandra, she took this left. This is what she was looking for. Started with a roll, powerful as usual, combined right there with the spin, and let's see, I think that was the same wave as Myla took to the right. So yeah, it was a split pick for both for these riders, and who's getting the best of that exchange is Myla with a 5.5, but she's not in first because Alexandra has a 1.5, so she is in first with small scores. This is only a starting, Lucas.
Yeah, definitely, Bago. I think that, as you said, if Myla could have hit in that first section, she would probably get more than 5.5, but I believe she thought she was maybe too late, you know, and then she just draw that in the last line, went all the way up, and then bottom turn for the next section. So yeah, just getting started over here, less than 5 minutes into this heat. Myla getting back to the takeoff zone. Alessandra looks like she's gonna stay with those lefts. Let's see, maybe just getting those scores and then looking also at the rights. She has been training a lot. She said that she was gonna show her improvement on the rides, but there she comes. Alessandra Reinder going left, bottom turns, finds that pocket section, goes for the El Rolo, tries to go for another one and finds it as well. So a combination of two maneuvers for Alessandra and Myla.
Myla answering back super strongly, and as you know, people, the rides have a little bit more points, and we'll see that difference. We already saw it in that first exchange. You know, Myla got a little bit more because it was a right, so level of commitment is a bit more, especially right now that we don't have the high tide. But yeah, we'll see, because that last wave of Alexandra was really complete. You know, she executed two rolls in a great way. So one more look here to Myla's.
Yeah, Myla going right, a nice bottom turn, very sharp one, goes for the roll and completes it smoothly. So it's going to be a nice contrast between those two waves. Let's see how this will affect the current situation of the heat, with Alexandra already getting back to the takeoff zone, because we're still waiting for those scores. We're going to check this replay one more time for Alessandra.
Right, I really love her reading. She knows very well what to do here. Very fast there. Took the decision of going for the second roll. I think it's accurate. I think that's what you have to do. And there is a change right there. And you know why? Even though the rights grant more points, Alexandra's waves was more complete. So she gets a little extra. Alexandra gets a 6.5 and Myla gets a 6. So they're very close, very, very close from each other. And Alexandra is just going to try for this beautiful left, to try to stuck into the barrel. Yeah, she is getting into the barrel. Not too deep, but combines with a beautiful spin. And maybe she wants to paddle back as fast as possible, so she gets the priority. I'm loving the fact that we have two photographers, you know, one for the left and one
Yep.
for the right.
I mean, with Alex Reinder in there, you gotta be on the left. Definitely, there should be someone on the left channel. So yeah, situation still with Alexandra Reinder in the first position with the 6.5 and a 5. Mila Venturin in second position with a 6 and a 5.5. So they actually hold the same total score, but as Alessandra has the biggest score. So let's see this one from the front angle. Nice little barrel from Alexandra Reinder on this wave. Goes for a spin and don't really find anything after this wave. We're still waiting for the score.
We have an official communication. Namika is getting attention by the lifeguards because it looks like she hurt herself. So we are waiting for that interview. We'll see if she wants to give it or not. So that's the level of commitment that you have in this event. Alexandra going for the flip in there. Of course, she was going to bring one of those. Yes, of course. It's classic Alexandra. And yeah, unfortunately, Namika just got an injury. And because that section, I mean, she got the win to probably, hopefully, not a high cost. But this is La Punta Dos. These things happen here, you know.
Yeah, I mean, very easy to scrape your knees. But let's see this one. Alessandra Reinder adding some sauce over there. Goes for a nice ARS. Completes it very easily on that left. That's a 7-point ride for her. I mean, she already had a 5 and a 6.5. So why not showing a different range of maneuvers, you know, bringing on something different and more difficult to try and force the judges to give her that score. So yeah, very nice heat, just improving, you know, in every single wave. These ladies are building up on their scores, and there's still 16 minutes. I mean, there's still so much to go on over here. This is looking like a very good heat.
Una actualización en español, 7 puntos para Alexandra en la última ola, el backflip está fuerte en la primera posición. Ahora Mila Venturin 7.50, Alexandra que está con ganas de mostrarle al mundo lo que hace para la derecha, pero haciendo buen trabajo porque en realidad hay momentos en los que realmente no son para demostrar nuevas cosas, sino para quedarse con donde tú te sientas seguro, y creo que eso es lo que ella está haciendo. Y viene en esta ola Alexandra Reinder, canaria, representando la bandera austríaca en este evento. Entiendo que tiene la doble nacionalidad. Y bueno, tuvimos una comunicación que Namika se golpeó un poco. Esperamos que está suspendida la entrevista, ahora sí ya es confirmado. Namika no va a dar la entrevista porque se golpeó en esa última ola que, bueno, le dio la pasada a la gran final. Sí. Y es donde nos damos cuenta de lo que yo estaba hablando en el hit de Connie con Bianca. El nivel de compromiso es lo que más me impresiona de verdad de estas chicas, porque esa sección es súper peligrosa. Por más de que haya un poco de agua, está lleno de cosas. O sea, hay picorocos, hay rocas, hay erizos, hay todo. Pero ella está bien, solo que obviamente un poco asustada, es normal. Así que se suspende la entrevista, pero tiene todo el día para recuperarse. Se golpeó un poquito en la mano, un poquito en los pies, pero no es grave, ya nos lo informaron acá oficialmente.
Yeah, so Namika Yamashita being attended there by the lifeguards and also by Red Salud, taking good care of her. Looks like she scraped her fingers both on the feet and on the hand, but nothing too strong over there. So yeah, Namika just hope she gets better soon for the semifinal that we are not going to be seeing today. But yeah, it will take place maybe tomorrow, or we still have one more day on the window.
All right, people. So as for now, we have Alexandra Reinder in the first position. Mila looking for a 7.5, but Mila's super strong. Let's see this one for Alexandra. Maybe she finds something else, goes for the roll and a spin. Classic combo for Alexandra, but after what she gave us, that's probably not gonna affect his total score, or not gonna do much for what she already has. And Mila right now with the priority, waiting patiently. I think that's good. That's wise of Mila, you know, to wait, holding the priority so she can choose a better wave.
Yeah, so Alessandra just having fun on those laps, actually making her way to the semifinals so far. Goes for a roll in this wave, a 360 spin as well. Just got 4.65 on this wave, didn't really change her overall situation. yeah, definitely paving her way to the semifinals with those lefts. But you know, you got to watch out for Myla Venturin because Myla's holding the priority there. She's looking for the rights. We have been seeing a lot that the rights really provide more points. It provides more potential for maneuvers and barrels. So that's why it provides more points. I mean, it's not that surfing the right you're going to be awarded more. It's just that it offers much more potential for, you know, expressive maneuvers and barrels. So we have been seeing Myla finding a couple of high scores in this contest so far. Big rolls to the right. So yeah, she's just waiting. She's a very experienced rider. She knows what she has to do. So there's still a lot of time. Not sure about how this is going to end.
No, and she said it during the interview, the last heat that she won. But check this nice wave, and look at that. That's Myla getting. Oh no! I thought she was going for the barrel. Docked out. She docked out. It's okay.
I think it was a very late takeoff,
Yeah.
and she kind of tried to bottom
Feel
turn
right?
to scoop into that barrel, but anyway, she got hit by the lip and just left the board behind and ducked out of that one.
But you know, she said it during the interview. We had, I think this is the one for Alexandra, the one that we didn't get to see. And look, that was a beautiful wave, gets into the barrel, and that's a proper barrel for Alexandra Reinder. Of course, she wanted one of those, and she tried. Actually, she thought about going for a roll there. Good thing she didn't do it. But yeah, Alexandra, of course, she wants to bring variety. She's one of those riders that have that in mind. And just going back to the idea, you know, in the last interview that I had with Myla, she said, you know, she when she fell into repechage round, she came back home and she was assessing the whole situation. And she was saying, how can I allow myself to do this? You know, I know what to do. Oh, there you have it. This is, you see, it was like you said, late takeoff.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, she said to herself, hey, I know what to do. I need to go back there and do what I know. I've been doing this for so long. I just need to focus and I need to surf like it's just do my thing. And when you're confident and when you know what to do, like this lady right there, she knows perfectly what to do. Neymar Carvalho. Impressive to see her always surfing with the short wetsuit.
That's crazy.
That's her and Luna, you know. The only two competitors that it's freezing here, man. This year, Chile is really cold.
So bad yesterday, everyone freezing inside the water.
And you know what? Alexandra got a 6.6 for her barrel. She improved her total score. And right now, Myla needs a 7.60. But she can do it in other time. It's a lot, actually. 10 minutes is a lot of time.
Yeah.
We saw Connie and Namika changing the situation in the dying seconds, you know. So someone like her, of course she can get that score.
Então, atualizando aqui a situação da Myla Venturin, ela está buscando 7.6. Vamos dar uma olhada nesse último replay. Essa acredito que foi a onda da Alessandra Reinder, a canária. Muito forte, campeã mundial, mais jovem da história do esporte. Olha essa cavada para dentro do tubo. Passa a primeira sessão, continua ali no controle, sai depois, faz o claim ali e depois a onda acaba fechando. E a Alessandra vem surfando só esquerdas nessa bateria e veio para mais outra aí, fez um RS, parece, nessa onda. Myla Venturin está precisando de 7.6, ainda tem bastante tempo. E vocês já viram ali, Neymar Carvalho e Nicole Calero na próxima bateria, então não saiam daí que tem muito mais ação.
Replay here for the last of Alexandra, and yeah, like you said, that was a very well projected flip for her. Let's see if she can get better herself. She's just having fun, you know. It's impressive I sense that confidence in her. She said it when she came here and, you know, commentate 2 hits with us. She said she was feeling in the rhythm for the 3rd title, you know. Mm-hmm. This is a good year for her. She is currently in the 2nd position of the World Tour rankings. She was 2nd in Morocco in the first event of the year, bettering herself from last year in that event. She didn't got a good result. And she had a couple of tough years in terms of, you know, career and bodyboarding, but she regrouped, you know, came back to strong training, sometimes even mental preparation, and she's looking very sharp, very strong. So it's actually showing it's an 8 for Alexandra, makes sense. Bettering herself, just having fun with these lefts.
she's unstoppable, Bago. And you know, a big advantage here in this case for Alessandra is that as the left is shorter, it allows you to come back to the takeoff zone much quicker, you know. So
That's
you can
right.
see she already got basically like 10 waves already. So she's just, you know, going for many attempts.
And Myla,
not even
3
caring
waves.
about the priority. Yeah, Myla has to start accelerating over there. She's looking for 9 points. Goes on this wave. Let's see, not much there for Myla Venturin. She needs a very good score right now, or maybe improving her both of her waves. So yeah, situation definitely is aggravating a lot for the Brazilian in this heat, Pebble.
Yes, as you know, Alexandra keeps surfing by herself the left and progressing as we are seeing. You know, she's bettering herself. All right, so people, what you see right there is the last heat of the day. That's Nicole Caleros going against Neymar Carvalho. I'm pretty sure they have faced each other so many times in nationals, regionals. Well, regionals not so much because you're different. Nicole competes in Rio, right? And,
Rio, yeah.
And
And
Neymar
Neymar
in
Espírito
Espírito Santo. You know, states are very close, and I see Neymar sometimes she goes to the events in Espírito Santo, especially if they're in Regencia. I'm sorry, in Nicole.
Yeah.
I think she goes, and I think Neymar also goes to other events. How does that work? Can you compete in different regions, or you have to stick
Yeah.
with your?
Yeah, you can.
It's
go.
open.
It's pretty usual actually. Let's
All
see,
right.
Alessandra scooping into a nice barrel, a lot of white water, manages to come out. Myla, on the other hand, goes right, kind of lands into the barrel, but manages to come out through that doggy door. Yeah, not sure if that's going to be the 9. I mean, looking by the water, it didn't look like it, but Myla definitely starting to heat up and do some more action.
Yeah, that looked pretty good from the water. We'll see the front angle and see how that looks. But yeah, it looked pretty good. All right, we'll see what happens here. But Alexandra is looking comfy here. And still some scores to drop. Both riders, last wave of Myla. This one right here is a 5.5. And well, this is the last of Alexandra. Just, you know, quick barrel. Just for you know, for fun. Just for fun, I will
She's
say.
having a free surf session there. I mean, she's just
by herself
sticking to
in the left.
Yeah, sticking to the lefts. Myla not offering any danger to Alessandra, you know, just looking at the rights. Maybe Myla could have, you know, adapt to that. Let's see this one.
Yeah, this is the one that we saw sideways. So yeah, it was a good roll, but you know, unfortunately not a 9. Of course, it's a 5.5. It's not even affecting or doing anything to her total score. So yeah, still needing a 9, Myla Venturin. And last year she got a very good result. You know, last year was her year. I mean, of course she has a long career, but last year she actually she ended up 5th in the rankings. She got a 5th in Morocco last year, a 3rd in Wahine, a 3rd here in Iquique, and a 5th in Antofagasta, and a 15th in the Maldives.
And she was also Brazilian champion last year.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Very
So yeah,
strong.
she had a very good 2024, and well, this year, you know, she comes strong. Check that out. She's like, God, send me a wave. Because you know, it's all about that, right? It's about getting the opportunity. The level is there. It's just about getting the opportunity. Sometimes it happens today with Christopher Bayona. You know, he got the opportunity. He got that perfect wave, and he knew exactly what to do. And he was actually thinking that he even has said it himself. He closed his eyes in that deep barrel. He said, I don't know how am I going to go out of this one, but I'm just going to close my eyes. And he came out.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Bago, the technical level is just so high, you know, that it's usually a very small detail that makes a difference in who advances or not. You know, so Alessandra going for one more attempt. Nice bowl there for her. Just goes for a roll under the lip and completes it very easily. Smooth maneuver. Let's see, not sure if she's going to change that 7 points, but very nice set wave for Alessandra.
All right, so 3 minutes and 30 seconds, people. This is quarterfinals right here for the Women Prime Series events. And this is Alexandra Reinder one more time, killing that leap with that roll. And yeah, that's, I don't think I don't think that's going to affect much more on her total.
Yeah, it was a 6.65, so almost close to that 7 that she's holding as a backup right now. So yeah, it didn't make any difference. But as we have been saying, Alessandra staying very busy. I mean, she served almost 15 waves already in the heat. Thankfully, there's no limit of waves, so she's just using those 25 minutes to try and find something really big right now, as Mila's still struggling to find a significant score to try and keep up with Alexandra. Maybe Mila could have adapted going to the left and looking for something there to try and respond, but she's taking to the rights.
There's a set approach in there, and as each rider is really in the different position, it's nobody taking it. And we have an official communication. Tomorrow we are going to see finals day. So tomorrow is the last day of competition. We are going to be starting at 7 a.m. I mean, the check-in, I'm sorry, is at 7 a.m. So early start for tomorrow. Alexandra Reinder, unstoppable of this left and an invert. All right, Ale, we know you're feeling comfortable. We can tell. Oh man, it's the first invert in the women division. I mean, no. Maida tried one, but that was she kind of like performed an invert, but this was a little bit more projected, right?
It was a better execution. Yeah, it was really nice execution, to be honest. Let's see this one more time. So I heard that there was a good score cooking up for her. Yeah, she was aiming already. That lip section goes down and boom, nice invert. Very good position in the bodyboard, just tweaking her back, and nice smooth landing as well to get that 8.5. So now Mila is in a very tough situation. She needs a combination of 16.5, and with only 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining, I mean, I'm not going to say this is impossible, but very improbable to happen over here. Yeah, I mean, it's decided.
That's nice. I love it. Yeah. It's great. I mean, Alexandra just put her in a combo situation. So an 8.5, this is one of Alexandra's best hits, surfing by herself, just showing the full repertoire of maneuvers that she has, only like in the air reverse because she can do it. So it's amazing. I'd love to see that progressive surfing from her. Not taking anything from Mila. Mila is an amazing competitor. Actually, Mila's getting an equal fifth. So a fifth position here is a very good result. Only 4 people will get a fifth, so it's a good result.
A lot to get here. I mean, she did a lot already to get to this point. Pessoal, tá decidido. Mila Venturin tá eliminada, fica com uma 5ª posição aqui no Iquique Bodyboard Pro. Não teve chance realmente, a Alessandra Reinder veio muito forte ali, tirou vantagem das esquerdas e está decidido. Então, 5ª posição para Mila, e a Alessandra já garante um pódio aí com pelo menos uma 3ª posição e a vaga na semifinal. Nós vamos chamar um comercial rapidinho e a gente já volta com Nicole Calheiros e Neymara Carvalho. We're gonna call a quick commercial break before we come back with the last heat of the day, so stay tuned.
Welcome back, everyone. We are about to start the last heat of the day. This day number 5 has been packed of action. If you missed it, please scroll back. We had a very good day right here in the 2025 Iquique Bodyboard Pro. And right now we're gonna go to the water because we have no one else than...
So we have Neymara Carvalho from Brazil versus Nicole Calero from Brazil as well. So 2 legends in female bodyboarding, and yeah, looking forward to seeing the show.
All right, so I'm loving those presentations. We'll see. You know, 5 times world champ, Neymar Carvalho, lady that has given back so much to the sport, you know, with her institute, with her social projects, with her event, the ArcelorMittal Iquique Bodyboard Pro. This year, that event changed the dates, and we are going to be closing the year with the ArcelorMittal Iquique Bodyboard Pro. So thank you, Neymar, for bringing that. But also that lady right there, you know, she's also doing great job in Brazil for the division. She actually has been named the first woman ever in the Brazilian Bodyboarding Confederation. So that's a huge achievement for Nicole Caleiros. And also she is an organizer of an only women event. So pretty similar careers. Of course, Neymar has a lot more experience and a lot more titles. She's got 5. But yeah, Nicole is doing great. So I'm loving to see this battle here.
Yeah, perfect combination here, right? So far we have just had one wave taken by Neymara, giving her a 1, and looking out the back, not much coming. So yeah, just take a second to give thanks to our sponsors of this event.
Thank you, Eric. You've been great by thanking the sponsors.
Yeah, you know, I just want to show my appreciation.
amazing.
You know, if it wasn't for them, none of this would be going down, right? So yeah, good to have all that support. So actually, before we get to that, let's see what we have going down. So we have Nicole taking off on this right, and eyeing that section and hits it. Nice clean landing there. Well, that should give her a decent score to put her up into the first position for now.
Yeah, you see level of commitment right there for Nicole Caleiros. So yeah, two very important ladies in Brazilian bodyboarding. Let's just see this one again. Nicole Caleiros is strong, you know, using her best position in that wave and not wasting any time, not wasting any section, going for that roll. And that's what you need to do, you know?
Definitely.
That's exactly what you need to do, especially if you're facing Neymar Carvalho.
Can't waste any sections up against someone like Neymar, right? Like, that's a challenge.
It is.
Yeah.
Neymar is great in all kind of waves, you know. She's super
Versatile, huh?
versatile.
Yes.
And she has done great in this event as well. So yeah, even, you know, the big days, I remember one year it was big and scary, and she had this beautiful forward of the leap picture and the right that, you know, it was actually, I think she even framed it, you know, she printed and framed it because it's really impressive, it's really radical. So yeah, awesome. I have no idea what's going to happen in this heat.
Yeah, let's see what do we have here. Looks like we have Neymar taking off on that left, getting a barrel. A little bit too deep, couldn't quite make it, but good try there, Neymara. Yeah, it's I'm not sure if it didn't stay open or she was too deep, but yeah, just getting back out there to get that priority in the paddle battle. See who gets out there first.
All right, so 20 minutes and 20 seconds. This is the last heat of the day. We had a day packed full of action. Thank you everyone that made it possible. Thanks to all the locals. Everyone has been very nice, very friendly here. Gracias a todos los locales, gracias a todas las personas que han sintonizado. Ha sido un quinto día de competencia hermoso. Hemos tenido momentos increíbles, hemos tenido unas sorpresas alucinantes, hemos tenido maniobrones, hemos tenido tubazo. Se ha visto de todo en este evento. Un evento en una ciudad que respira bodyboard, que es parte de su cultura. Gracias a la ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique por por entender y por reconocer eso, ¿no? El bodyboard tan importante para los iquiqueños y para los chilenos también, porque Chile, wow, tiene muchos buenos atletas, muchas buenas olas. Así que es un placer haberles traído este año. Este es el único evento que tenemos en el Tour Mundial, pero sabemos que el año que viene seguro se van a sumar un par más y vamos a volver con los clásicos eventos si Dios quiere. Así que gracias de verdad por haberlo hecho posible, a todas las personas y todas las instituciones que se han involucrado. No olvidarnos también de Sofri, que el año pasado igual apoyó Erizo Surbrand, una marca creada aquí en Iquique, que comenzó desde abajo, desde cero, con mucho esfuerzo, con esta intención de llevar productos de calidad a un buen precio aquí a su región, también no solo a los chilenos, sino a la región latinoamericana. y siempre ha apoyado este evento desde el comienzo, así que era lógico que este año también fuera parte digamos, de este evento que, digamos que Erizos también se considera parte de la identidad del bodyboard iquiqueño. Y también muchísimas gracias al Hotel Cabancha porque tenemos a ver, un segundo, viene Nicole.
So yeah, we had Nicole taking off on this right, roll off the takeoff, coming to the end part. Does she get out in front of it? Not quite, but good try there by Nicole. And
look at that first score, man, an 8.
yeah, that's a solid one, right?
All right, let's just wait if Neymara is going to take this one because she's looking there. Neymara coming in strong in this right. Is she going to find that section that she wants? Vision, the water vision there. And yes, of course, she is landing that. So it's good that she wakes up on that one because Nicole already has a 9.5. And now I think we can send it to the interview with Lucas and Alexandra Reinder. Go ahead, Lucas.
Thank you, Bago. First of all, congratulations, Alex. I mean, we have to say you were facing a very strong rider who's Mila. And but let us know that he just looked like a free surf session for you. We saw rolls, inverts, backflips, everything. How was that?
It was amazing. Like I was happy that she decided just to stay on the ride. I was thinking maybe if she knows that I'm just going left that she might try. She also told me, but she was hoping for that ride. And to compete against Mila is really dangerous because if she gets a big wave, she will hit the lip. Like she has the ovaries, as we say, to hit it. And so I was, even when she needed a 9, I was not feeling really comfortable. And I was definitely looking for a higher score. I wanted to better my 7, and I just really enjoyed. Finally, I had those lefts that I've been looking for in the whole contest, and I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed surfing the lefts. I was just hoping for a better one and a better one and a better one, and it came. So I'm really happy. I'm really happy.
How do you feel about getting another spot on the podium in this event?
Oh, it's amazing. Last year I got knocked out in this round, and it was really hard. I feel confident now. It's time to focus for the next heat. I know my power, but it's a contest, everything can happen, so just gonna calm down, focus on the next round, let's see who I'm against, and hopefully the waves are good tomorrow for the final day, so stay tuned. And yeah, I just want to give a shout out, un gran saludo a la familia de Vivi, a toda la familia que me acogieron en casa, los quiero mucho y gracias a su comida estoy así de fuerte, el ceviche que me hace la mamá. Mama and Papa hab euch sehr lieb, Oliver hab dich auch sehr lieb, Shannon, my friend, all my friends watching, everyone watching back home, all my sponsors, thank you, and stay tuned because tomorrow is going to be an epic day, and I will show my best and make everyone proud.
That's it. Congratulations one more time, and hoping to see you on the semifinals. Back to you guys.
Oh man, check that face. I mean, she is stoked. Who wouldn't be?
I know, right? She is super amped.
Right, so we do have three finalists right there. I mean, we have a Chilean. It's been such a long time since we didn't see a Chilean in the podium. Last time was with Paloma and Valentina. They shared a podium in Antofagasta. I believe it was in 23. Yes, in 23. And in here, the only one that reached the podium was the only one that won this event, Anais Belis, back in 19. And the rest have been battling, and now we have Constanza Soto right there, 15-year-old. And we do have also Namika Yamashita. She's coming in strong, from winning in Morocco. And they're going to be facing each other in semifinal number 1. And Alexandra waiting patiently to see who is going to go with her to semifinal number 2. It's either Nicole or Neymara. So we'll see, because Nicole is doing great, man. Check that out, an 8 and a 1.5. Both of these riders, they need that backup score.
Yes, and here we have Neymara taking off on this right. And that end section, and she hits it.
An invert.
Yeah, Neymara.
There you go. More like a Superman. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. It's been such a while since I didn't see her. I remember Neymara doing that in Arica.
Oh, really?
2013, man, it was big. And she hurt her shoulder.
Oh, really?
It was huge Arica, that year. 2013, we had the Latin American event.
That's right.
And she went for a huge invert. Let's see how much she gets. Oh, right. Nicole right there, going for the roll. Smart Nicole, playing conservative. She's looking for her backup score. And that's going to be a good backup for her.
So, waiting on the score. Let's see this replay, actually, of
Oh,
So yeah, we have Nishimura on this one, taking off and hitting that invert.
nice. Yeah, it's so cool. Yeah, I mean, it's Ney. I'm loving that she, 49 years old. She's doing so much for the sport, but at the same time, she wants to still compete, still bring the goods, and I'm loving it. Look at that. That right there, it's a water camera. That yellow thing with a lot of antennas.
That thing's a beast. It gets the job done, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Replay here for Nicole Calero. I'm loving the fact that she's going for the basics, That's what you also need to do. But I'm also loving the innovation in the Mara surfing. Even though that invert wasn't critically inverted, but it's still an invert, So it's new. It's great to see it. It's been a while since I didn't see her doing those.
Yeah.
So kudos.
Yeah, it's good. It's good to see something different, right? So yeah, good performance there by Nishimura. And yeah, situation. So yeah, Nishimura sits in second, eating a 7.01 with Nicole sitting in first with a total of 13 points.
Hi people, good job there for Nicole right now. Last wave of Nishimura was a 4.25. It wasn't enough to take the lead because Nicole also adds some more points to her account. She added a 5 and currently sitting in first position still. She has been leading the whole heat actually and doing great. And 12 minutes still to go.
All right, 12 minutes left in the heat. And looking out the horizon, seeing if there's any action coming in. And looks like we might have something coming in here.
All right, people, if you missed it, we were actually thanking everyone that made this event possible. We don't want to forget because we have been trying to read the whole list, but of course, a lot of action. Gracias también a Kinevita. Hoy nos atendimos el staff un poquito con Kinevita. Brandon, que es el dueño, que mira, impresionante, ¿sabes? Yo conozco a Brandon del 2018. Él estaba estudiando todavía y él decidió entrenarme. Yo estaba full compitiendo en esa época y decidió entrenarme y darme recuperación y estaba jovencito. Él estaba en la universidad ya graduándose y empezando de a poco y ha trabajado tan fuerte que hoy en día es un orgullo ver su hermosa institución de kinesiólogos. Tiene un equipo espectacular, está construyendo una nueva clínica que está ahí al lado de la tienda Erizos. Para los iquiqueños se viene un centro de rehabilitación y preparación alucinante de Kinevita. Va a ser ahí en la esquina de Obispo La B con Prat, ¿vale? Anótenselo, eso que se está construyendo ahí en Obispo La B con Prat es Kinevita. Y está de loco, va a tener como 3 pisos, así muy completo. Así que gracias a Kinevita por estar acá durante todo el evento. Gracias al Club Heaven también, que ha estado tratando a los competidores espectacular. Red Salud, que los tenemos acá también en el evento. Chiringuito Cabancha, se ha portado buenísimo también. Es uno de los lugares más hermosos que tiene Iquique. Si no has venido a Iquique, no has ido al Chiringuito, o si has venido a Iquique, no has ido al Chiringuito, no has sido el mejor lugar que tiene Iquique porque es precioso. Tiene la vista de toda la playa, la comida es riquísima. Está buenísimo el Chiringuito. La Juana también está buenísimo para pasar un rato lindo, también está en una zona bien ubicada de Iquique. Gracias porque ellos incluso trajeron algo espectacular que fue hamburguesas para los competidores a 2,000 pesos. Y este que vemos acá, Erizos Store también, que está ofreciendo un descuento del 20% con ese código en compras online. También agradecer a Agua Manantial y a María del Mar Café, que es un café espectacular también. Si Chiringuito es como uno de los restaurantes más bellos, María del Mar Café es el café más bello de Iquique, queda en la zona sur y está precioso. Y aquí tenemos un carrito. Y también gracias inmensas a los salvavidas de Iquique, que han estado todos los días apoyando. El equipo de salvavidas es espectacular. Toda la gente que ha estado aquí, miren qué bonito. También darle unas gracias inmensas a la comunidad del Morro, el barrio histórico iquiqueño, uno de los más importantes. una comunidad muy linda. Yo tuve la oportunidad de vivir aquí 6 años y realmente es un barrio muy unido, muy bonito, y nos están prestando aquí, esa donde estamos nosotros, es la calle principal, de hecho, una de las calles principales de la línea costera, y pues nos han facilitado todos el espacio, y tenemos en la zona atletas, que como siempre es la zona honrando al gran Alexander Whitman, algo que siempre hace Erizos todos los años, honra a uno de los mejores bodyboarders que desafortunadamente falleció. Pero bueno, gracias a todos, ya estamos terminando este día.
Yeah, thank you everyone. And Begonia is just talking about one of the legend riders who has unfortunately passed away, but yeah, he's with us in spirit. Alexander Whitman, amazing bodyboarder, very talented, and always had a smile. I remember when I first met him here.
Always smiling, huh? He was
super humble.
Big smile.
Yeah, just always. They used to call him Opehau Whitman, I remember. And yeah, he's just such a legend, you know?
Opehau?
Yeah, Opehau Whitman.
What
They'd be
is
like
that?
Opesau Whitman, you know, they'd always call him that. I remember Kachu and Chino and all them used to call him that. He was just such a legend, you know?
Yeah, we
such a
miss
good
him
guy.
greatly.
Yeah.
We miss him very much. We remember him, you know, it's funny because sometimes you're surfing here and his ashes were spread here in Punta Dos, you know?
Yes.
So it's funny, you remember him almost every time. And check this out, we have Neymar Carvalho taking off in this one, looking for 7.01, big roll there for Neymar, land and maneuver. Let's see how much she gets. I think she might be improving her total score. I don't know if that's going to be a 7.01, but that's great that she, you know, remain active.
Yeah, nice ride by Neymar. Let's see where she gets with her score. And there's that memorial you were talking about, right?
Yes, no, but that's for Oscar Tapia.
Someone else, right?
Yeah, Oscar Tapia, another bodyboarder that unfortunately passed away before Ale Whitman. But Alexander was more recent.
Yes.
Yeah. But I'm saying, like, we're surfing here, man, and we feel him, you know?
Yes.
We always remember him. It was so funny because he will be surfing and he will come paddling, like when he paddled in. Out. He will arrive singing a reggaeton or something, like singing, paddling like that, and it was like, oh, here he comes.
Such
here
a
comes
joyful,
Willie.
right? Yeah, I feel very honored to have met the guy and have shared so many sessions with him for my time up here.
Un beso al cielo para nuestro Alexander Whitman, que lo tenemos siempre en mente. Siempre lo recordamos. Sus cenizas fueron esparcidas acá en la Punta 2 y surfeamos acá y de verdad que lo sentimos, se siente el chico. Bueno, 5 minutos con 42, ya se nos va el último hit del día, cuarto de final número 4 de la gran categoría femenina profesional, replay de la última de Neymar.
Says, look at this replay of Neymar taking off in that end section and hitting it out of the lip. Comes through and lands it. Couldn't have landed that thing better. Good job there, Neymar. And yeah, it looks like that gave her a 6.6.
Great level of commitment, so that's what paid off.
Yeah, great level of commitment. So yeah, she's still in the second, but looks like we have some more action out the back. Looks like Nicole is not going to use up her priority for that, but let's have more coming in outside. So with 5 minutes left in the heat, and it's getting down to, the pressure is on right now, right, for Neymar.
All right, so we'll see how this one unfolds. But yeah, Neymar right now, 641 is what she's looking for. We'll see if she can find that. Neymar right now is not holding the priority, but it's still some time, you know.
Definitely.
Think about it. I mean, she already has a 660, so a 641, it's a doable thing. Only if Nicole don't change that 5, you know.
Yes, definitely a possibility. With 4 minutes and 20 seconds, a lot could happen from here forward. So, there we go. Aerial view, looks like they're chatting it up.
I mean, they're good friends, you know. There's, of course, there's no friends in the water, but
no friends.
No friends in the water, as we know. But yeah, I mean, there's a point that, depending on situation. Let's see. Oh, that was, we'll see if does Nicole lost her priority there? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm wondering.
Maybe not. She didn't get to paddle?
Yeah, I don't think she really got on it, right? So she just kind of turned around, but yeah, let's see.
All right, we'll see. But good job of her. I have to tell you how important it is for an athlete to try to mark those big points in the first 5 minutes. That's what Nicole did, She took that first wave early in the heat. The heat was barely started, and she got the 8. So that gives you so much confidence, for the rest of the heat.
Yeah, it set you up in the beginning, And all right. Okay, so it looks like we have some action here, Begonia. We have Nicole taking off on that right, and unfortunately closed out.
That could have been a mistake of Nicole Calero,
Could have been, huh? Giving Neymar the priority now, and still.
And not doing anything, because if she would have gone for a roll, probably she would have get a bigger score.
Yes.
Higher score, I'm sorry. But now Neymar has the priority, and she's looking for a 6:41. So maybe you can tell you can say it's in God's hands. Let's see if he can send the wave. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. If Neymar gets the chance, she will get that 6:41.
Definitely not hard for a legend like Neymar to get that score, right? So could definitely happen with our 2 minutes and 15 seconds left. It's just a matter of nature in God's hands, as you mentioned. So yeah, it looks like I see a couple lines coming in. So yeah, definitely a possibility for Neymar. So let's see what happens here as she sits in second and just needs a 6.41. All it takes is a decent rolo, and whatever it may be, I'm sure she can do it. But yeah, let's see what happens. Oh, there we go. Action out the back, Bego.
Yeah, it's going.
That's some action right there.
All right, so intense moments right here. Atención, Neymar Carvalho, she has the priority, and she needs something like this in order to get, and of course she's not going to waste it. Neymar Carvalho, no! She did not go. She lost the priority there.
Looks like it. Yeah, she did.
Oh, wow. Now she's without priority in the 6:41. I mean, unstoppable. Of course, she's going to try. She's not going to give up on...
Wow.
Dangerous.
Yes.
Oh. But, oh, no, she lost her board. Oh, no way. Bueno, okay, right now, situation is tough. Neymar lost her board, and she needed a 6.41, so yeah. Yeah, no, I have to tell you, she's gonna take a while to get her board back. Yeah, I don't think it's possible.
Yeah.
So I'm there to say I think this is best. Is she alright? She hurt herself.
Oh yeah, looks like the photographer's looking at her head. Hopefully she's okay.
Oh no way, man! That was actually super critical.
That was.
I mean, that's a level of commitment. Check this out. This is Nicole one more time going for the roll. And this is a victory lap for Nicole Calero, because of course Neymar, she didn't land, and we are just worried that she's okay. But you know what? Just to say something, I think this is best result of Nicole Calero. I can't recall Nicole being in the podium. I'm going to ask that to her in the interview, but yeah. Congratulations to Nicole Calero for advancing. We're going to check on Neymar, see if she's all right. And this is good that Nicole is wearing a helmet,
Definitely. It's a wave that's worth having a helmet on just to play it safe, right? As the wave is shallow and dangerous and consequential with urchins and barnacles and all kinds of horrible things to hit. So, yeah, definitely having a helmet is not a bad idea, right?
All right, people, so we're going to hit a quick commercial break while we wait for the riders to get out. We're going to figure out what happened to Neymar. Hopefully she's all right. And she looks fine. And, of course, we're going to hear from Nicole Calero. She did amazing in this last hit, so don't go anywhere. We're going to leave you with a quick commercial break, and we're going to come back right after that.
welcome back, guys. So this is it. That's a wrap for this 5th day of competition. I mean, we had a full day of action separated in 2 blocks, let's put it this way. We first saw the round number 6 for the men with 8 stacked heats on the man-on-man format. And then after the break, where we waited for the tide to, finish dropping in and then started filling up again, we went and saw the quarterfinals for the women division, and what an amazing day. I mean, we had some high scoring action over here. The ladies also shredding out there. What do you reckon?
Yeah, it's great day. Started off with a men's round 6, and a lot of action went down. Like, I really liked Agustin Figueiroa's backflip.
Yeah,
really nice
ride.
backflip, like first 10 we've seen in the event, I think.
Yeah.
And then as we took that little break, waited for the tide to pick up a little bit. Got back into the women's event. Tide was still a little bit low, but they're putting it on the line and hitting lits with no water on the reef. So, and it was awesome to see Constanza's come back last minute, much like her last heat. So, yeah, great action-packed day. It was a success, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, many standouts in the event. We can talk about Christopher Bayona, eliminating PLC out of the competition as well. Brahim left the competition in the first heat of the day, so we still have also another upset was Joaquin Soto, Marcelo Faundes, both locals out of the competition. If I'm not wrong, it's just Agustin right now that is representing El Moro in the competition in the men division. So yeah, it looks like we have the interview with Bago down at the beach and the winner of last heat, Nicole Calero. So please, Bago, bring it on.
All right, guys, so full of emotions here. We're having a conversation here with Nicole. It's amazing what you have done. I mean, just taking that first wave, it was a gift, huge score, starting early, an 8. So tell us a little bit about how you feel and what's going on in that head of yours.
Uau, entrar numa bateria contra pentacampeã mundial é muita pressão. A gente está aqui junto, representando o Brasil, mas eu sabia que eu tinha que mostrar um pouquinho do meu surf, para pelo menos deixar um pouquinho de mim aqui em Iquique, e eu dei o meu melhor, fiz o que eu podia fazer, e Papai do Céu me abençoou com uma onda muito boa e eu consegui fazer.
Well, she said she knew from the beginning, going to face Neymar Carvalho, 5-time world champ, it was something like, it was a huge battle for sure. I mean, and she only thought about giving her best, and she gave her best, and she was she felt blessed with that first wave, and yeah, just happy to be advancing. You were telling me you haven't been on a podium. Last time was in Itacoachara, more than 10 years. Your son was a kid, a baby almost, and so how's that feel now? Because you are already in the podium regardless of what happened.
A última vez que eu subi num pódio de mundial foi com meu filho. Ele tinha meses e hoje ter a oportunidade de subir no pódio e ele ver o que a mãe dele conquistou, para mim é muito emocionante. Eu estou muito feliz de poder representar o meu país e a minha cidade, Rio de Janeiro, e eu estou muito emocionada.
But of course she's super excited because last time with his baby, and right now he's already a boy, and he's looking her mother achieving all these things, and of course very emotional and very excited of being in the podium. Just one more thing, do you think all that's going on in your life right now, your physical preparation, your achievements as a woman, doing all what you're doing right now, getting into the Confederation, do you think all those things together is what brought you here? Você acha que tudo o que está acontecendo na sua vida, isso que você está logrando agora, a Confederação, aquele posto, seu treino e tudo isso, você acha que toda essa combinação de coisas levou a você até aqui?
Com certeza. Eu queria poder treinar mais e me dedicar mais, mas eu acho que tudo na vida acontece na hora e no momento certo, né? Só se tem o trabalho quando o trabalhador está preparado para o serviço, né? Então eu levo muito isso. Então, de repente, agora foi o momento de combinar tudo e eu entender que esse esporte ele é maravilhoso, não só como atletas, mas para transformar a vida das pessoas. E essa parte da confederação e essa responsabilidade que o Brasil botou na minha mão, né, para gerir o esporte no Brasil, junto, obviamente, com uma equipe maravilhosa, a gente tem o presidente Fano, isso me traz uma esperança de dias melhores para o bodyboard no Brasil, sabe? E se eu fui encarregada de fazer um pouquinho, você pode ter certeza que eu vou fazer o meu melhor para o esporte, que esse esporte é maravilhoso, eu amo bodyboard.
All right, well, yeah, she said definitely everything that is happening in her life right now and the opportunity that she have to bring better things for bodyboarding, which is the best of sport of life, you know, and she loves it. And definitely, yeah, everything is working together and things just get to you when you're ready for them. So that's it. Congratulations, parabéns for that podium, and best of luck for the semifinal because you're going to be facing Alexandra. You want to say anything else to anyone?
Queria agradecer a toda a torcida no Brasil, queria agradecer mais uma vez a todos os meus patrocinadores e apoiadores, agradecer ao meu chefe que me liberou, o secretário de esporte, Guilherme Schileder, eu não posso deixar de falar nele, porque eu estou aqui por conta dessa ajuda, Bernardo Fellows, minha família, obrigada a todo mundo e toda a torcida do Brasil que me acompanha e torce por mim.
Parabéns, querida. Best of luck for the semifinals for you guys. Thank you so much. Tomorrow, super early, 7 a.m. here. So we count on you. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Bago. So yeah, be sure to check in with us tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. for the all finals day for both men's and women's division. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
That's it, and we're also going to have a recap right after this closing. Bueno, gente, vamos a encerrar ahora con un recap. Esto fue el quinto día de competencia aquí en el Iquique Bodyboard Pro. Mañana tenemos el Finals Day, o sea, el día de las finales para todas las divisiones, mujeres y hombres. Entonces, síganos en las redes sociales, agregue al Instagram de IBC y mañana check-in a las 7. Nos vemos muy pronto.